get the address for this location. We noticed there were a few old cars which looked to be from the 70s or 80s, possibly Novas, 4 of them, very dirty and rusted in this dirt parking lot with flat or missing tires. They were all white-colored or used to be and parked in a row side by side. As we got closer, we heard gospel music sounds and some singing inside the church. We were relieved that there were people, so we went into the church, which appeared to be rather old and dilapidated. We peeked past the main doors to the hall and saw what I estimated was a couple dozen people dressed as nicely as they could, though they clearly were poor. When we went inside, the old white-haired woman wearing horn-rimmed glasses who was playing the church piano stopped playing, and she looked at us with no expression on her face. What happened next really stuck with me, and I will never forget it as long as I live. Everyone in that church stopped singing, put down their song sheets, and they all slowly turned their heads and looked at us with the most vacant and unwelcoming glares. Joshua said, "We're sorry to interrupt. We just want to use your phone to call my folks to come get us." Nobody spoke. It was dead silent in that church other than the wooden pews creaking from the weight of the people in them. So we just slowly backed out of the door and let it close behind us, looked at each other in ominous fear, and quietly left. We started walking up that dirt road, and when Daniel mentioned that there were no crosses or anything Christian in there, we looked back up the road to see that maybe a dozen of those people, all men, had walked out in front of the church and were standing there watching us intently. This freaked us out, and we began to sprint up that dirt road for what felt like a good half hour. We finally came to a very old broken-down gas station that looked like one of those old full-service stations. We went inside to find that the shelves were mostly empty and dusty from a quick glance, and an old overly tense swarthy man with a really oily and dirty baseball cap was behind the counter reading some old book with ragged edges and yellowed pages. He looked up and said, "You boys lost, huh? Just head out that way you came in and make a left and follow that road till you see a telephone pole, and just go right at the pole down the trail, and it'll take you to a highway." We thanked the man and left quickly, and as we walked down the road to the telephone pole the man told us about, again looked back, and the old man was out in front of the gas station with his arms folded, just staring at us with a rotten-toothed grin on his face. We got to the pole, made the right, and followed that trail to the nearest highway. After about a good half hour of walking in the twilight, it had just gotten dark as we got to the highway, and we tried to wave down a few people passing by, but nobody stopped. Thankfully, a police officer saw us and pulled over to help us. We told them we were lost and gave him Joshua's address, to which he whistled and said we really were lost. It took about 30 minutes for that officer to drive us back to Joshua's, and during the chit-chat, he told us we needed to be careful out in those woods as there are some crazy witch folks in it. I'm a 18-year-old girl living in Baltimore, Maryland. For those who don't know, Baltimore hasn't always been the nicest of places to live, though I've mostly gotten along just fine. And luckily, I no longer live in the city, just right outside of it. You can still expect, though, that I was raised to be hyper-aware of my surroundings and very wary of strangers. At this time, my school would just let me out for spring break and we got the announcement for an extended break. At that time, I didn't drive, and neither my sister nor my parents could pick me up. With all my friends now living near me, I really had no choice but to Uber home. I wasn't new to Ubering to and from school. I've actually always had pretty good experiences with Uber up until this point. Either I get the usual quiet, relaxing kind, or I get some really friendly people with interesting conversations. On the day when my driver picked me up, at first it was perfectly fine. We made some polite conversation and we actually were getting along just fine. Now keep in mind there were only 2 more common routes to take me back to my home. Both routes only took about 15 minutes and all included very few main roads and mostly back roads. I also have a habit of looking at my Uber driver's phone whenever it's in that little phone holder. As soon as this guy started going off the suggested route, I became immediately more alert. I continued to converse with this guy, acting like I didn't notice a thing, still glancing at the GPS on his phone the entire time he was off route. Then he pulled onto the highway. Then I got quiet. It wasn't like the conversation just died down naturally. He just stopped answering me. I immediately became nervous. The guy wasn't taking me anywhere near my home. He was actually going down freeways that would have taken me into a whole different state. I immediately texted my friend group chat with what was happening, showing them the guy's profile and everything, texting them that if I don't respond within an hour to any of them to call the police. I was way too scared to press the safety button on my phone because I knew it wasn't uncommon for Uber drivers to purposely take super long routes to get more money. Still, I gathered up all my courage and I spoke up to him, letting him know that I was suspicious of him. "Excuse me, I'm sorry, but is this the right way? All the times I've Ubered, I've never been taken on the highway before," I said to him. Pretty much immediately, he started to reassure me that I was safe and he was taking a quicker route. Yeah, right. As I mentioned before, a normal trip home would have only taken about 15 minutes, maybe even less. I was in the car for nearly half an hour now. Then I tried to call my dad. He didn't answer. So what I did instead was give an Oscar award-winning fake phone call. "Hey Dad, yeah, I'm on the highway right now. Yeah, my location is shared with you." "Why?" "Okay, yep, I will. I'll talk to you when I get home. Bye, love you too." My Uber driver was staring at me for the duration of that entire fake phone call. I hoped if he thought my dad knew where I was and that he was expecting me to come home, he would hopefully not have any ill intentions with me. Right then, suddenly, my driver turned into a highway exit, and within another 20 minutes, I was on my main road home that I don't think I've ever gotten out of any car so fast in my life. Still, though, my dumbass still gave him a decent rating and a tip. I guess because at the time, I truly didn't know if he had any ill intentions with me. I mean, it's very unlikely that he could have just been another Uber driver trying to make an extra buck. And that he did. I nearly got charged $20 more for what I usually pay for my ride I usually had to pay on that trip. I still wish that I'd emailed some kind of Uber customer service or something and explained the situation. Needless to say, please stay safe out there when Ubering, guys. If your driver ever goes off route for an extended period of time for no apparent reason, make it known that you're aware of it and that you're onto them. It could just very much possibly save your life. I went bowling last year with my friend Jethro. We both like bowling and always have a fun time, even though neither of us is really that good. I remember that we went to this one bowling alley that neither of us had been to before. We have a main one that we typically go to, but we also like to discover the other nearby places and compare. This alley, in particular, was all right. It was not that large and had a pretty average setup. When we got to the bowling alley, it was earlier in the night. We went up and bought a few games, then got our shoes and headed to our assigned lane. After bowling the first game, we pretty much started the next one right after. At this time, the alley was still pretty quiet, with a few other people bowling to our left but several lanes away. I remember that randomly, in the middle of the game, something really strange happened. You know the screens that show people's scores and give animations for a strike and stuff? Well, on our screen, it just said my name, first and last, in very basic font. To that point, it had been normal. It had shown our scores and the games and that kind of stuff. Well, now it was just my name, and the entire rest of the screen was just blue. It was so weird, and I figured it to be a glitch. But then I realized that I had never told the people here my name. I mean, I had paid with my debit card, so possibly they got the information that way, but why would it be on the screen like that? Plus, the names that Jethro and I chose for our games to be on the screen were just our initials, not our full names. I was just staring at the screen, waiting for it to go back to the screen with our scores on it. But instead of changing to that, it then changed to a picture on the screen. It was grainy, but I soon realized that it was a picture from a security camera. It was taken of Jethro and me as we walked into the bowling alley that night, less than an hour prior. That picture stayed on the screen for like 30 seconds. Then it changed again, this time to more security camera footage. It was a brief clip of us walking inside of the bowling alley. The clip replayed several times. And after that, there was another security camera clip, this time of me actually bowling. None of these clips were very good quality, but I could still tell what it was. It must have been taken just minutes earlier. Jethro and I were just staring at the screen with amazed looks on our faces. We had absolutely no idea why this was happening or who was responsible. I was about to go walk up to the service desk when it finally changed back to our game. I still looked over to the desk. I thought maybe I would see some employee watching us and laughing or something, but I didn't. I saw the same girl who had been at the desk when we entered. She appeared to be about high school or college age, and she was seemingly at the desk the entire time. I doubted that she was responsible for this. We decided to just keep bowling. So we bowled our next games, and nothing else strange happened. Then we were done. When we went back up to the desk to talk to the girl. The same girl was still working when we were there. I decided to bring up the strange occurrence. I told her about what we saw on the screen and stuff. The girl seemed confused and said that she didn't deal with any of the TVs and didn't know why that would have happened. I asked her if somebody else working might have done that, and she said that she didn't think so. I wasn't really sure what else to do about it, so Jethro and I then just left. We were talking about it for the rest of the night, though. I'm confident that it was an employee who did it, but I don't know who or why. To me, it just creeps me out. I don't know anybody who works at that bowling alley. Possibly they were just bored from it being a slow night and are really good with computers. I'm not great with computer stuff, so maybe someone who hears this can tell me their thoughts on it. To this day, though, I get kind of freaked out thinking back to it. I've not been back to that bowling alley since either. Last year, Halloween was on a Wednesday. Because of that, I was home alone. My dad works nights, and my mom was staying with her sister because our parents weren't getting along at the time. My sister was away at college, so it was just me left to provide for the trick-or-treaters. My dad bought a couple of bags of Kit Kats and told me he expected them empty by the end of the night. I don't know why, but my dad takes Halloween seriously. I didn't get home from classes until around 6 o'clock, so it was already dark and the kids were out in droves. The second I dropped my bag on the couch, the bell rang and that went on for some hours. I was getting homework done later on in the night when the trick-or-treaters had mostly gone home, sometime past 9 though, I remember that much, and the doorbell rang once more. It was the first time in over half an hour. I went to open the door with a near-empty bowl of Kit Kats, expecting some kids, but instead, it was just this lone guy, maybe 35 years old. He waved at me with a neutral expression on his face and didn't open the storm door. I kind of just watched him, ready to shut the door on him. He stopped waving, then reached for the handle to the storm door and pulled it open. At that moment, I slammed the door shut in his face and locked it. I texted my family group chat that some old guy just tried opening the door. My dad joked that if he does it again, go outside and teach him a lesson. I decided that was it with opening the door for the night. I went back up to my room to finish my homework. Soon, I heard yelling coming from outside. I lost my patience and eventually got up to see what was going on. I slid open my window and looked out. There was that man again down below, looking up at my window, shouting at me. He's mainly yelling that he needed help finding his son. I didn't believe him for a second. I texted my family again. My dad just said to ignore it, he will go away. I left my room and shut off the light so that he'd go away. Then I went to the basement, which had no windows. I hung out down there to do my work, and all was quiet for a while. Then flick, the power went out. My initial thought was that the man outside tinkered with the electric box outside of the house. I stayed in contact with my family the whole time. After a few minutes, I heard the floorboards creaking above my head. Someone, as if I couldn't guess who, was inside the house. My mom and dad and sister all texted me to call the cops. I stayed put in the basement. I figured it was the safest place at this point. The cops were en route, so all I had to do was wait. The basement door opened. He stepped down the stairs only halfway, though. Even without power, a little bit of light from the upstairs poured into the basement, enough for me to see his legs. He was standing on the middle step of the staircase, and I swear he just stood there for like 2 minutes. I heard him mumbling stuff. I won't even pretend I could understand any of it. After the longest, most painfully uncomfortable moment of my life, the man said into the basement, "I can see you." The whole time his legs were actually facing me. Was he actually looking at me that whole time? Still, I didn't move, nor did he. He continued to stand there until there was a bang at the front door, and he walked up the stairs, shut the door, and I heard creaking above again. I waited 20 seconds before running upstairs to the front door. By that time, it seemed the man had left my house because the cops couldn't find him even with my help. Stupidly, I left the back door unlocked, so he simply let himself in. As for the power, he messed with the electric box outside, as I predicted. I don't know if he did this on Halloween intentionally or if it was just a coincidence, but something was wrong with that man. He didn't belong out in the streets. This happened when I was in high school, long ago. My mom just recently found the paperwork about it when she cleaned out her office upon retiring from the police department. I remember being upset and scared when it happened, but reading the details as an adult, it sounded even worse than I remembered. I was 16, female, working at a flower and gift shop. It was nighttime, and a man came in short, overweight, balding, and in his 40s, just plain creepy. He told me he needed an apology gift for his girlfriend, so I offered a bouquet. Obviously, it's a flower shop. He said she didn't like flowers because they die. This was the first weird thing, as he came into a flower shop. Then he went into detail about how he hit her and asks me if I think he was right to do so. This was long ago, so I don't remember exactly what I said, but it was something along the lines of, "Not if you want her to continue being your girlfriend." He then tells me what a great job I'm doing and asks when I get off work. I don't dodge answering, and he leaves. Nothing more from this guy for 6 months. Then, right before Valentine's Day, he walks in the door 1 minute before closing. It was dark, and from the outside, it looked like I was working alone, as my coworker, about 40 and female, was in the bathroom. Instinctively, it felt like a predator had just entered the room. You know when something isn't right, and everything felt not right. I then notice he has a tarnished revolver tucked into the front of his windbreaker, which is halfway unzipped. It was obvious that he wanted it seen. I quickly scribbled a note to my coworker that said, "He has a gun," and handed it to her when she came out of the bathroom. She calmly walked over to the phone and looked at me wordlessly, asking if she should call the cops. I shook my head no, as I felt like he would escalate the situation. God forbid he heard the police coming and took a hostage or something. I was just going to try and act as calm and normal as I could and hopefully not tip the situation into something more dangerous. He spent about 15 minutes wandering around what was a fairly small shop. In retrospect, he was probably waiting to see if my coworker would leave, as it was now well past closing. Finally, he places an order for pickup on Valentine's Day, which gives me his name and the info for the police report that I'm sure is about to be filed. He buys a card and pulls out a wad of $100 bills, which he slowly thumbs through, looking for the right one to use for payment for his $40 order. I asked him if he wanted a bag, as it wouldn't be very inconspicuous if he just showed up at home with the Valentine's card. He replies, "No, I don't feel like being inconspicuous tonight," which seemed like an obvious reference to the gun hanging out of his coat. He finally leaves, and we quickly lock the door and watch him sit in his truck outside. We were not about to exit the shop until he was gone. Finally, he pulls out of his parking spot and moves to another spot further away and continues to just sit there. I don't know how long we waited, but he finally left. I called my mom crying, and she called the police, who came to the shop the next day to take a report. I told my best friend at the time what happened, and she told her mother. Her mother happened to work with the man and informed security at her job. She said he was very weird, creepy, and liked to talk about weapons a lot. Security at his job, which is a large company with government contracts and things related to tech and security, pulled him into the office and questioned him about it. He claimed it was a glove in his pocket, not a revolver. The police were pissed that his company made contact with him about it before they did, and he successfully dodged the cops with multiple calls and visits to his apartment. My mom, much to my teen fury at the time, made me quit my job, which was devastating as I loved it there. But in retrospect, it was totally the right call. I never saw him again. One day when I was only 17 or so, my older sister and I were hanging outside together in the backyard. Our mom was probably upstairs reading or cleaning or something. My dad wasn't there, and I don't know where he was, probably work or something. I was on my phone, just scrolling through Instagram, lying down on the trampoline. My sister Ava was on the swing set, probably just doing the same thing I was doing. We would occasionally say something to each other about the videos we saw on our For You page, and we would send them to each other and laugh or whatever. Until we were interrupted by our neighbor Bella. We weren't super close with her, but my parents were, and my mother and she got along very well. "Hey guys, come here," she said, standing in her backyard where the fence met the middle of our property lines. We confusingly walked over to her as we had no idea what she wanted, but we knew to respect our elders, so we had to see what she was calling us for. She told us that we needed to go inside and get our mom and that she already called the police. What are you talking about?" my sister asked. "Just trust me. No time to explain right now. Please, just do as I say, guys," said Bella. "You guys are in danger. Run," she said. "Someone dangerous is lurking around your front yard." We reluctantly but also quickly scattered inside after that. We told our mom, and she looked outside, and there was a man on our front doorstep. I didn't recognize him at first as his head was shaved completely bald, but it was our old neighbor. Long story short, a few weeks before this, our neighbor was arrested for killing his wife and daughter, which I didn't know at this point, by the way. I'll get back to that later. My mom saw who it was and ordered us to run up to her room and to lock the door and to only open it if she asks, so we did. We were terrified, but we had to listen to our mom. We ran upstairs and we were waiting. My sister was crying, and I was trying to calm her down. Just by how freaked out Mom was, we both knew something was very wrong, and we were dying to know what was happening. After a few more minutes, our mom screamed and we heard glass shattering. Luckily, she was close to the stairs already and she was able to get to the room with us before the man grabbed her. We locked the door and put a dresser in front of it to buy us some time. This man was screaming like nobody's business that he was going to kill us and pounding on the door for over 5 minutes. Suddenly, it stopped. We heard police sirens in the distance and the man tried to run away. The cops almost had a shootout with him, but after some screaming and threatening, he finally subdued and was taken back to prison. So, this guy we're talking about is named Brian. He was charged with at least 2 counts of first-degree murder for killing his family. Like I said earlier, it was said that he escaped prison about 2 hours before this, and he wanted to come back to get revenge on my family. He was convinced that my father was the reason he got arrested. Brian thought he was going to walk away scot-free for killing his family, but he was under the impression that my dad snitched him out somehow. I'm not sure why he thinks that, as I don't know the whole story. My father won't talk to me about it, not that it matters anyway. I guess my mom and dad didn't tell me or my sister about what happened next door at first, but they said they were planning on it soon. They just didn't want us to freak out, supposedly. But that's about all I can get out of my dad about everything. Not even my mom knows the full story, unless she's lying to us. My parents probably thought there was no urgency to tell us what happened next door since he was locked away in prison at the time. But somehow, he escaped and was looking for revenge. Hopefully, they have him under control in there this time. It was personal, and he escaped just to try and murder us. There was a thread on the main page asking cops if they have ever experienced anything creepy or odd at a crime scene. I posted the following story, and some people said I should submit it over here. I'm new here, so be gentle. This is the entire post, but the second story is the one that got the most attention. I've seen a lot of suicides, but one sticks out. This elderly female had her daughter living with her. She called us because she hadn't seen her daughter for 2 days and hadn't heard her moving around upstairs. The stairway going up was very narrow, and at the top was a direct 90-degree turn into the bedroom, and the mother was too elderly to climb the stairs, so she called us. We get there and enter the bedroom and find the daughter dead. She hung herself by tying the rope from her robe around her neck and the other end to the bedpost. Then she just laid on the floor and let her weight compress the rope. It seemed odd because she could have easily just sat up or lifted herself up to keep from being strangled. Almost would have thought her body would have done it on its own as a defense mechanism. Anyway, we untie her and check vitals, and she's gone. We need to check the body for signs of trauma, so we do that. As we're turning her over, the air escapes from her lungs, and she goes, and I feel the air blow over my arm, and it grossed me out big time. Anyway, we couldn't get her out of the room because the stairway was too narrow. Ambulance arrives, and we strap her to a backboard and lower her out the window and down the ladder of the fire truck. I felt terrible for the mother because she was in hysterics and her daughter being tossed out the upstairs window with the whole neighborhood watching. I never found out any details about her body afterward, so I don't know if she took pills and then laid down and passed out, etc., but that method of suicide struck me as very odd. Next, gun alarm called to a home where someone had committed suicide the year before. The house was still owned by the family, but it sat unused, and no one lived there. Another officer and I cleared the house and advised dispatch that everything is kosher. No forced entry anywhere, but the back door was unlocked. We contacted the owner, and he told us he leaves it unlocked. Whatever. Anyway, we're in the house just looking around, remarking how it's a shame that the house just sits there unused. The other officer goes to take a leak, and I'm standing there in the living room when I hear footsteps upstairs. Now we check the entire upstairs, each room, every closet, bathroom, etc. My partner yells from the bathroom, "Are those footsteps?" He comes out zipping up, and we rush upstairs. Nothing. Doors to the rooms are open. We check each room again, each closet, everywhere. The upstairs is flat out empty. There wasn't even furniture left in the house. He's in one room, and I'm in another when I feel this coldness enter the room. It was just a cold that felt like it encompassed my entire body. Then it was as if someone in front of me was shoving me with both hands. It was a very distinct feeling of two hands shoving me backward by pushing my chest. I'm a cop. Normally, someone shoves you, and it's game on, but this time there was no one there, just an empty room. I must have sat there with a stupid look on my face for maybe a second or two, then I left the room completely creeped out. I met my buddy in the hallway, and he tells me I look weird. I tell him what happened, and he says, "Yeah, this place is creepy. Let's bounce." It was daytime, and the house was fully lit as there were no curtains or shades on any of the windows. Later, I told my supervisor about it, and he said he went to an alarm call there as well, and as soon as he went inside, he got that creepy feeling where it feels like you're being watched. I'm a former pizza delivery driver. I got the job when I was 20 years old, and at first, I liked it a lot. I would not have to work that much, just a few nights a week. My car was fairly new, and I didn't mind delivering at all. The area that I live in is not super crowded, so the driving is pretty easy on the roads. I would also make lots of money in tips, so it was well worth it. After I had been working there for about 6 months, I was working one weekend pretty late. It had been a busy night. I remember going on countless deliveries but making quite a bit of money. It got late, and the deliveries slowed down significantly. I was sitting inside of the restaurant when we got another order for me to deliver. By now, it was probably like 1 something in the morning. It was an order of just cheese bread. I took the order, got the address, and then headed out to my car to deliver it. I had been to this area before, but not the exact street or address. The location was about 10 minutes away. And when I arrived, I saw that it appeared to be a pretty typical house. I was on a residential street, and I parked on the side of the road. I walked up to the house with the cheesy bread. When I got to the front door, though, I noticed there was a note taped to it. It said, "Please use back door." When I saw this, I'm not going to lie, I got a little bit of a bad feeling. But I knew that there was probably a logical explanation. Maybe the door didn't work, or there was too much junk in front of it. The reason for my bad feeling was probably just because it was so late at night and really dark out. So I walked around the side of the house and then went into the back. I looked around for the back door and then was able to find it. I walked up to it and knocked. Then I waited for about 30 seconds or so. There was nothing. I was about to knock again, but then I thought I heard some footsteps inside. I waited, and then the door opened up, but I didn't see anybody. It was like whoever opened the door had stayed behind it and then moved out of the way quickly. Inside of the house, it was completely dark, not a single light was on. I was very confused. I did not go inside but kept standing there and announced that I was there from the pizza place. I did not get a response at all in return. As I waited there by the open door, I was wondering what I should do. The bread was not paid for, so I couldn't just leave it. As I continued waiting, a short time later, I thought I heard the sound of the front door to the house open and close. I couldn't be sure, though. I asked if anybody was there. I knew that somebody had opened the door for me and seemingly wanted me to go inside, but I certainly was not going to do that. So I just kept standing there. Then I noticed some movement to my right and sort of behind me. I looked, and there was a man standing there. He was at the entrance of the backyard and sort of on the side of the house. But this man was wearing a ski mask over his face. I was really creeped out as soon as I saw him. Then he started to walk towards me. When that happened, I knew that I had to get out of there. I just set the box of bread down and took off running. I went back around the house away from the guy, then I ran to my car, got inside, and drove away from there. I went back to work and told my coworkers all about it. They all found it very amusing and seemed to think that it was funny. However, I was completely terrified, so much so that I only worked there for about another month. Then I quit, and I got another job. I still think about that from time to time. Was it some crazy prank, or did the man have bad intentions? I really don't know. The story is told from the perspective of a college-aged female. I attend university in Massachusetts. I currently live off campus in my final year here, but this took place when I was a freshman living in the dorms. Freshmen are on the first floor of every building on campus. This was the winter semester, and it was a freezing cold day. I just finished up my last class around 5 p.m. Our professor let us out really early. It was already dark out as I was walking back to my dorm. On my walk back, I got a text from the university. The text started in all capitals saying, "Attention all faculty and staff, get to a safe building immediately," as a suspicious man was walking around campus approaching women with crude, threatening comments and telling them he had a gun. The text mentioned that university police were aware of the issue and were on full alert looking to find the man. I picked up the pace in my step to get back to my dorm building. I started looking behind me every few seconds and suddenly noticed someone walking not that far behind me. It was a black man in a huge winter coat. I couldn't gauge his age from this distance, but also, he could have just been a student. At that point, I was being paranoid, plus the text didn't specify the person's race. I rushed to my building, and when I got there, I let myself in. To get into any dorm buildings on campus, you need to use your student ID cards. I entered the building, the first door shut, then I opened the second door. That's when a loud bang at the first door made me jump. It was that man from behind me before. He was asking if I could open the door. I was about to ignore him, but then he said, "Please, I'm cold." I turned to look at him, and he had this pleading kind of expression on his face. I asked, "Do you live here? What's your room number?" He said yes, he's on the 3rd floor, but he ignored my asking his room number twice. I said, "Sorry, I can't let you in." This is when he started saying vulgar, horrible things that I don't want to repeat. He started licking the glass and commenting about what he's gonna do to me as soon as he gets into the building. In disgust, I ran to my room and slammed the door behind me. I turned on the lights as it was pitch black inside, and my roommate wasn't back yet. I texted my dorm group chat saying I think the creepy man the school sent a warning about was at the front door of the dorm building. Don't come anywhere near. Everyone replied the same thing, OMG, call university police. That's what I did. I got the number off the website and called them, told them right away the creepy man with a gun was at our dorm building. When they asked if he was still there, naturally, I walked to the window to look outside. I screamed at the top of my lungs for 3 seconds when I saw the man on the other side of the glass smiling, shaking his head, doing this disgusting motion with his tongue. I pleaded with the officer on the line to send the police there now. The man on the other side of the glass took off running, and he disappeared into the darkness as soon as he was beyond the light of the light posts. I still cried for the police to hurry. And as soon as one of them got to my dorm room, I let him in and described what the man looked like. He told me to stay in my room and don't leave again for the night. He advised I tell all my friends in the building to do the same. An additional text was sent out to all residents of my building. The hunt for that man went all night. Apparently, they never found him. The things he said to me were beyond disturbing. I didn't see a gun on him, but honestly, anything could have been in his massive coat pockets. The campus had extra police on duty the rest of the week. Back when I got my first adult job after college, I moved into a smaller house with a roommate. The roommate was a girl that I went to high school with, and her and I were in the same grade. However, we weren't really friends. We both knew of each other but didn't have the same friend groups. I didn't know much about her, but somehow after college, we found ourselves living in the same city. We had been friends on Facebook or something, and because we both lived there and didn't know anybody else, we decided to try to become friends and live together. We were both female, the same age, and figured that it would work out, but I was wrong about that. At first, she seemed cool. I honestly forgot where she worked, but she had pretty normal hours like I did. Our bedrooms were the only two in the house and next to each other in the hallway. We were not best buddies or anything, but we got along good at first. However, she seemed to have sort of strange behavior. I remember noticing her leaving and coming home at all kinds of odd hours all the time. I would wake up to hearing her leaving or coming home. I was a light sleeper, and the times would be anywhere from midnight to 5 a.m. I had no idea where she would be going or why, and this happened at least several times a week. One time I brought it up, asking why she was leaving at 2 a.m. She flat out denied it and said that I must have heard the neighbor. I didn't tell her I knew it was her because I realized that whatever it was, she didn't want me to know. I didn't really think too much of it for the most part, though. But one night, several months into living there, I was out late. I was with some other friends, and I got back home at probably almost midnight. After arriving back at the house, I went inside, and all of the lights were off. I turned on some lights and also noticed that my roommate's door was open and she did not appear to be inside. I called out her name, just wondering if she was home. I figured that she was gone again when she didn't answer. Then I went into my bedroom, changed, and got in bed. I was tired, but after closing my eyes, for some reason, I had a hard time getting to sleep. I laid there for probably 20 minutes trying to rest, but it was like I wasn't tired anymore. Then suddenly I heard this noise inside of my room. I had no idea what it was. I looked up and saw my closet door opening. Then I saw my roommate walking out. It was really dark in there, but I could clearly tell that it was her. This was so strange. I had no idea what she was doing in there. I sat up and asked her what was going on. As soon as I spoke, she looked over and saw me, then she started running and darted out of my room. I stayed where I was and was just so confused. Then, probably a minute later, I heard her leaving the house out the front door. At that point, I decided that I needed to move out of there as soon as possible. For the next couple of days, I packed up my stuff. I don't know where my roommate was during this time, but she was never there when I was. She must have only been back when I was at work. Then I moved out. After that, I haven't spoken to her since. She blocked me on social media, and I still don't know why she was hiding in the closet in my room. She probably didn't expect me to get home when I did. That's why her door was open and she was in my room. She must have had to hide in my closet and waited until she thought I was sleeping to try to leave the room. I'm glad that I couldn't sleep, though, and that I noticed her. That was by far the creepiest roommate experience I've ever had. A few years ago, we hosted Christmas at our house. It was my wife and me, and we were having about 10 to 15 family members come over. We have a somewhat large house and also a large backyard. Our house was decorated and ready for the guests. On Christmas Day, everything started out very well. Family started to arrive at roughly 11 o'clock in the morning. I was pretty busy talking to people and stuff, but maybe at about 11:30, something odd happened. One of my cousins arrived, and I went outside to greet him. As he was walking in, he told me that he thought he saw a guy in my backyard and wanted to know if I knew about him. I was confused. Nobody was going outside, and I didn't know why anybody would be in the backyard. I asked him to tell me more about it. He said that when he pulled into my driveway, he noticed a guy walking near the tree line of the woods in the backyard. He thought that it was me at first, but quickly realized that it wasn't. He took a few steps towards the backyard after getting out of his car, but the man quickly went out of sight. We both decided to go over there and look. After walking back to where he spotted the guy, we saw the footprints in the snow but didn't see anyone. He must have been gone by then. We yelled out into the woods, asking if anybody was there. It was complete silence. I really had no idea who it could be. My neighborhood is pretty quiet, and the houses are spaced out pretty good, but I didn't know what else could be done, so we both just went back inside. After going back in, I quickly forgot all about it and was busy talking to people for hours. Everything was going well, but then as I was walking past one of the windows that looks out to the backyard, I saw the man myself. He was kind of far away, but I saw a guy walking through the edge of the tree line. This had to be the same person. I yelled for my cousin to come and see. The man in the woods then stopped and seemed to look in my direction. My cousin was walking over, but by the time he got there, the man then darted back into the woods. My cousin saw him for just a split second. He told me that it was the same guy that he had seen earlier, though. We kept watching the area, but he did not come back. I still wasn't really sure what to do about it, so we just went back to where everyone else was. I looked out the window a couple more times but didn't see the guy. I hoped that maybe he would leave for good. I still couldn't help but wonder what he was doing back there, though. Eventually, people left, and it was soon just my wife and me. We looked out the window several more times that night, but there was still nothing. At that point, I felt a lot better about it. The very next morning, I went outside in the backyard. Everything was fine at first, but I soon noticed something strange. The man wasn't back, but there was a new set of footprints in the snow. It was clearly from a person, and it wasn't mine. There had been a fresh layer of snow on Christmas Eve, and my cousin and I walked back there to the woods the day before. We were far away. In fact, I saw those sets of tracks. These new tracks went from the woods right to our back door, then they appeared to go back to the woods. Could the same man have walked to our back door and tried to get in overnight? It creeped me out to think about it. For the next several days, I was very suspicious, but after that, I never saw the guy. I also didn't notice any other strange things happening. I still don't know who the man was and what he was doing. Our next tale takes us to a secluded lake, shrouded in mystery and whispers of the past, where a fraternity known as the Sentinels held their annual pledge retreat, a tradition steeped in secrecy and fear. The pledges, expecting a weekend of bonding and camaraderie, walked into a nightmare that would change their lives forever. Among them was Chad, a promising athlete with dreams of success and a future full of potential. The first night, the pledges were gathered around a bonfire, the flames casting eerie shadows on their anxious faces. They were instructed to partake in a series of dangerous challenges, each more terrifying than the last. They were forced to swim across the icy lake, their breaths visible in the cold night air, and scale treacherous cliffs that loomed ominously in the darkness. With each challenge, the fraternity brothers' laughter grew more menacing, echoing through the night like a sinister chorus. One challenge stood out. The pledges were told to paddle to the center of the lake, a place rumored to be haunted by spirits of the past. As they reached the center, the canoes were jerked violently, and the pledges tumbled into the icy water, their screams piercing the night. Panic surged through Chad as he struggled to stay afloat, the cold water sapping his strength with every passing second. He felt something brush against his leg, sending a surge of primal fear through his body, a fear that gripped his heart and refused to let go. The unseen creature continued to circle him, its presence a constant, terrifying reminder of the danger lurking beneath the surface. A surge of primal fear through his body, a fear that gripped his heart and refused to let go. The unseen creature continued to circle him, its presence a constant, terrifying reminder of the danger lurking beneath the surface. Chad cried out for help, but his cries were met with mocking laughter from the shore, the fraternity brothers' faces twisted in cruel amusement. Terror lent Chad a surge of adrenaline, and he swam with all his might, his muscles burning with the effort. Just when he thought he was going to make it, he felt something grab his ankle, a cold, unyielding grip that pulled him down. He was pulled down into the depths of the lake, the water closing over his head like a dark, suffocating shroud. He caught a fleeting glimpse of glowing red eyes beneath the surface, eyes that seemed to bore into his soul. The next morning, Chad's lifeless body surfaced, his face frozen in a silent scream, a testament to the horror he had endured. The fraternity brothers claimed it was a tragic accident, their voices filled with sorrow, but the other pledges knew the truth, a truth that haunted them and bound them in a pact of silence. The police were called, and an investigation was launched, the authorities combing the area for any clues. Without concrete evidence, the case went cold, the truth buried beneath layers of fear and secrecy. The Sentinels disbanded, their secrets intact, the shadows of their past actions lingering like a dark cloud. Chad's death sent shockwaves through the campus, a stark reminder of the fragility of life and the darkness that can lurk in unexpected places. It served as a chilling reminder that darkness lurked beneath the surface of normalcy, a darkness that could strike without warning. The lake became a haunting reminder of the night the Sentinels' reign of terror went too far, a place where the past and present seemed to merge. The fraternity brothers' faces were etched with poorly concealed fear, their eyes betraying the guilt they tried to hide. The pledges knew the truth, but the case went cold, the secrets of that night remaining hidden in the shadows. At night, I like to play video games as a hobby quite a bit. This is my scariest experience while doing so. I remember that I was playing online on some game with random people. I had a headset and would talk to them. Most of you know that in online gaming, people sometimes say some crazy stuff, but on this night, it seemed pretty tame. I remember towards the end, shortly before I would go to bed, I was starting to get tired. I was playing this one game with basically just one other person. It was a man, and we were talking about the game over our headsets. During the game, I remember he asked me some somewhat personal questions. I didn't think too much of it and figured that he was just making conversation. The things he asked me were what my name was, to which I only gave my first name, and where I was from. I only told him my state, and I'm pretty sure I asked him the same questions back, but I honestly don't remember his answers. There wasn't anything really that creeped me out or anything. There were maybe a few more questions, but nothing that stood out. I remember that after a while, I got tired, and I told him that I was getting off. I do remember him asking why, and I said that I was going to bed. Afterwards, he sent me a friend request on the game, which was not a big deal. But it was either the following day or the day after that, he sent me a friend request on Facebook. I did not know it at the time, though. When I would go on Facebook, I would accept most friend requests unless it was clearly a bot. This guy appeared real, and I accepted it, not knowing who he was at all. He started to message me a short time later. I remember he said hi and asked me what I was doing and stuff as if we were friends. I asked him who he was and he responded, saying we had played video games together a few days earlier. That's when I realized this had to be the same guy. Obviously, I had no idea what the guy looked like. When I heard this, I was surprised that he had found me on Facebook. I never told him my last name or the city that I was from. It kind of creeped me out. Plus, based on the guy's page and photos, he did seem pretty weird. I decided at that point to delete him as a friend. But the day after that, the guy followed me on Instagram. He then started messaging me there. He asked me why I deleted him and sent me like 4 other messages. When I saw them, I deleted and blocked him from Instagram as well. I thought that was the end of it, but a couple of days later, I got a text message from him out of nowhere. An unknown number texted me. When I looked, I figured it was a wrong number until the texter said their name, and it was a long, angry text about how I blocked him and stuff. This creeped me out more than anything. I blocked his number and hoped that I would stop hearing from him. Obviously, I deleted him from being friends on the game as well. After this, I did stop hearing from him. I still wonder, though, how he found me. I mean, the only thing he had to go off of was my first name and state. How did he find my number? My only thought is that he possibly messaged somebody who knew me on Facebook, claiming that he was my friend and wanted to know my number or something. I never asked around, so I can't confirm it, though. Either way, it's really creepy what he did, and I'm glad that I haven't heard from him since. I had some spare time this night, and having chugged a few coffees earlier in the day, I figured I'd use this energy to go out and make some money. I was delivering for DoorDash, cruising on the highway to my next delivery. It was super late, the roads were empty and the night was very peaceful, basically every delivery driver's dream. On my way there, though, my phone started buzzing. It was the customer calling me, but before I had a chance to answer it, they hung up. Since it only rang for a couple of seconds, I thought it must have been an accident. But in case it was not, I redialed their number. It rang for a while, but they didn't answer. I shook my head and blew it off, not thinking about it for the rest of the drive. I got off the highway and drove into the neighborhood. It was a very regular street with average houses. When I got up to the house my delivery was for, I parked right in the driveway and started walking up to their porch. As I was setting down the bag, I saw that the front door was cracked open. I didn't know if it was meant for me or not, so I just lightly knocked on the door and called out that I was dropping off their food. As soon as I did, I heard a somewhat disturbing sound come from down the hallway. It was a muffled thump that almost mimicked my knocking, like someone was banging on a door. A bit shaken, I opened the front door wider and called out again. I wasn't sure what to say, so I just repeated myself, saying that I was delivering their food. A few quiet moments went by, then I heard a door open from the back of the house, and a guy came around the corner. He looked distressed and bothered, but I couldn't tell if it was because of me or something else. The guy walked down the hall and right up to the doorway I was in, not saying a word as he started to reach for the bag. But that's when I heard those thumps again from down the hallway. I looked past him in confusion as he turned and looked as well, then quickly turned back and looked at me, recognizing that I heard it too. "Is everything okay?" I asked carefully. The sound echoed through the walls again as the man just kind of stared at me, as if he were trying to think of what to do. "Why don't you bring the food inside for me?" he said, almost in a demanding tone. Nervously, I picked up the bag but quickly realized how terrible of an idea this was. I felt threatened, like I had to follow him, but I also had a feeling that if I did, I wouldn't be making it out of there. In my hesitation, the guy's face showed he was even more bothered, angry even. He then reached out and grabbed the food right from my hands, then slammed the door in my face. Stunned, I stood there and listened as his footsteps went down the hallway and the thumping stopped. I couldn't do anything else at this point, so I hurried off the porch and got back to my car. I ended my DoorDash shift after that one and ended up reporting the really disturbing scenario to the police. I think what ended up making me report it was that the man tried to get me to go inside his house. If not for that, I may have not felt there was enough evidence to do anything. Unfortunately, though, police informed me hours later that the man denied that anyone else was there and declined their request to search his home. At that point, there was nothing left to do other than speculate. I believe there was something truly horrible going on, and he was possibly ready to do the same to me, but I don't think we'll ever know for sure. Thank you. My friends and I were never the smartest group. We did some really stupid stunts like going to abandoned areas, vacant homes, etc. But the worst of all the things we did was when we went to the cemetery one night. Every other thing we did, nothing ever happened, but this time was different. We were sophomores in high school, and it was a Friday night, so of course we were hanging out. Most of the time, we didn't have a plan for anything. We would just kind of come up with things to do as the night went on. By 12, two of our friends had decided to go home because they were tired, which left just me and my friend Dan. Neither of us were that tired, but we also didn't want to sit around at home bored all night. Dan brought up the cemetery by his house and said it'd be spooky and exciting to walk around that night. With nothing better to do, I agreed. I don't remember thinking anything of it. Sure, it would be a little creepy and eerie, but I knew it was just a regular cemetery. We took Dan's car and drove to his house, where we parked and walked down the block to the gate surrounding the graveyard. There was a huge entrance gateway, but the gate that went around the perimeter was more of a short wooden fence. We climbed over with ease, and right away, we got a rush of adrenaline. It was a creepy place, no doubt. There was almost no light, only a few dim standing lamps spread across the graveyard. I'm not sure what our goal was, but I think it was just to walk across the whole place without getting scared and then leave. We passed 10 or 15 gravestones when Dan came to a stop. He was looking ahead and told me to wait. I couldn't see much, but in the distance, I could barely make out a figure standing next to one of the gravestones, walking closer to us. Both me and Dan were unsure what to do and just stood there. We both assumed we had totally been caught by one of the graveyard keepers and were probably gonna get arrested or something. The man stopped several feet away, still too far for us to get a good look at him. "What are you two doing here?" he asked. Dan nervously said that we were just exploring. "Well, I'm gonna have to show you two out," he said. He told us to follow him and began walking back in the direction he came in. I think both of us were regretting not running away when we first saw him. As we walked behind him, he passed under one of those standing lamps and both Dan and I immediately froze. The man was wearing ragged clothes, nothing like a graveyard keeper would be wearing. This guy looked like he was homeless. The man must have heard us stop. He turned around, and you could see in his face that this man was crazy. He took a step toward us. "Come here," he said angrily. Dan turned and ran, and I did the same. The man's footsteps behind me were so close it felt like he was going to tackle me at any second. My adrenaline kept me going, and we managed to jump the fence. We heard the man stop on the other side, then punch the wood fence in frustration. We immediately went home and told no one except for our friends because we knew what we were doing was illegal. Both of us think that that man was some homeless person who was probably trying to rob us or maybe do something much worse. Luckily, we never made the mistake of going back there again. So this happened when I was about 17 years old. For context, I'm now a 21-year-old girl, and at the time, I was working at a failing seafood restaurant. I was a bus girl, so I had to deal with touching people's old half-eaten seafood all day long. I'm a vegetarian, and I have never ever liked anything that comes from out of the water, not even shrimp. I assure you, working at a restaurant can be a super interesting job. The amount of people you meet through work is immense, and your coworkers can become like family. You're all suffering together, so to speak, and you can become pretty close pretty quick. The chefs at this restaurant were pretty strange, though. One was super chill, one was always drunk and angry, and the last, well, he was something else altogether. To make things easier, I'll call the creepy chef Creep. So Creep starts working. He's new, and he seems like a decent guy at first. He's in his late 40s, with salt and pepper hair, and nothing throws you off by just seeing his physical appearance. I deeply love everything 60s and 70s, so Creep and I would sometimes talk about music, especially rock and roll. He seemed like a cool guy, someone who claimed he saw so many of the bands that I drool over daily. It seemed nice to work with someone who generally shared the same interests. Some weeks went by, and he wasn't showing any signs of anything strange. I felt totally okay within my workplace. I wouldn't blink an eye, and I actually enjoyed the job. Me and a fellow bus girl became pretty close friends, and we bonded over the fact that we both had pretty messed up family lives, so we instantly became work buddies. The restaurant was slow one day. Me and the other bus girl were having a conversation, laughing, smiling, and joking in the kitchen, but this changed in less than 5 seconds when the creepy new guy came right behind me and said, "Well, this wouldn't be so funny if I had chloroform." I turned around and looked at him, thinking, what a weirdo, who jokes about things like that. His eyes were blank. He was staring at me, but it felt as though his eyes were burning an imprint on my face. The staring lasted a couple of seconds, but eventually, I just turned and walked away. I really didn't know how to react. Throughout the next week, he would stare at me through the kitchen window while I was working. I tried to avoid going to the kitchen as much as possible, but that was nearly impossible when it was my job to transport dishes from the tables back to the kitchen. Twice more while in the kitchen, the situation repeated itself. I was talking to a fellow coworker, and Creep would drop whatever he was doing and interrupt the conversation with, "Well, it wouldn't be so fun if I had chloroform on me." At this point, he had mentioned chloroform to me 3 times. I was completely freaked out. Luckily, I stopped working there a few weeks later because I was leaving to travel Europe for the summer. When I returned, the restaurant was shut down, so I didn't see him ever again after this. I wish I would have told my manager at least. I don't know what I was thinking. I clearly wasn't. No one should have to feel threatened in their own workplace. I'll never forget my little sister's 5th birthday, but not for a positive reason. It was at a tea room type place that did princess parties for kids' birthdays. I didn't want to participate in any of the activities or princess interactions since I was worried about people thinking I was a baby, like a typical tough 6th grader. Instead, I was playing on my DS in a chair in the hallway when a random woman approached me and asked, "Hey, you're Michelle's kid, right?" Michelle is my mom's name, so I told her, "Yeah." This lady tells me that she's my Aunt Laura and that I was probably too little to remember the last time we saw each other. She started talking about how big I had gotten and asked how I was doing in school. I was pretty used to these kinds of interactions with relatives, so I didn't question it at all and gave the usual answers. Laura then told me that she brought a large dollhouse as a birthday present and needed help carrying it out of her car. She told me that she also had brought another cake and offered me the first slice if I helped her. I was almost 12, so I was taught about creeps and the fact that this was an almost textbook kidnapping scenario. But like I said, these kinds of interactions were super common in my family. I also admit that I made the mistake of trusting Laura more because she was a woman, so I agreed to help and followed Laura out the back door. The car wasn't parked, it was still running with a man in the driver's seat. Laura could tell that the man being there made me suspicious, so she quickly told me that that was my Uncle Daniel and started urging me to hurry with the dollhouse before the cake frosting melted. I got a bad gut feeling. Why hadn't she asked Daniel to help her carry the dollhouse in, and why did they keep the car running when there were plenty of empty spots to park in? I stood where I was and refused to move. Laura's tone became much less friendly as she was now commanding me to come to the car. She tried to tug my jacket sleeve, but I swatted her hand away and yelled at her to stop. She looked furious, and for a second, I thought Daniel was about to step out of the car. Thankfully, we all heard my mom and aunt loudly yelling my name. Laura jumped in the car, and she and Daniel both took off. I ran through the back door and met my mom and aunt halfway inside. I immediately told them what happened. My mom hugged me and told me she was so sorry and that everything would be okay, while my aunt told the tea room workers. They basically put the tea room into lockdown and had all the kids gather in one room to make sure no one else had gone missing. Thankfully, no one had. The police eventually came to speak to me about what had happened. I told them as much as I could about Laura and Daniel. The police officers I spoke to promised me that they would get back to me and my mom if they found out anything new, but we never heard anything back from the police about Laura or Daniel or whatever their real names were. As far as we know, they've never been caught. I still have no idea how Laura knew my mom's name. I just try to be grateful that I'm okay and avoid thinking about what would have happened to me if I hadn't listened to my gut and had followed Laura to the trunk of her car. This is something that happened to me when I was much younger. I believe I was about 11 or 12 during this time. I lived at home with my older brother and my parents. One of my favorite things to do after school most days was to unwind by playing some video games. I would go upstairs to my bedroom and start playing on my PlayStation 2 for a while. Sometimes, I would play all the way until it was time for dinner. So, one day I got home from school and went straight up to my bedroom to play some video games. Both my parents were still at work, and my brother was still at school. That's how things usually were for an hour or two after I got back on most days. I remember playing video games, and a little while in, I heard my brother getting home downstairs. The front door opened and closed, and I heard him walk inside. I thought nothing of it and I kept gaming. But about an hour later, I got a call from my mom. I had a home phone in my bedroom and saw through the caller ID that it was my mom's cell phone. When I answered, she told me that she was on her way to pick up my brother from his friend's house, and they would be home soon. My dad was going to pick up some food on the way home from work, and she wanted to know what I wanted. I told her whatever food it was that I was in the mood for that night. Then we said bye, and I hung up. It was only after ending the call that I realized it was strange that my brother was not home. If he was at a friend's house, then who had I heard entering our house? My heart started racing, and I had a terrible feeling. I carefully walked to my bedroom door and opened it up. I had never heard the person walking upstairs or near my bedroom. I didn't know where they went after entering the house. So, after not hearing or seeing anything, I left my bedroom. I quietly walked down the hallway and looked downstairs. I still saw nothing. Then I went down the stairs. Once there, I walked around the main level of the house looking. I did not see anybody, but when I was near the kitchen and kind of the front door, I heard a noise coming from the basement. It sounded like somebody was down there. I quickly ran away and went back upstairs to my bedroom. A short time after entering my room, I heard the front door to the house open and close again. At that point, I ran back downstairs. When I got to the front door, I saw what looked like a man walking away down the street. I didn't recognize him and only saw him for like 2 seconds. It might not have been the same guy who had been in the house, but I think it was. I then locked all the doors and called my parents, who then called the police. The door had been left unlocked for when my brother got home. I hadn't known he was going to a friend's house. Looking back, I can't believe it happened. I didn't even know I was home alone with some random guy downstairs. I'm really glad that he didn't go near my bedroom. I come from a family with a lot of kids my age, siblings, cousins, family friends. We are all within 6 years of each other, a total of about 15 kids. One of the grandparents of a family friend we were very close with lived in this small town that had a ton of cornfields. It was very Midwest, really nice people, friendly neighbors, all that good stuff. We would go to the grandma's house a lot because their whole family lived in that neighborhood, so our parents would have barbecues and block parties a lot. Us kids would play everywhere, but sometimes we liked to play this game that involved the cornfield. Her house was basically set up where the backyard looked right at this huge cornfield, and to the left and behind that was this creek. We'd walk around the field along the creek and begin the game. This game was really fun because it was kind of like hide and seek but in reverse. We'd all kind of spread ourselves out along the creek, and one person would get blindfolded and just run into the cornfield. You were supposed to zigzag and get as lost as possible. It was just one field and really easy to get out of, so there was never really any danger of getting lost, but as kids, we didn't think that way. Once the person who was sufficiently deep into the cornfield, they'd shout as loud as they could that they were ready, and everyone would shout the person's name until they found their way out. Everyone else would really spread out at this point, some people being on the side of the field by the water and some on the other side. The last time we ever played it, I was the git. I was around 8 years old at the time. I could hear people shouting my name, Laura. Laura. I was laughing, running towards the voices of my family. Even though the point was to get out, it was still fun kind of running aimlessly towards different voices in the field. So that's what I did for a little bit before crouching down to take a breather. I could still hear everyone laughing, screaming like kids do when they play, and shouting from a distance. I swear I didn't hear any rustling that was out of the ordinary in a windy cornfield. All I know is I could hear my friends calling to me, Laura. Laura, when all of a sudden, from right behind me, almost directly in my left ear, I hear a man's deep voice say, Laura. Just thinking about this, remembering the sound of the voice, completely scares the crap out of me. I booked it out of there as fast as I could, screaming at the top of my lungs the entire way, and joined everyone back at the creek. I was kind of a dramatic kid, so I don't think anyone really took me that seriously, and I basically forgot about the whole instance. It was just so frightening. I don't think I've ever experienced such complete dread since then. My whole body felt like ice, like someone had dumped a glass of cold water down my spine. I could feel the fear all the way into my fingertips. This experience was short and to the point. I was a very young child in Catholic private school. I was in the 4th grade. Our school would routinely practice lockdown drills. I think once every couple of weeks we'd have one. All of us in the class were always excited for them for some reason. As kids, we just found it to be fun. It's all a joke when you're that young. Half the kids don't even realize what you're practicing for, and the other half who do don't ever expect a real lockdown to happen. One day it did, though. Over the intercom came a voice from the front office saying, "We're going into lockdown. This is not a drill." I remember some kids still laughed at the announcement as if it were cool to hear that we're going into lockdown. No one could have prepared for what came next, as our teacher seemed concerned and rushed to shut the door and the lights and yelled at us to get in the corner. I think that's when everyone realized this wasn't just a regular lockdown drill. Something serious was going on. We all huddled in the corner of the room. Each door had a narrow glass window which could be looked through. Suddenly, the silence was broken by crazed screaming from the halls, one lone male's voice. It was just incoherent screaming. The man was chanting something. Screams got closer, and I remember how scared we all started to get. The screams got closer until they were right outside our classroom door. Then bangs on the door made a bunch of us scream and cry. The man on the other side of the door screamed, "Your God is dead. Jesus didn't die for your sins. You're all gonna burn." Our teacher tried his best to calm us down as the screams intensified, and the man started to yell, "I hear you in there. I see you. Open up the door." The man screamed words I didn't understand at the time, but I believe looking back he was screaming Islamic phrases and shaming our religion. I was too young to put it all together immediately. The bangs on our door stopped, and the screams continued further down the hall. Away from the door, but they could still be heard. The crazed man continued through the halls. The man's screams were overpowered eventually by the yells of other men. There was a huge commotion in the halls during what I presume to be the moment he was taken down by police or security. We had to stay in the lockdown position for a long time even after this. After a while, the lockdown was over, and the school day was cut short. Parents were called to pick up their children. Luckily, my mom didn't work, so she was able to come pick me up right away. It was a bit of a scarring experience. We were all so young that we didn't even understand the gravity and freakishness of the situation. I'm just glad no one got hurt. It was around noon on Memorial Day of 2017. My car was in the shop for a few days, so to the outside world, it would seem that no one was home. I was sitting in the living room watching television when I noticed a shadow being cast from the window behind me. I thought nothing of it as the window faces the street, and our front lawn is not very big. To me, it seemed like someone was just walking down the road, no big deal. Almost simultaneously, however, someone passed by the window to the carport heading to our side door. I went to check it out, and before I got to the door, he knocked. When I answered the door, I saw him in a white duct-taped motorized scooter, now under our carport. He told me he had been walking down the road pushing his scooter and he was wondering if he could rest for a moment. It was a hot day, and I could tell he had been walking. I decided to give him a break and let him sit under my carport for a minute. I even gave him a mellow yellow from the fridge, thinking if he had a cool drink, he would leave as soon as he was finished. I returned to my living room. Then there was another knock, but this time on the front door. I answered it, and this guy was asking if we were selling a scooter here. I told him no, and he apologized and then walked off. I closed the door and looked outside the window, and saw that the guy in the scooter was still there. At this point, I was really suspicious, as most people would be. I decided to make something up to get the guy to leave by saying my friend was about to be here and that he needed to park there. When I opened the door, I asked him if he was feeling all right now, and he told me he was just resting. Before I could tell him my made-up excuse to get him to leave, the guy from the other door came from around the side of the house. He talked to the scooter guy and said, "Hey man, I've been looking everywhere for you. I thought you might have been stealing these people's scooter." They laughed for a moment and then both walked to the street with the scooter. I closed the door and decided to watch them from my front window. They both loaded the scooter in the back of a big red truck parked in the street that was not there when I talked to the front door guy. The driver was staring at the window I was looking out of, and after they got in, they took off. I called the police, and an officer came over almost immediately. I live a block from a police department. When I told the cop about what happened, he told me they had similar reports of a guy with a scooter casing houses, probably thinking that no one was home for the holiday. He told me that I probably scared them off since I was home. Still, though, I'm very lucky that they weren't violent. Every Memorial Day, I think about what happened. Ere the police station was on, I noticed that the car stopped following me. I pulled into the police. I didn't get out of my car. I sat in the parking lot for a few minutes, making sure that the car didn't come in after me and that it was gone. Then, I finally went back on the road and went home. For the rest of my drive, I did not notice the car directly behind me or anything. There were a decent number of other cars on the road, but it wasn't all that busy. Eventually, I got back to my house and pulled in. My street was usually pretty quiet, but as soon as I parked my car in the driveway, my phone started to ring again. I jumped when I heard it. When I looked, it was the same number as before. I decided to answer it. When I did, I heard the same man's voice speak. He said, "You shouldn't have gone to the police station. You should have just gone home. I know where you live." This really freaked me out, but just then, things got worse. I suddenly heard a car approaching and saw headlights entering my street. I turned and ran from my house as fast as possible. I got to the door and unlocked it just as the car reached my driveway. It pulled in and parked behind my car, and I made it inside my house. I locked the door behind me. I took out my phone and called the police. Meanwhile, after parking in my driveway, I saw a man get out and start to walk to my door. I ran back into the living room, which is away from the door. The man then knocked on my front door and tried to open it. After that, he stayed on the front step, just standing there. I really wondered if that guy was crazy. He called me again, but I didn't pick up. I let it go to voicemail, and he did not leave a message. The good part is that he did not attempt to break in, he just stood there right outside my front door the entire time. Finally, the police got there. They talked to the man and were able to get him to leave as well as give him a citation. I hoped that that would be enough. It was certainly one of the scariest situations in my life. That man was very sneaky. I really don't know how he got my phone number or knew where I lived. I think he waited for me around the corner of the police station or something, then kept a distance so I didn't notice him. It was dark out, so I couldn't see all the other cars very well. Either way, whatever he did, it blows my mind he was able to do it. The good news is that I haven't seen him since. This happened in the summer of 2013, back when I was an on-duty police officer. I've been in the police force for several years, and you'd often have to respond to calls you didn't want to. This ultimately led you to see and hear some disturbing things you couldn't even imagine. I've dealt with many different calls that range from abusive exes to full-on crime scenes. However, there was this one call I would never forget, and it was actually the call that made me quit. As I said, it was the summer, and I had just gotten done eating lunch when I received a call from an operator at the station. As the story went, an 11-year-old sister was home alone with her 3-year-old brother, who had reported him missing as she couldn't find him for hours. Now, normally, calls with missing children would almost always turn up upon arrival, but that wasn't the case in this situation. My field training officer and I had arrived at the house where the call was made and had begun searching the house. We went through rooms, checked under beds, in closets, and even outside with our canine. We basically tossed the house upside down but were unable to find the brother. I'd say after a good hour of searching, my field training officer and I decided it would be best to wait before gathering a search party. However, that was until I was walking around the backyard when I noticed something strange at the bottom of the pool. As I got closer, I immediately took off my belt and dove into the water to retrieve the kid we had been looking for. I began to perform CPR while telling the field training officer to call for an EMT, but after a few looks at him, it was already clear that he was deceased. The sister was a mess, which made me start to sob as well, knowing that I couldn't save him in time. For the whole day, we pretty much comforted the sister and her parents to help them get through this. As it turns out, the kid was trying to reach for a pool toy that happened to be in the water. This ultimately resulted in him reaching too far, causing him to fall over into the pool. The crazy part was that he had just started swimming lessons with his parents, which only added to the pain. The following week, I quit my job as a police officer on the spot as I simply couldn't get my mind off of that call. I knew if I were to stay, I'd likely get more calls like that down the road. It was only a matter of time. Calls with kids are the worst, especially if they don't have a happy ending. For God's sake, please don't leave your kids home alone, especially if you know they get easily distracted. I hope you use my story not only as a lesson but also as a message to understand what police officers go through. We all have this perception of police officers arresting the bad guys and protecting our communities. While all of that is partially true, there are also the calls that are never talked about. That call I responded to is definitely one of them. I got some Dunkin' Donuts this morning, and it brought the story back to my mind, so I figured I'd share it. During high school and college, I worked at Dunkin' Donuts for about 7 years and bounced around to a few different locations. I was used to working at the Dunkin' in my town where we would get the yeast rings delivered periodically and frost them ourselves as needed. I transferred to a new shop about a half hour from my house with all the same responsibilities, except for the donuts. They were delivered by corporate and arrived frosted almost perfectly. They looked like the plastic donuts that they show in commercials, always round and not squished together. They would dip them in frosting so it was evenly spread and neat. It was a busy Saturday morning, and it was close to Valentine's Day, so we had a fresh order of brownie batter donuts delivered that morning. We were slammed, which was normal for a weekend, so it wasn't out of the ordinary to see my manager, whom I'll call Bill, running around stressed out. When he first ran past me, I didn't think anything of it, and I continued making sandwiches at the sandwich station. He rushed by, carrying a pastry tray, and I watched him begin frantically throwing something in the trash, looking really worried. At first, I laughed and just said, "Bill, what the heck are you doing?" He strained out and looked anything but himself. I had never seen Bill look so lost, so I asked what was going on and if something was wrong. "Someone filled the brownie batter donuts with staples," he said. He told me he got a phone call from corporate and that one of the stores in our chain, which contained 10, had somehow discovered multiple staples in every donut in their order. At least 48 donuts for our store. Here's a revised version with natural breaks, and more or less for the other 9, depending on their sales. They told Bill we had to get rid of the most recent delivery because whoever put the batter in the filler dumped a ton of staples in it as well. Thankfully, we hadn't sold all the previous orders yet from that morning because it was still relatively early. But the more I thought about it, the more I felt like I was going to be sick. What if a young child had gotten one of them? I pictured some family sitting at home on a Saturday morning, going out to get some drinks and donuts for the kids, and imagined everything else that could have happened afterward. I'm assuming nothing happened because I thankfully never heard anything on the news. It makes me wonder if they covered it up, and I hope they were able to find out who did it. A few years ago, I was on the outs with a very dependent girlfriend. What started out as just casual dating turned into her practically living at my house, needing to constantly be in contact with me and always trying to spy on my social media accounts. She was extremely depressed and used my sympathy as a weapon to keep pulling me back whenever one of her crazy actions would push me away. It took my stupid younger self a long time to see the pattern. When I finally did and she realized that she was losing me, she ran over my dog, thinking that the grieving process would bring us back together. The worst part is, it kind of did. The pain of having to drive my dog to the vet and put him down was too much for me to handle on my own, and for once, she was there for me instead of the other way around. Until a few weeks later, when she drunkenly admitted what she had done. I have never been so mad about anything. I was brought up to never raise my hand to a woman, but my morals were serious. Why test it at that point? I couldn't get the trip to the vet to put the little guy down out of my head. How could this person that I loved have done something so psychopathic? I threw all of her things out and had to physically remove her from my house. I filed a restraining order, but before it went through, I had to threaten to press charges to keep her away. I haven't talked to her since. I feel bad for anyone that gets caught up in her psycho behavior. I thought she loved me, but that really led me to wonder if she was some kind of psycho or sociopath who had been playing me for a fool the whole time. Hi guys, Lazy Hair here, and thank you very much for listening. Special thanks to Eden and Lady White Rabbit for narrating the female perspective stories in this video. I thought that would make things a bit more engrossing, and given the subject matter, I thought it worked really well. So make sure to check out both of their channels by following the links down below or by clicking on air icons on the screen right now. Stay spooky, and remember, the best things happen in the dark. Osaka University boasted one of the most extensive library collections in the country, drawing scholars and students alike to its prestigious halls. Yet beneath its grandeur lay a dark secret that few dared to speak of. Rumors whispered of a hidden section of the library known as the Dark Night, where forbidden knowledge and ancient tomes were kept under lock and key. Curiosity led Karina, a freshman at Osaka, to seek out the elusive section despite warnings from her peers. Late one night, Karina ventured into the depths of the library, following a trail of flickering lights and echoing whispers. As she entered the dark night, she felt a chill run down her spine, the air thick with the scent of decay. Among the dusty shelves, Karina discovered a tome bound in black leather, its pages adorned with strange symbols and sigils. Ignoring the warnings etched into its cover, she began to read aloud from its pages, unaware of the dark forces she was about to unleash. Suddenly, the shadows around her began to stir, coalescing into sinister shapes that loomed over her like specters of the night. Terrified, Karina tried to flee but found herself trapped within the dark night, the walls closing in around her. Desperate for escape, Karina searched for a way out, stumbling upon a hidden chamber concealed behind a tapestry. Inside, she found a mirror adorned with ancient runes, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly glow. With no other options left, Karina reached out and touched the mirror, hoping it would transport her to safety. To her astonishment, the mirror rippled like water, and she found herself standing outside Osaka University, the shadowed stacks disappearing into thin air behind her. Shaken but alive, Karina vowed never to speak of her harrowing ordeal, knowing that some secrets were better left buried in the darkness. Submitted to me all the way back in 2015, this account was sent by a mother of 2 children, a 6-year-old boy and an 8-year-old girl. Almost every night, between the hours of 12 and 5 a.m., the boy would come to the parents' bedroom crying that he was scared because someone or something was in his room at the edge of his bed. The boy would claim that every night, the person or thing would come out from his closet and move to the same spot at the foot of his bed, standing there without moving. The first few times, the parents would check the boy's bedroom just to make him feel better. The closet door would always be open, and when questioned about why it was always open when it was supposed to be shut, he would insist it was because he was telling the truth about the thing in his closet. Every time the parents showed their son that the closet was empty, he would go back to sleep. Their 8-year-old daughter never had any similar issues. For a few nights, the parents allowed him to sleep in their room on the floor with a blanket. Eventually, though, after this had been going on for too long, the parents decided to humor him one more time and asked him to draw what the thing at the foot of his bed looked like. His drawing sent chills down his parents' spines. It depicted a grudge-like figure that seemed terrifying enough to give a grown man nightmares, let alone a 6-year-old boy. There also appeared to be something at the window, and when questioned about this, the boy said that he sometimes saw it at the window too when it wasn't at the foot of his bed. The parents' solution to this was to move their son's bed to the spare bedroom across the hall, which didn't have any big closets. The mother who submitted this couldn't help but feel a little creeped out herself by the drawing, especially every time he came crying to their room in the middle of the night. As a child growing up in a quiet suburban neighborhood, the local playground was a place of joy and laughter, a haven where my friends and I could escape the world's worries. But one summer day, that all changed. It started out like any other day, with sun shining brightly overhead and the sound of children's laughter filling the air, but as we played on the swings and climbed the jungle gym, a sense of unease began to settle over us. It was subtle at first, a feeling of being watched, of something lurking just beyond the edge of our vision. But as the afternoon wore on, the feeling grew stronger, until it felt as though we were being stalked by some unseen presence. As we ventured deeper into the playground, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, the air thick with a sense of foreboding. And then, as we reached the old abandoned slide at the far end of the playground, we saw it, a figure, dark and shadowy, lurking among the rusted metal. With a cry of terror, we turned and fled from the playground, our hearts pounding in our chests as we raced home. But even as we reached the safety of our house, we could still feel the eyes of the creature watching us from the darkness, its malevolent presence lingering in the air like a foul stench. In the days that followed, the playground became a place of dread, its once cheerful atmosphere replaced by an aura of fear and mistrust. And though we never spoke of what we had seen that day, the memory of the haunted playground would stay with us forever, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurks just beyond the borders of our reality. There's a nice quiet scenic creek not far from my house. I like to drive my kayak up to it every once in a while on the weekends in the summer. This one particular weekend was one of those weekends. The weather was perfect, sunny and 70s. I'd kayaked down this creek a bunch of times and never had I seen anyone else kayaking it. That's part of the reason I like it, because I'm a very reserved person and I like to do things myself, preferably with privacy. So, I set out on the kayak not far from where I'd parked my car, which is in a gravelly dirt parking area right off the road. There was one other car that pulled in a few minutes after I did, which was unusual. I'd never seen any other cars except my own here. 20 minutes into my kayaking, someone came out from the woods ahead of me, coming up on the left, and approached the edge of the water. He stopped and waved at me and smiled. He put his hands on his hips and greeted me. It seemed he had an expectation for me to stop and chat. I instantly knew I didn't like his smile, but my mother raised me to be polite to everybody, so I stopped paddling and smiled and greeted him back. There was an awkward pause where he was just nodding his head with his closed-lipped smile, and I had to break the silence by saying, "It's a beautiful day out." He nodded his head and said, "Yup," then asked where I'm from. I made something up and said, "From up north, just visiting." He clearly lacked the ability to hold any sort of conversation, and that's coming from me. I'm not the most social person myself. So, I wanted to just move along. I told him to have a great rest of his day and continued onward down the river. Never in a million years was I expecting what happened next to happen. I turned when I heard a snap of a stick or something from not far behind me. There, in the not-so-far distance, was the guy hiding behind a couple of trees, seemingly following me. I was disturbed and uncomfortable, like he was clearly trying to not be seen. I was scared to call him out in fear of how he might respond, so I pretended not to notice him and continued to kayak down. I would continue to side glance every so often to see if he was still following me, and he was. I had never wanted to see someone else in the water so much in my life. I took out my phone to try to call my dad or my brother for help, but of course, I had no cell reception out there. Still, instead of being followed and probably attacked, I decided to stop in my place, turn around, and threaten to call the police if he didn't stop following me. The man just stood in place behind another big tree, though he was clear as day there. I then decided to fake call the cops. I raised my phone in the air at the man and said, "I see you there, I'm calling them now." I then proceeded to fake a phone call, pretending like I'm talking to the police. The man started to walk away deeper into the woods. It seemed to have worked. I turned around immediately and started kayaking back up the way I came as fast as I possibly could. I would constantly look over my shoulders until I got back to where I launched the kayak. I made it safely. I checked my whole surroundings before stepping out of the water and carrying my kayak back to my car. The other car in the little parking area was still there, but I made a disturbing discovery that may have saved my life. Up until this point, everything that happened could have maybe been explained away. However, I noticed broken glass near the back of my car, and the back passenger's side window wasn't there anymore. It had been shattered. I didn't step 1 foot closer to my car. I stayed hidden in the woods and checked if I had bars now that I was closer to the road. I did, and I called 911 successfully. I reported the whole incident and the broken window, and I stated I was scared I was still being followed. Waiting for the police to arrive felt like the longest, most tense moment of my life. It dragged on far too long, but when they pulled into the dirt area, I finally came out from the woods and waved at them. I pointed to the car, and 2 police officers came out and approached the car, where they found him, the man from the woods, waiting in the back seat of my car, hiding and waiting for me to enter my car to grab me. It was beyond satisfying to see him arrested. He definitely wasn't smiling anymore. I looked at him as it almost seemed like he was avoiding looking at me as he was taken to the police car. I'm happy the man was so stupid that he thought I wouldn't notice shattered glass all over the side of my car. When my dad passed away, not only did he pass along his fishing boat, but he also passed along his love of fishing to me. The boat is a which has a decent-sized cabin allowing me to go overnight deep-sea fishing. I usually fish off the coast and would sail for an hour out to sea, then stop and spend the rest of the day fishing. That's exactly what I did one Friday, taking my cousin Tony. We planned to spend the night and fish most of Friday before sailing back. So, after sailing out to sea for about an hour, I picked the spot for us to stop and cast our lines. We brought a radio and tons of beers to make the time more pleasant. The sun started to set, and seeing the sun setting on the horizon with no visual intrusions was a beautiful sight, perhaps the last pleasant thing that would happen that night. By the time the sky was completely dark, we had already packed our stuff for the night and were inside the cabin playing cards and eating burgers. Mid-conversation, Tony stopped me and told me to listen. There was the sound of a boat motor in the distance. We left the cabin to look into the horizon, but with no moon, it was just too dark to see more than maybe 50 feet in front of us. But over the calm waves, we did hear a boat motor. Whoever was out there didn't have their lights on. The lights in my cabin were on, which was definitely enough for anyone to see us and avoid hitting us. We were expecting the sound of the other boat to sail away into the night. However, it seemed to circle us for a bit, then abruptly stopped. The motor just cut. There was nothing but the sound of the calm water splashing against the boat. Tony started acting a little paranoid. He thought we were being stalked. He wanted me to use the spotlight to look for where this boat could be. I didn't want to do that because that would be a bit obnoxious and obvious. To make him happy, though, I started to drive the boat for a few minutes away from the last direction we heard that engine stop. Maybe I did it because I was a little suspicious about it as well. After a solid 5 minutes of driving the boat in the opposite direction, I killed the motor and we went back inside the cabin to resume playing cards. It felt like only seconds after we sat down, we heard it again. This time I heard it first, and it sounded like the motor was being given much less gas. We went outside again, and at that instant, the sound stopped. This time, I agreed with Tony, turning on the spotlight was a necessity. The spotlight only rotated 180 degrees, so I turned the boat a little to the right so that I could point the light out in the direction we heard the boat. The beam of light shot far into the horizon. I felt my heart racing as I slowly turned the light to point more to the right, and finally, I stopped when the light started to land on a boat floating not too far away from us. I turned the light off at once. I told Tony to turn the cabin lights off as well. I put the boat in full throttle and steered away from the area. I steered the boat for about 5 to 10 minutes before thinking it was enough. We hung out outside for a while to ensure we weren't followed again. When it seemed safe to do so, we went to sleep. However, I woke to a thumping coming from above my head, above the cabin. I looked over at Tony sleeping on the couch. I whispered his name a few times to wake him up, and I pointed up at the ceiling. He looked up, then back at me with a look on his face telling me he heard the thumps. I opened the door to the deck and ran outside and saw two men, one on the bow of my boat, the other on a boat floating directly next to mine. Tony came running out behind me. Both of the men slowly put their hands up in front of their faces and claimed they meant no harm. The one on my boat said they were simply almost out of gas and needed help. He said he was going to knock on my cabin door to ask for assistance, but in my head, I was thinking, why was he on the bow of my boat? Done very low-key, I flicked Tony's thigh to indicate to him that I was getting ready to do something rash. The guy stepped down from the front of the boat to the lower deck, right in front of Tony and me. He was significantly taller and bigger than us. He looked at me for a few moments and reached out his hand, expecting a handshake. Without saying anything, I knew something was about to go down with these guys, and for all I knew, that could start with my shaking his hand. Instead of shaking his hand, I pushed the guy overboard into the water with all my strength and ran up the stairs to turn the boat on while I yelled at Tony to make sure they didn't get back on the boat. We were able to lose them in the night for good this time. I didn't stop, though I kept going the full 2 hours straight back to the shore. We made it back to my dock and slept on my boat that night. The next morning, we packed up and drove home. Strange things can happen at sea in the dark, but I never anticipated anything like that. I don't know what those guys were planning on doing to us on my boat, but considering they had been making a point of stalking us, I know it was nothing good. What's one place you can go to and find the weirdest, freakiest creatures in our society? I swear, I've never been to a single Walmart where I didn't see at least one eye-catchingly strange human being. Strange does not even cut it for what I'm about to tell you. It was the Thursday before Black Friday. My Walmart was open extra late. I was in there around 11 o'clock, looking for a new laptop, and by chance, I picked up off the shelf the last one that was being promoted for a really good Black Friday deal. As I grabbed it, though, some big, revolting, dirty-looking guy comes up to me and insists he needs a laptop very badly. I nervously said, "I'm sorry, it's the last one." Then he got angry at me and started making a bit of a scene. The man clearly wasn't normal, and my heart started racing simply because I don't get put on guard in these kinds of situations a lot. As others looked on at the commotion this big guy was making, I walked away with the laptop box quickly and went straight to a line. He kept yelling at me as I walked away. It was unbelievable. Some other customers on the line even tried to laugh with me and make me feel better, saying the guy was a nut. So, I get home, my family is all asleep already. I go outside to sit in the yard by the pool and set up my new laptop. Then, the light on the side of the house turned on, the one that turns on due to movement. I went to check the side of the house to make sure no one was there. Would that thing go off once in a while? Yeah, but there's a small patch of woods right next to the house, so animals would often run on the property, triggering it. Either way, I'm kind of a big deal, so I went inside, locked the door, and finished setting up my laptop in the living room. A car alarm suddenly started going off outside. I recognized it to be my Cadillac. I looked out the window to confirm this. I ran to get my keys upstairs, then tried pressing the panic button to turn off the alarm. It didn't work from the inside, so I stepped out to the porch and clicked it off. But then I noticed a car parked in front of our house that wasn't there earlier when I got home. Any cars parked in the street on our block was suspicious enough. We live in a closed-off community, and everyone has huge driveways. I stepped down from the stoop and realized there was someone sitting in that car. I went back inside and locked the door. I went to my mom's room and told her, "I think someone outside means us harm." My mom and dad have a complicated situation, so my dad doesn't always stay with us. It would have been a different story having my dad there to tell about this. My mom came downstairs with me, noticeably worried, based on what I told her. My mom took a look through the peephole in the front door, then gasped and put her hands over her mouth. I looked through it as well and felt ready to throw up when I saw a huge man standing on the other side of the door, on our stoop. I whispered to my mom, "I think that man followed me from Walmart." Suddenly, the doorknob started to turn as the man tried opening the door. When it didn't work, he started pounding on the door. That's when my mom let out a gasp and cry, and my younger sister came out from her room, who also started to panic when becoming wise to the situation. The pounding stopped, then there was a silence for a while, other than my mom's voice on the phone with the police. A few minutes went by, my mom still on the line with 911, with police en route, and there was a loud bang and crash downstairs in the den. A window was shattered. My mom and sister both screamed and cried. I told them to run upstairs while I locked the door to the den. I waited down there, expecting an attempt at the door or a bang, but nothing. Surprisingly, I heard a police car briefly wail its siren outside my house. It was the quickest response time I'd ever heard of. I ran outside to lead them to the den where the broken glass was. There, they found the huge, dirty, crazy-looking man hiding behind one of our couches. He was arrested at once, and we pressed charges. All the while, he was screaming profanities and threats at me, not helping his case. Both cops told me the guy seemed unstable and on some kind of drugs, but told us to get a good night's rest because he wouldn't be bothering us again. So, while it may be fun to people watch at Walmart and laugh at some of the goofy things you see, realize you may also find some of the more dangerous people in our society in your local Walmart. I signed up for Uber Eats back when it was really gaining traction in 2021. I'd just gotten laid off from my previous job, and it seemed nearly impossible to find any other job quickly, so this was a bit of a risk that I hoped would work out. A couple of months in, I was enjoying it enough, and it was paying me enough for me to keep with it. This happened just around a year after I started. I'd fallen into the habit of waking up late and staying up late, so I hadn't started working until around dinner time. By 11 p.m., I still hadn't made enough to be good for the night, so I continued on, taking pretty much any order that popped up. It was at 1 a.m. when an order came through that was interesting. It was a grocery order from a 24-hour 7-Eleven gas station. I still accepted it, but it was just odd to me that someone would need groceries from a gas station in the middle of the night. I drove up and parked at the mostly empty gas station and went into the convenience store. The only person inside was a kind old man working at the register. I picked up the bag from him and also got myself a cup of coffee for the road, then headed back to my car. I got in and situated myself before backing out and getting on the road for the final stretch of the drive. Only a moment after getting onto the main street, though, I noticed a car's headlights right behind me. Mind you, this was very late, and almost no cars were out, so I was sure I would have seen them before they were so close. After some thinking, I thought they must have been at the gas station, maybe parked on the side of the building and pulled out as soon as I did. I drove along this same road for a while, reaching the edge of town, when I suddenly felt something wrong with my car. It was way bumpier than usual, and a loud kind of scraping sound was coming from the right side. After a minute from noticing this, it became a lot worse, so bad that I had to pull off to the side before the car would break down in the road. I parked on the shoulder with woods on either side of me, but in the mirror, I saw the headlights of that same car slowing down and pulling in right behind me. Unsure what was going on, I decided to get out quickly and see what the problem was. I didn't know if the car behind me was going to try and help me out or if they had something else in mind, but I knew I couldn't go anywhere until I figured this out. I ran around to the other side of my car and quickly noticed the problem. My right tire was completely flattened, which was crazy. I hadn't run over anything, and usually, flat tires happen gradually, not so suddenly like this. I took a closer look, seeing a gash right on the side of the tire that didn't look natural at all. Then I heard a door open from the car behind me. A man stepped out and waved at me. "I'm okay, thank you," I called out, trying to get them to leave before even approaching, especially after realizing this was all really sketchy. But the man kept walking toward me. Once he got maybe 10 feet away, I could see him more clearly. He was older, with long gray and black hair and a bushy, untamed beard. He wore basic clothes, jeans and a hoodie, but they were covered in stains and grime. He came up next to my car and asked if he could help me out, showing a large smile. I said again that I was okay, but he only laughed, looking at my tire and back at me. A few seconds of awkward silence passed as the man held his smile before I lied and said I had a friend on his way to pick me up. Now, having rejected his help 3 times, the man's smile gradually fell into a straight face. He turned his body toward the car and very unnaturally looked around. This is when I got the immediate rush through my body to get away from this man, and I only had one option to do so. I bolted off the road into the tree line, hearing the man follow me into the pitch-black woods. It only lasted for a few seconds before I lost him. After that, I didn't go very far at all, still able to see the headlights on the road, and I could make out the man's figure moving around by the cars. A few minutes later, he got in his car and left. By now, I'd had enough time to pretty much figure out that this was all a setup from the Uber Eats order, having been followed from the gas station where he likely slashed my tire. However, I didn't think it would be so easy to catch him. His full name and everything on the app turned out to be real. I guess he didn't think that we would tie it all back to the Uber Eats order. That being said, the punishment wasn't very harsh because he didn't harm me. He only stole some things from my car, though I'm sure that if I had stayed there on the road, I might not even be here to share this story. For a very short period of my life, I want to say I was around 14 or 15. I lived in a fairly small house in Vermont. My family didn't live there long. It was located in the forest and far from almost everything, making any task that required leaving the house pretty inconvenient. However, there's one experience I had at that house in the time I lived there that I'll likely never forget. It happened in January. I only remember that because I can recall New Year's Day being just a few days earlier. My cousin Gwen and I were both still on school break at the time and had planned to spend the night at my place. This was something we would often do. We would typically stay up till 2 or 3 a.m. playing Xbox, watching movies, or something along those lines. This would all happen in the living room. This night, we had been watching a movie. I don't remember what movie it was, but that's not important. What I do remember is being maybe halfway through the movie when Gwen kept looking out the window just slightly to the right of where we were sitting. It got to the point where, like every minute, I could see his head move out of the corner of my eye. Now, I should mention that on that night there was a fairly bad snowstorm happening. At first, I just thought he'd been watching the snowfall until I realized just how long he had been staring out the window for. I asked him what he was looking at. He kept staring and responded, saying how he thought he saw something. This instantly filled me with anxiety. I think this was mostly due to where we lived. Wild animals weren't all that common, and like I mentioned earlier, we didn't really live near anything. So, someone on our property, especially at this hour and during a snowstorm, would be cause for concern. Nothing happened for a couple of minutes. I kept asking follow-up questions, but he just told me to be quiet, as if to be able to focus. That's when we saw it, the clear shadow of a person sprinting from one tree to the next. Both of us physically jumped in reaction. There was no sound, but the sheer sight alone was enough to startle us. Now, this was a good 200 feet out from the house, so we couldn't exactly tell if the person was coming closer or not. We both looked at each other and right back out the window, I guess as a way to confirm what we had just seen. A couple of minutes of this went by when it happened again, but this time much further to the left of where the first sighting had occurred. Slowly over time, the sightings became more frequent. It was clear by this point that there was more than just one person. Eventually, one of the figures got out from behind a tree, but this time instead of moving behind another one, it just stood there. After a couple of seconds, the figure started sprinting in our direction. This was enough to break us out of our sort of trance of disbelief, and we ran. I ran straight upstairs to wake up my dad, but by the time he got up and followed me downstairs, there was no one visible outside. Gwen and I both explained to him what we had seen. Typically, I don't think my dad would have believed us, but I guess he was able to see the genuine panic in our eyes. We all went around the house verifying all the doors and windows were locked. My dad then went outside armed with a weapon. He briefly walked around the house before returning inside, but he found nothing. That night, we convinced my dad to fall asleep in the living room with us. Come morning, the snowstorm had almost completely stopped. We went outside to better assess the situation in the daylight, and we found multiple sets of footprints in the snow next to the trees facing our living room's window. They were pretty filled in from the snowstorm, but still clearly visible and recognizable as footprints. There were even some around the house, like on top of the footprints my dad had made the night before. I even talked to my dad about it, and he said those had not been there when he went outside. Even more disturbing, our shed had been left completely open, with the only thing stolen being our knives we used for hunting. None of this, however, was enough to get my dad to call the cops. He always had this, we take care of our own, mentality, and I guess he just never saw calling 911 as an option. We moved out of that house 2 weeks later, not because of the incident, but rather because that just happened to be when we had planned to move. I was extremely grateful for this. At least as far as I know, nothing happened in those 2 weeks. This whole experience still freaks me out to this day. Seeing firsthand multiple people on your isolated property in the middle of the night and during a snowstorm is straight out of a nightmare, and I do my best not to think about it. It was a rainy Thanksgiving. We have a small family, so our family gatherings are tiny. It was my mom, my 2 sisters, our grandparents, and I for dinner at my mom's house. My older sister Nancy has been moved out for years. My younger sister Jamie and I still live at home with our mom. Our grandparents live 20 minutes away. Our dad's side of the family all live in a different town. We were all helping out with cooking and such, and our grandma was bringing over some food as well. We always do Thanksgiving dinner at 6 o'clock sharp. Our grandparents arrived at like 5 o'clock. We had to go out and help them walk through the rain up the front stoop to make sure they didn't slip. It was really bad out. Once they were here, we put the football game on in the living room, and I sat with my grandparents and watched football with my grandpa, who was a big Cowboys fan. My sisters were in the kitchen helping my mom with the food. The rainstorm created for a more comfortable and relaxing Thanksgiving evening. That is, at first. When it was time to set the table, I went to help. We were all at the table by 6 o'clock as per the usual. We had a giant selection of food for the small amount of people we were: turkey, leg of lamb, potatoes, stuffing, corn, cranberry sauce, cornbread, and more food I'm probably forgetting. We were all at the table eating, drinking wine, and talking before we migrated to the living room where we all watched the football game. Then, sometime before the game ended, the doorbell rang. It was still pouring outside, and we weren't expecting anyone else. Our mom said, "Oh no, what if that's your father?" Long story short, our parents don't speak, but the idea of our father coming to surprise us wasn't impossible. My mom told me to go check who it was, so I went to the door and yelled through it, "Who is it?" But the sound of the pouring rain on the front awning drowned out the sound of a male's voice on the other side. So I opened the door with the storm door still closed and locked. There was a black man on the other side of the door. He was in some really big rain jacket with the hood up. When I opened the door, he walked closer and yelled something through the door. I had to ask him to repeat it twice before I understood him to be asking for food, saying he's hungry. Then he said something along the lines of, "The Lord will give you good karma if you spare some food." I said, "1 second." I went to the living room and told my mom there's a possible homeless or just very hungry man asking for food at the front door. My mom said, "Close the door," while my grandma said, "Give him some food." I said I'll make a little paper plate of food for him from the leftovers. I went to the kitchen, grabbed a bunch of paper plates to account for the rain outside ruining them, and then sandwiched some of the leftovers together with them. Then I went to the front door where the guy was still standing. I held up the plate to show him, and he tried opening the door. I yelled, "Wait, it's locked," but I already was wary now after he tried opening the door. Regrettably, I still unlocked the door, and the second I started to push it open, he pulled it open with force and tried pushing his way through me. I instantly threw the food and held him back, yelling for my sisters to come help me. As Nancy came to help shut the door, I saw 2 more guys rushing up the front walkway to the door. I managed to push the man out enough to clear the door, and I helped my sister slam it shut. The second it was locked, I ran to the backyard door to make sure it was locked. I was the only able-bodied man in the house, and I felt like it was on me to protect the house. My family was in hysterics as we were brainstorming what to do. Not so shockingly, we settled for calling the police. My mom called while I kept going from window to window looking outside. It was hard to see out through the pouring rain, but through the backyard window, I saw a couple of men running through the grass to the back door. I'd imagine they tried opening the back door and failed, and then I saw them running through the grass again back to the gate. Then they were gone. When the police got here, the food that I dropped onto the front stoop was still just sitting there all scattered on the porch. Not that it wasn't obvious that those guys didn't come for the food, but it's something worth mentioning. Our Thanksgiving was almost turned into a complete nightmare if it weren't for my and my sister's quick reactions. I know my grandma had her heart in the right place wanting to help the seemingly needy, and I was influenced by her, but unfortunately, we live in a world where sometimes trying to do the right thing could bite you in the ass. We installed the doorbell camera soon after. So this happened a little over 2 years ago now. It was 2017, and I had just started a new job at a motel. It was low pay, but I needed an office job. One of my friends, John, got me this job. For a few days, I did training with the owner in the mornings. For 2 nights, John trained me. Our job was the 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift, nothing exciting, just checking guests in and doing paperwork. My boss, or the owner, went away with his wife on vacation for a week, which contributed to the swift training I had to endure. So it was my first night alone on the night shift. There was a monitor with security cameras around the motel's property and large glass windows all around the office building with a glass door. There was no night window like most motels have. It was fairly early in the night, at about 1 a.m. I was just doing my normal check-in paperwork when a man walked in and asked if we had any rooms available. Usually, if someone sketchy came in, my boss had me lie and say no. But he seemed normal at the moment, so without hesitation, I said yes. I began creating the reservation on the computer when I noticed he started swatting the air and making spitting noises as if he was being surrounded by flies. I tried to ignore it. As far as I was concerned, it wasn't my business, so I tried to check him into the room as quickly as possible. I gave him his key, and he was on his way. At this point in time, I could be described as very timid. I had a lot going on in my personal life, so I hope you can all understand my reaction to what happens next. The man came back from his room and slammed his hand on the glass door, causing me to jump, absolutely frightened. I looked up to see him just staring at me. He cracked the door and put his head through and said, "I can't get into my room. Why won't you let me into my room?" And my only defense is trying to be helpful, so I replied, "Maybe there's something wrong with your key. Let me give you another one." The look he had in his eyes was inexplicable. I felt like I was in absolute danger. I handed him his new key, and he went back to his room. I tried texting John because he's the one who trained me, though it was the middle of the night and he was asleep. I needed some guidance. With no reply from John, I noticed the man trudging down the stairs to come back. I went into absolute panic mode. I ran into the back office, locked the door, and pulled out my pocket knife. It's important to keep protection when working at night. I heard the man in the office yelling, "Hello? Hello? Why won't you let me into my room? Do you not like me?" Being an absolute idiot and not standing my ground or just calling the police when I was feeling scared, I decided to take the situation on alone. I replied, "I'm just on the phone. I'll be right out." I then started calling John over and over for help. No answer. I decided to take a few breaths and then step out of the office. The man was not there. He was in the bathroom. I started hearing him talking to himself angrily, saying, "Kill her, kill her." My heart sank. Still being an idiot and not calling the police, he came out, and I said, "Your key was broken. I'm sorry. Let me escort you to your room." He agreed. Thankfully, I was wearing a long-sleeved sweater, so with my arms down, I was able to hide my knife in my hand while holding it. I began to walk outside, and he seemed insistent on walking behind me. We began making our way to the staircase and up towards his room. I was sweating from how nervous I was, continuously looking behind me to make sure he wasn't going to make a move. He stopped at a room, and I stopped at his room a few doors down. I smiled and said, "Oh, that's the wrong room. This is your room," as it was clearly said on the door. This whole time, he was going to someone else's room and trying to open the door. After letting him into his room, I quickly ran back to the office and locked the door. I found out there was a lone woman staying in the other room he was trying to get into. The next guest I checked in was a police officer from a few towns over. I felt bad for confiding in him about the guy, but he seemed willing to keep an eye and ear out. The next night, the man came back, but I had the doors locked and told him we were all booked up. I explained to my boss what happened when he got back from vacation. However, he didn't take it very seriously. I continued to work there on the night shift for the next year, where many other strange encounters happened, but this was one of the worst. In the year 2015, I frequently used the app Uber because I wasn't able to drive for 12 months due to some DUI charges. Just a stupid mistake overall. There's this nightclub bar in my town that I would sometimes go to on the weekends with my friends. Sometimes I would get a ride home with a designated driver if we had one, and sometimes we would catch an Uber. This night, I wasn't feeling too great, so I left a little early. It was somewhere between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the morning. It was way too cold to walk home, so I called for an Uber. A guy nearby named Jack popped up. I got to be honest, he was a little creepy looking. He was older, didn't really smile in his picture, and he had a grayish goatee with a black beanie cap on. He was only 2 miles away, so I didn't really care. It said he had a Chevy Malibu, which sounded nice, so I requested he come pick me up. I waited on the bench outside the club next to the bouncer, who stood still like a statue, hands folded together. About 5 minutes later, a silver 2003 or something Chevy Malibu pulled up in front of the club. I stood up, a bit disappointed it was such an old, ratty-looking car. The guy didn't call me over or honk or anything, he just waited by the curb. So I got up and entered the back seat of the car. Right away, things got uncomfortable. He didn't say hello, he didn't shake my hand, he didn't even turn his head to look at me. All he said, in a very quiet voice, was, "Where are you headed?" To which I replied with my address. We began moving down Main Street, but in the wrong direction of my house. I told him this, and he turned left at the next intersection. Now we were moving away from the main roads and down the quieter residential areas. He didn't put my address into his phone, so I felt really strange. I didn't know if he was expecting me to direct him or not. I ended up putting my address into my own phone so he could listen. When the GPS said, "Turn left down the next street," he completely missed it. I made a confused hand gesture. He noticed it and said, "I just got to make a quick stop. Don't worry, I'll give you a discount." Even though I was drunk, I still knew something bad was going on. That's when I noticed the handgun sticking out from his middle glove box next to him. By now, I was trying to figure out how to get out of this car. At the next red light, I tried the door handle very quietly, but it wouldn't open. I saw that the child lock was on, and from this point forward, my heart was racing. The man was driving farther out of the direction of my house. We must have been 2 towns over by now. I was getting desperate. I couldn't call the cops because I didn't know what this guy might do. I figured my best option would be attempting to flick the child lock switch next to him by the front seats. I had to somehow slide over to the opposite side of the back seat behind him without him noticing. This was one of the most tense moments of my life. I lost my sight on his head through the rearview mirror, making sure he wasn't looking. I very casually slid behind him. Thankfully, he didn't notice. Now came the scariest part. I had to reach for the button up front at the next red light before he could do anything. Each light we passed, I felt more and more tension build up as I was waiting for one of them to turn yellow. Eventually, one finally did. He slowed the car at an intersection that would usually be busy during daylight hours. It was a perfect escape point. The car came to a stop. I knew this light wasn't very long, so I had to be quick. A car was stopped at the opposite side of the intersection, which made me feel a little better. With all my courage, I reached my hand up to the lit-up child lock button. I must have startled him because he jumped 2 inches out from the seat. He screamed at me, and as I feared he would, he went for the gun right next to him. I was able to open the door and flee to the nearby Cadillac Escalade, where I banged on their windows asking for help. They drove off completely avoiding me, but it didn't matter because the man in his Chevy Malibu was already gone down the block. I ran into a nearby grocery store that was open 24 hours, where I called a taxi this time. This was a very sobering experience because I don't remember being drunk at all in that store or during the taxi ride home. I reported the driver to Uber, who said they would escalate the situation to the authorities. It wasn't until a whole week later that an officer finally showed up at my front door for some questioning. That was the end of that. I have no idea what became of that guy, but I've never used an Uber since. A few years ago, I used to play video games and stream them online. I was not really popular or anything, I just did it for fun. I would stream on Twitch for my friends, and usually anywhere from 1 to 3 or 4 of them would watch. Sometimes they would play with me in the games as well. Every now and then a few other random people would watch the stream too, but I never got more than like 10 viewers at once. I wasn't trying to become famous or anything. One night, I was streaming Fortnite. It was almost a nightly thing for me to do at the time. I was playing with my friend Luck, who was also watching the stream. I remember that at one point, I saw there was another viewer, and soon the new viewer started talking in the chat and leaving comments. I did not recognize the username to be any of my friends, and I realized it was a new person. I said hi to them and welcomed them to the stream. The person responded, saying hi, but a short time later, their comments turned bad. It started with basic insults, calling me names and cursing at me. I assumed it to be some teenage kid just messing around on a Twitch account. I remember asking on the stream why he was so angry. My friend was thinking that it was really funny, though. The comments then got threatening. The user said something like they were going to find me and they knew where I lived or something along those lines. Obviously, I didn't take the threat very seriously. I really had no idea why they would act this way because my stream was always pretty fun and lighthearted. The first comment the person made that really raised my eyebrows, though, was when they mentioned my real name. They said they knew my name, and when I asked what it was, the user commented it. This shocked me because my name was not my username or anything, and this person knew my last name as well. It was then that I figured it had to be one of my friends messing with me, and that's what Luck thought as well. I remember Luck asking who it was, going through a list of friends that he thought it could be. The person denied it all. After going back and forth for a bit, the person eventually left, and I ended the stream a short time later. But the very next night, the person was back. I went back on what I usually did and was playing Fortnite again. Luck also joined, and it was just the two of us like the night prior. Well, maybe 30 minutes into the stream, the mystery person returned. They started commenting again, picking up right where they left off, but this time they said they were going to my house. I was kind of like, okay, buddy, let's see it, and still not taking it seriously. They went quiet in the chat for a while, but then out of nowhere, the person commented that they were at my house. Then I heard this loud knocking coming from the front door. I lived in a house that I rented with a roommate during this time. My roommate was gone at work, and I was at home by myself. After I heard the knocking, I told Luck about it, who seemed shocked. This definitely had to be a friend, I said. I was getting up and went over to go look. After leaving my bedroom and starting to enter the living room, I could see somebody through the front window. There was a man standing on the front step who was wearing all black and a ski mask. He did not resemble any of my friends, but I guess it could have been one of them. I just had a bad feeling about it, though, like this was somebody else. I went back into my bedroom and asked the guy through my stream what he wanted. He did not respond to this, but loudly knocked again on the front door. I was not going to answer it. The mysterious man then made a comment that he hated my car. I don't know why he said this, but then he left the stream. I really had no idea as to what was going on. Me and Luck talked about who it could be, and I told him that I thought it was someone totally random. Luck was telling me that I should go out and confront the guy. Eventually, I left my bedroom to go check, but the guy was gone now. I looked out of every window and didn't see him. Well, the next day, I was leaving for work. When I got to my car in the driveway, there was a big dent in the driver's door, like somebody had hit it with something. I remembered the comment the guy made about hating my car, which is a Pontiac Aztec. Now I knew none of my friends would go so far as to damage my vehicle. After that, I decided to stop streaming for a while. I told all my friends about it, and like I expected, none of them knew who it could be. It remains a mystery to me to this day. I don't live in that house anymore. I did stream on Twitch again a while after it happened, but the guy never joined another stream or at least never said anything. This is one of the craziest things that's ever happened to me. This is something that happened back in the year 2004. I'm a female and was 24 years old at the time. I had just recently joined a bowling league because I have always enjoyed bowling. I was okay, but after the first time bowling with the team, I realized that I needed more practice. So, there was this kind of small bowling alley pretty close to where I lived. I remember that one night I asked a few friends if they wanted to go with me, but they were not able to. Instead of not going, I decided to bowl by myself to get the practice. That night, I went to the alley. It was not that busy, and like I said, the place was kind of small and also old. I got the lane on the very far right end of the alley, which was nice because it felt more private. I set my stuff on one of the several chairs they had right in front of the lanes. Nobody was bowling at any of probably the next 5 lanes to my left. So, I bowled a few games and was getting some good practice in. I'd been there for almost an hour when I turned around after bowling one time and suddenly realized that there was a man sitting at my lane. He was in one of the seats, not far away from my stuff at all. The man was sort of large, bald, and had a goatee, and from just his chin, the hair was really long. He also had several tattoos. I did not know where he had come from. He appeared to just be watching me bowl. I thought that maybe he would say something to me, but he did not. He just kept sitting there. So, I just kept bowling. It was awkward, to say the least, but I only had several more frames before I was done, and then I would be leaving. The man just kept sitting there the entire time. I thought about saying something to him, like asking him what he was doing, but I didn't. So, before long, I was done bowling. I went and sat in a seat just 2 away from him and changed out of my bowling shoes. Then I got my stuff. In that entire time, the man still did not say anything. After that, I went up to return the bowling shoes. The man did not get up when I did. After I had returned the shoes, I looked back to the lane that I bowled at, and the man was now gone. I figured that he left, and then I headed for the exit. There was a parking lot on the side of the building, which is where I had parked. I walked over to the side door, and there were 2 sets of doors. When I went through the first one, I noticed the man was standing in the small area between the next set of doors. I got a bad feeling when I saw him. I walked past and then out the doors and into the parking lot. Moments later, I heard the door open again. I knew that the man was now leaving, and I wondered if he was following me. There were several cars scattered around the parking lot. It was not well lit and pretty dark outside. The town was pretty quiet as well, but there were some other places nearby. So, as I was walking to my car, I heard footsteps behind me, and they sounded somewhat fast. I was going to my vehicle, but I just had a bad feeling about it. Just going with my instincts, I changed directions and did not go to my car anymore. I walked more towards the front of the parking lot where there was a sidewalk. When I turned, I heard the guy turning behind me. I walked to the sidewalk and then started going down it. I didn't know where I was going at first, but I saw that this bar was open just down the street. So, I started heading in that direction. The man behind me followed the entire way. However, luckily, he did not catch up to me but maintained a distance. It was very obvious that he was following me, though. So, I kept going down the sidewalk and was able to make it to the bar. I had only been there once before, so I didn't know it that well, and I didn't know anybody inside. But I went inside, and there were a good number of other people around, so I felt safer. The man went inside as well, though. I stood around near the bar, and the man stood at the other end of it. I then walked towards the bathrooms. I was going to go into the women's restroom and call one of my friends. Luckily, I did have my cell phone with me. However, when I reached the hallway where the restrooms were, I noticed that they had a back exit. So, I decided to just leave through there. The man would not notice because he couldn't see from where he was and probably assumed that I just went to use the restroom. I left and then literally ran all the way back to my car. Luckily, I was able to make it. I then drove home and made it back okay. I still feel to this day that I avoided possibly a terrible situation. I don't know who that guy was, but I know for a fact that he was following me. I went to that same bowling alley several more times and never saw him there again. I work in the pro department of a home improvement company. I worked the closing shift with another cashier, who I'll call Aria. Aria's a really kind but quite timid cashier. She's also very pretty, so she has a lot of contractors hit on her. It's usually not that worrisome, though a few compliments, maybe a dinner invite, which she'd politely decline. I would probably ask her out as well if it wasn't for one detail: Aria does have a girlfriend. So being hit on by guys on a daily basis makes her rather uncomfortable. When we first met, I told her she ought to tell those guys about being gay, but she kept saying it wasn't any of their business, so she kept that part to herself. Aria has become my best friend, and having another cashier there with you keeps things from getting lonely. We even cover for each other's lunch breaks. One day, when I came back from lunch, Aria started telling me about this rather creepy guy who was flirting with her. She said she politely turned him down, saying she was with someone already, and while he didn't seem happy, he did leave. I shrugged it off as nothing more than the usual horny guy and laughed it off. But later that day, the man came back. Aria wasn't there, as she had left to help a customer find some lumber, so it was just me. He looked rather normal, probably handsome to most women, but he acted off. After looking around the area, I asked him if I could help him with anything. "I'm here to see Aria," he told me. I asked him how he knew her, and he said he had come in earlier and asked her out, to which she said yes, so he had come back in to pick her up. I told him she had left for the day, a usual lie everyone tells to cover for their friends. His smile went away as he started looking annoyed. He said he wanted to speak to Aria and ask her out again, which contradicted what he had just told me about accepting his previous invite. I told him he could not do that, which caused him to cross his arms and asked me why not. I'm not the best liar when it comes to making up excuses on the spot. However, I didn't want to tell him Aria was gay if she didn't want him to know it. So I just blurted out that Aria was my fiancée. His annoyed look went to confusion as he asked me how someone as pretty as she is could go out with someone like me. I'm not a Chris Evans or anything, but I don't think I'm that bad looking. I told him it didn't matter and that she and I were getting married in a couple of months, so he needed to back off. He gave me a death look but didn't say anything. After an awkward silence, he left. After Arya had gotten back, I told her what went down. She asked me to describe him, and after I told her what he looked like, she said that was the same guy who came in before. She was a bit creeped out by what went down but found the fiancé excuse rather funny. She even stated she'd rather be engaged to me than go out with him, which I'm guessing was a compliment. A couple of weeks went by, and we had all but forgotten about the man. At this point, one night after it had gotten dark, Arya and I were getting the trash together so we could close down the registers and go home. Just then, we heard a bang at the door, causing both of us to nearly jump out of our skins. It was the guy again. He had a wild look in his eyes as he kept his face pressed against the glass. "We're closed," I told him, but he insisted he needed to come in. Arya yelled again to tell him she's not interested and for him to go away and leave her alone. But he yelled that he's not here for her, he's here for me. He then says that if he can take out her husband, then she'd be all his. Based on that, he wanted to kill me. I told Arya to run to the manager's office and call the police, and I'd stay here and watch him. I won't lie though, I was pretty afraid to be in that tiny little area. If the guy was able to get in, he wasn't the biggest guy, but he could have had a weapon on him. Plus, the store doesn't allow us to have self-defense items on us, so I was on my own here. The guy then started ramming the sliding doors like he was crazy. The doors were rattling, I could have sworn they were going to come off their base. Just then, Arya came running back around the corner with a 2x4 in her hand, yelling that the cops were on their way. Finally, the man decided to leave. The closing manager met the officers when they came, and he took them to review the cameras. Thankfully, the man was caught and arrested, but Arya and I felt unsafe working there any longer. We're still friends and even attend the same college together, but we have separate jobs now while we pay our way through classes. I'm glad she was there to help me with the rogue man, as I hate to imagine what he might have done to me or worse, what he might have done to her. She says she's glad I was there for her as well, as having a guy around tends to make men like him less confident in what they might try. It was a wake-up call for me as to how dangerous it can be for some girls when an interested guy just doesn't want to take no for an answer. The story may be too fantastic to believe, but I promise it happened. It was the last months of 1999 in my first marriage. It just ended when we began discussions. I agreed to let my ex continue to live in our house with the kids. As a result, I was thrust onto the market for a new home. For the time being, I was crashing in an extended stay hotel, living on fast food. Finally, as that spring approached, I found a place I loved. The only disappointing part of the deal was that it had been uninhabited for going on 7 years. The woman that had lived there before had died, and her heirs had let it sit empty. It was eventually agreed upon to put it on the market, and that's when I came upon it. Despite the probable long list of repairs, the price was too good to pass up. The morning of March 3rd, I picked up the keys and signed the papers. The house was officially mine, and I got to work immediately to make it livable. I replaced a broken window and a few other things before I moved in 2 weeks later. I hadn't been there 2 days before I received a visit from a pair of detectives. They sat me down and told me the craziest thing I'd ever heard in my life. According to them, the nice little old lady who had lived there, Sarah, had an abusive husband named Walter. She claimed Walter left for the store one morning and never returned, and because of his history of abuse, she didn't report his disappearance. The couple's only child, Lisa, didn't either. Her mother had told her Walter had been having an affair with a woman from his job and had likely run away to be with her. Lisa took her mother's story at face value, and the woman bid Walter good riddance and moved on with their lives. Within the year, Sarah, now a free woman, began a relationship with her neighbor John. She was granted a divorce, and the couple was married not long after. The pair lived out their lives in the house. Not everyone was so eager to believe Sarah's story, and the police were asked by Walter's sister to investigate his disappearance. Year after year, the trail always led back to Sarah, but the detectives on the case never had enough proof to arrest her. Then, about 15 years after he went missing, a new pair of detectives were put on the trail. They went back to Walter's sister, now a very old woman, and asked if she had any idea how Sarah could have disposed of her brother's body. For the first time since the case began, she recalled an incident that took place not long after Walter's disappearance. She was visiting Sarah, hoping to get information as to where her brother had moved to, and she happened to notice a large patch of the backyard where the ground had been tilled up and roses had been planted. The structure was odd because it was still in the middle of winter and at least 4 months before planting season began. The bushes would surely die in the brutal Michigan winter. She asked Sarah about this, and she simply said she wanted to get ahead of things. The sister had no reason to disbelieve her at the time and accepted the story. For the first time in a long time, the police had a direction to follow. However, they were frustrated by the judge's denial of a search warrant, and the case soon ran out of steam, as it had so many times before. Life would proceed, and over the years, the case would be forgotten. That was until a new police chief was hired, and he launched an initiative to clear the city's open cases. My visitors were assigned the case. After a little research, they discovered Sarah and her new husband had died, and the house had a new owner. The reason for their visit was to ask if I would allow them to dig up the yard to look for Walter's remains. I was naturally shocked by all I'd heard and needed time to think about it. After taking a few days to consider the request, I gave them the okay. The following morning, 20 or so cops, accompanied by a backhoe, began their search. I want to say I was surprised by what they found, but after hearing their story, Walter's skeleton being discovered was almost expected. At the end of the day, everything seemed to work out for the best. The cops managed to close a 50-year-old mystery, and Walter got to be put away alongside his loved ones. The only downside was Walter's sister didn't live to see it. She deserved to be there for the funeral after all the time she had put in the search for him. The situation had made me do a lot of thinking since it was brought to my attention. From all reports, old Walter was not good to his wife or respected their marriage. Maybe Sarah had a good reason to put an end to his nonsense. The problem I have with what she did is that, by killing Walter and hiding his body away in the garden, his innocent sister, who had hurt no one, was left with a terrible notion that she and the rest of his family had been abandoned by him for a young piece of tail. Then, as time carried on, and she had come to terms with the strong possibility her brother was dead, she had nowhere to go to mourn him. And that, to me, my friends, just doesn't feel right. It was a cold, rainy Friday night. I had just come home from a long day at work, feeling exhausted and looking forward to a quiet evening alone. The house was dark and silent when I stepped inside, the only sound being the rain tapping against the windows. I dropped my keys on the table and kicked off my shoes, grateful to be home. As I walked into the living room, I noticed something strange. A faint smell, like something rotting, lingered in the air. I wrinkled my nose and made a mental note to check the fridge for any spoiled food later. For now, I just wanted to relax. I grabbed a blanket and settled onto the couch, turning on the TV for some background noise. After a few minutes, I felt a chill run down my spine. It was more than just the cold air, it was a feeling of being watched. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just my imagination, but the feeling persisted. I glanced around the room, seeing nothing out of the ordinary. I decided to ignore it and focused on the TV, but the sense of unease stayed with me. As the night went on, I heard odd noises coming from upstairs. At first, it was just a creak here and there, but soon it became more pronounced, like footsteps. My heart started to race, and I paused the TV, straining to listen. There it was again, a definite thud followed by a shuffling sound. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it a burglar or an animal? I knew I had to find out. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer and slowly made my way up the stairs, my heart pounding in my chest. The sounds grew louder as I approached the top of the stairs. I hesitated for a moment, then forced myself to keep going. As I reached the hallway, I saw that the door to the guest bedroom was slightly ajar. A dim light was coming from inside. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open with my foot, shining the flashlight into the room. What I saw made my blood run cold. There, crouched in the corner, was a man. His clothes were dirty and torn, his hair matted and unkempt. He looked up at me with wide, frightened eyes, and I could see that he was shaking. "Who are you?" I managed to stammer, my voice trembling. The man didn't answer. He just stared at me, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and desperation. I didn't know what to do. Should I call the police or confront him? My mind was a whirlwind of confusion and fear. I decided to stay calm and try to talk to him. "Why are you here?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. The man finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I had nowhere else to go." His words tugged at my heart. He looked so pitiful, so broken. Despite my fear, I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. "What's your name?" I asked gently. "Silas," he replied, his voice trembling. "I've been living on the streets for months. I found your house, and it was empty. I thought maybe I could stay for a while, just until I found somewhere else." My mind was racing. This man had been living in my house without me knowing. How long had he been here? How had he managed to stay hidden? I took a step closer, trying to understand his situation. "Why didn't you go to a shelter?" I asked. Silas shook his head. "The shelters are full. They turn people away." I was desperate. I stood there, torn between fear and compassion. This man had invaded my home, but he was clearly in need. I didn't know what to do. Should I help him or call the police? My thoughts were interrupted by another noise, a soft sob. Silas had started to cry. Seeing him like that, so vulnerable, I made a decision. "Okay, Silas," I said softly. "You can stay for the night, but tomorrow we'll figure something out. I can't have you living here without me knowing." Silas looked up at me, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you," he whispered. "Thank you so much." I nodded and backed out of the room, closing the door behind me. My heart was still pounding, but I felt a strange sense of calm. I had done the right thing, I told myself. I would help Silas find a better place to stay. As I headed back downstairs, I couldn't shake the feeling that my life had just taken a very unexpected turn. The rest of the night passed in a blur. I couldn't sleep, my mind racing with thoughts of Silas and what I should do next. Morning came all too soon, and with it, the reality of the situation I had found myself in. But as I got up to face the day, I felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, I could make a difference in Silas's life. And maybe, in doing so, I would find a new purpose in my own. My family and I used to go camping all the time, sometimes more than 3 or 4 times a year, even. We were camping in White Mountain National Forest, and it was our first time doing a more primitive type of camp. Usually, we went to traditional campsites like Yogi Bear Jellystone or even KOA, but this time we were in for something different. I wasn't that excited for it because I didn't think it would be as fun. I think I was 14 when this happened, around that age at least. I was still in an angsty teenage phase, if you will. I was still a good kid, just a little emotional and rough around the edges. When we got there, while my parents were setting up, my little brother and I wanted to do some exploring. We walked around for a while, but we didn't go too far as we didn't know the area and we didn't want to get lost or stray too far from camp. We talked about anything you would imagine 2 unsupervised children would talk about. I started messing with my little brother, Blair, saying things like we were lost and to watch out for the bears and the monsters. Pretty crappy, I know, but I thought it was funny. We messed with each other like that all the time, but I could tell he was actually starting to get scared, so I let him know I was only joking. I was hoping to find a cool bank offshore, like a place we could swim or fish. I found the perfect spot. He ran over to it to investigate it, and I fell in love with the scenery. It truly was beautiful. Our little kid brains loved every second of the outdoors. I knew we had been gone a while, though, and I was in charge of my brother, and I didn't want us to get in trouble. Mom wanted us back before dark anyway, and we were starting to lose daylight. So, we walked back to camp, had dinner, and did our nightly ritual with the family, like playing board games. We had a campfire and all that fun stuff until eventually, it was time for bed. Blair and I were staying in our own tent, while our mom and dad had their own as well. We got our sleeping bags, a lantern, and not much of anything else, maybe some snacks that we snuck into our tent and a DVD player to watch a movie. I fell asleep, but I remember waking up for seemingly no reason in a groggy state of mind. I turned over towards Blair and noticed he was gone. I instantly shot up. I walked out of the tent and saw him walking towards the trail that we came from earlier. "Blair, what are you doing?" I asked. "Get back to sleep before Dad finds out what you're doing." That was when I heard a noise coming from my parents' tent. I worried that I woke them up by basically yelling. I don't know how Blair got out of the tent without me noticing in the first place, but he kept walking until eventually, he was out of my sight. I ended up finding him off the trail a ways, thanks to my lantern, and he was sitting by the lake. I grabbed him by the arm and yanked him towards camp when all of a sudden, we saw a shadow. It was a man, and there was something really wrong with him. Like, seriously. He wasn't only just being a creep by staring at us, but he was clearly deranged. He was standing in the moonlight, and I could see him semi-clearly. He had long, dark hair that looked greasy and a creepy mustache. He also had some sort of tool in his hand that looked like a hammer. The way he was just standing there, all crusty looking and staring intensely, showed me enough. He was just sitting there, mouth breathing, and he was extremely pale. He looked like he hadn't showered in weeks. I didn't stay for another second or even bother to say a word to him. I mean, come on, I was pretty sure he was a murderer. Now the chase was on. Blair wasn't as fast as me and he could barely keep up. Keep in mind, he was only 9 or 10, so his little legs could only go so fast. I grabbed his arm and practically dragged him to make him go faster. The other problem that we had was we had to get past this man to get back to camp, so we legit had to make a detour and run in a circle around him. I don't know what we would have done if it wasn't dark or if we weren't already close to home. We were pretty sure that we lost him and eventually met up with Mom and Dad. They found us out a ways from camp. I guess we were heading in the wrong direction. We kind of got lost in the panic, I guess. You'll never guess what happened after that. When we arrived back at camp, my dad's truck was gone, the only vehicle that we had out there. That man baited us off camp and he stole the truck, broke into our tents, and stole my dad's wallet and phone. Luckily, we had a walkie-talkie to call for help. The police found my dad's truck and actually arrested the man a few days later. What if we would have been out further into the woods that night? That man would have been out further into the woods that night. That man would have caught us, no doubt about it. He chased us through the woods and tried to murder us or kidnap us, one of the two. When my dad got the truck back, unfortunately, it was totaled in a drunk driving incident by the man that stole it. Man, that trip was a nightmare. One bizarre thing that happened when I was a kid was a sleepover experience that I had. It was back when I was probably about 8 or 9 years old. I just know that I lived with my parents and older brother in the suburbs. A new family moved into the house across the street and one house to the right. They had a kid who was my age, and I remember meeting him when they first arrived. His name was Jackie. There were a few kids in the neighborhood that I would hang out with here and there. Over the first week or two that Jackie lived there, I sort of hung out with him like twice. My impression of him was that he was pretty weird. He was kind of rude and didn't seem to like the same things that the other neighborhood kids and I did. There were a few games that we would always play, and I remember that when we invited him, he said that they were dumb. I don't really remember much else, but I just know that I didn't have the best impression of him. Then one day, my mom told me that Jackie was going to have a sleepover with me. I remember thinking, when did I agree to this? I told my mom that I thought he was kind of weird, but she said that he probably was just shy and insecure about moving to a new town. Apparently, Jackie's mom asked my mom if he could stay over because she wanted him to make new friends. I'm not sure if he had a hard time making friends or anything, but I reluctantly agreed. So Jackie walked over with his mom, and our moms talked for a little while. Jackie's mom seemed pretty nice, but Jackie really didn't. We went upstairs to my bedroom, and I figured that we could just play video games. I talked to Jackie for a while. I don't really remember much of the conversation, though. Then we started gaming, and I was feeling a little bit better about him. He was decent at whatever games we played, and we didn't really have to talk much. We could just go on from one game to the next, and it's always nice to have somebody to game with. This was before online gaming was super popular, so multiplayer often meant having to actually have another person there in the room. At whatever time I usually went to bed, we stopped gaming, and Jackie had a sleeping bag that he brought with him. Then I got into my bed, and the lights went out. The next thing I remember was waking up when it was still dark out. I was like half awake and didn't know what was going on. After opening my eyes, though, I noticed Jackie standing in my bedroom. He was holding one of the little Nerf footballs that I had. He then walked over to my bedroom window and opened it up. Now I was just laying there, still squinting my eyes from having just woken up. I didn't say anything or even move. After opening my bedroom window, Jackie tossed the ball out of it. Then he walked over and grabbed another ball and tossed that out of the window as well. I really don't know why I just watched him, but my guess is that I was just so confused, that and the fact that I had literally just woken up from a deep sleep. Then Jackie walked over and picked up my PlayStation, unhooking the controllers and other wires. I realized he was probably going to toss that out of the window as well. When he was walking over to the window, I finally spoke up. I asked him what on earth he was doing. He then looked over at me, surprised as if he didn't expect me to wake up. Then he dropped my PlayStation on the ground right there, turned, and then he ran out of my bedroom. I was shocked. I got up and walked out of the room and then heard our front door to the house opening. He had left the house entirely. I walked down and then I left the house to see where Jackie had gone. When I got out into the front yard, I saw Jackie sprinting into his yard and then entering his house. I was really weirded out by this. I went and got my nerve balls that he dropped out the window, then I went back inside and went back to bed. The next morning, I told my parents about it, who seemed to be just as confused as I was. We thought that maybe he was sleepwalking or something, but his parents never said anything about it before or after. For about 2 weeks, I didn't see Jackie at all. I don't recall seeing his parents outside either. Then the next time that I saw him was almost just as strange. One night, I was sitting in my bedroom playing video games like I often did. It was warm, so I went to open up my window to get a cool breeze. My window faced out the front yard, and as soon as I looked outside, I saw somebody standing in the front yard. I looked closer and realized that it was Jackie. He was just standing there at the end of the front yard by the street, right next to the pine tree, and he appeared to be staring right at me. I kept looking at him for probably 10 seconds, then Jackie turned and walked away. I didn't know what this kid's problem with me was. I checked out of my window several more times that night but never saw him again. So these events took place during the summertime. I was expecting that once the school year came around, he would probably be in my class, but his family ended up moving towards the end of the summer. I never did see him again after that. I still wonder why he acted that way and did those strange things. Valentine's Day was coming up. My boyfriend and I had planned a cute dinner like most couples do. As we were walking into the restaurant, there's this couple outside weirdly staring at my boyfriend and me. I slightly shoved my boyfriend's arm as we got inside, and he gave out his name to be put on the wait list. The host said it would be a 45-minute wait and she would text us when our table was ready. My boyfriend said, "Let's go to the mini golf across the street." So, we're walking back to his car, and the lady from the couple stood up and held up her hand, introducing herself as Mrs. Mary. I found it really weird and looked at my boyfriend. The lady still had her hand out. I wasn't trying to be rude, so I gave her a shake. The lady went on to explain that she and her husband think we're a great-looking couple, and they're photographers. They think we would make great photos and asked us to follow them to their studio, as she believed the wait time would be long. She went on to say that she had no card on her, but their place was a 7-minute drive away and they could take us there as well. Red flags were going off, and my boyfriend politely declined, letting her know we had things to do. The look she gave was still one of the most haunting looks ever as she smiled and sat down next to her husband. As we got in the car, I told my boyfriend how creepy that interaction was and how the husband didn't even say a word. As we entered the mini-golf place, we were pretty surprised to find it empty. We laughed the situation off, but in reality, I was still creeped out. This place is not really huge. You can see the front door on all the levels. As we were on our 5th round, I heard the entrance bell ring. I turned to look and my heart sank. It was the same lady with her husband. She seemed to look around, and then, as we made eye contact, she gave me the creepiest smile. I let my boyfriend know, and he turned to look. As they were getting their things, I told my boyfriend I was uncomfortable and we should just go wait in a car, as 15 minutes had already passed, so it wouldn't be much longer. He agreed, and we turned around. They were right behind us, giving us the widest smiles. "Crazy how we both came to this spot," said Mrs. Mary. This time, the husband said, "We should face each other, Mary versus Robert." My boyfriend's heart sank in that moment, as his last name is Robert. We politely declined, not wanting to know how they knew that information, and we said we had to go. Both of their smiles faded as we rushed out of there. I told my boyfriend we should just call it a night and go back to his place since it was closer than mine, plus my parents wouldn't be home until Sunday morning. He said we would go after dinner and not let some random weird couple ruin the night for us. We waited about 15 minutes in his car, talking about how weird the situation was. He got a text from the restaurant saying our table was ready. We ate dinner, and he insisted on paying since it's Valentine's Day, as we usually split the bill. He went to the bathroom, and as I was waiting, I thought I saw that lady peeking out from around a corner. I convinced myself it was just in my head. My boyfriend got out and was ready to go. To get to his place, you have to take this long road surrounded by trees. As we started the drive, we noticed a car following behind. I let my boyfriend know, and we headed into a CVS parking lot. I had to use the restroom, and since it was going to be a drive, we both got out and went. When we came out, we didn't see that car that was potentially following us anywhere, so we made our way to his house. You know that road I talked about earlier, being surrounded by trees? Well, while we were driving on it, about 5 to 7 minutes onto this road, we heard a loud pop and my boyfriend stopped his car. His 2 front tires had popped. He put 2 and 2 together and ran to the car and said, "Get out, there's not much more time before they get here." He cut his engine, turned off the lights, and locked the door. I was so scared and confused, not knowing what was going on. I told him we should wait in the car, but he quickly got me and we ran into the woods. He told me to shush. We were hiding behind some trees and bushes. While we hid, he called the cops and quickly explained where we were and what was happening. The operator asked him to stay on the line, saying the cops would be there in a couple of minutes, but he said he couldn't stay on the line and hung up. As we stayed laying down, we heard a car engine coming up. My boyfriend said to lay flat, and he did too. We heard the engine stop and then the familiar voice of Mrs. Mary, if that was even her real name. She yelled, "We took too long." We heard a car door close and then a car quickly sped away. We stayed down until the cops got there, which was about 2 minutes later. We explained the situation and were told we would be contacted if something came up. I called my sister to come pick us up, and he called a tow truck for his car. For years later, nothing has come up, and we never found out what they wanted or who they were. We're now married with a crazy story to tell our kids. My favorite month has always been October. It's that sweet spot temperature-wise. It's never too hot and never too cold. All the leaves start turning orange and brown, and you just get that nice refreshing October breeze. My friends and I always used to like to rake up the leaves into a big pile and have wrestling matches in them when we were young, like from the ages of 9 to 12. I think when we were about 10 or 11, it was towards the end of October, and a lot of the leaves had already fallen off the trees. Since my property was the biggest, my friends William and Adam were helping me rake up the leaves on my property into a giant pile. It was a cloudy, windy day getting a little late. The house we lived in at the time was a corner house with a huge space on the side next to the sidewalk, which ran into a short dead-end street with only 2 houses in it, one of which was owned by an old stoner couple who didn't care about anything. Across the street from that was a small disheveled house whose owner never seemed to come outside. So this allowed us to be louder and more obnoxious without worry of a lot of neighbors watching or caring. We wrestled around for probably half an hour, then we went inside after getting tired to have a snack and play video games. The two of them wanted to go back outside for a nighttime triple threat match in the leaves again. That's what we called our wrestling matches. We always acted like we were in the WWE. When we got back out there, it was almost completely dark, but a streetlight that stood in the dead end lit up this side of our property so we could see enough. It seemed as though there were a lot fewer leaves in the pile right off the bat this time. We tried wrestling a little more, but the pile just spread too far, so we had to grab the rakes and start building the pile again. William noticed a long, oddly shaped pile that we didn't notice from before. He went over to start raking it over to our main pile, but he seemed to be having trouble. He shouted, "There's something under the leaves." We came over to help him brush some of the leaves off whatever was underneath. And all of us screamed when we realized there was a grown man hiding underneath the pile. We stepped back and looked at each other and then back at him. We didn't know whether to laugh or not, like, was he playing some kind of early Halloween prank on us? The man's face was not yet exposed. William and I dared Adam to go expose the man's face. He walked up to the body on the floor slowly, looked back at us, and started lightly kicking the leaves away from where the person's face would be. As he kicked, he realized the body was hollow and hard. There was no face or head. It was a fake body that someone planted there, some kind of prank. But who placed it there? That question was quickly answered when we noticed someone hiding in my bush right behind the pile. We yelled, "We see you," to the man hiding in the bushes, and he came out laughing, exclaiming how he got us so good. But this man was older. He looked 60, and he looked scary and gross, huge bulging eyes, crooked teeth, and he was breathing very heavily. He said he planted that fake body there because he always watches us play in the leaves and thought it would be funny. It had creeped me out, though, how he said he always watches us play in the leaves. William tried being nice, but I thought the man was weird, so I said, "Come on, guys, let's go inside," and we left the man there. I told my dad, and he went outside to check, but the man had already moved the fake body by then. We played video games the rest of the night, all having agreed that guy was a freak. My friends eventually left, and soon after, I went to my room. I had my window open as usual to get a breeze into my room. I was watching TV, and I heard a man's voice at my window. I jumped and looked up at the window, but I couldn't see who it was. The voice said, "I didn't mean to creep you out earlier. I live in the house across the street over there. I like watching you kids play in the leaves." I was in shock hearing a stranger's voice outside my window. I continued looking at the window. And eventually, the familiar face of that freak from earlier came into view. He reached his arm under my window, pushed it up further as he attempted to climb into my window. When he realized he couldn't fit, it seemed he started to try to reach for me. I screamed for my dad and ran upstairs to his room. I tugged him out of his bed and led him to my window. The man was already gone, but I told him he lived in the house across the street in the dead end. My dad charged over to the house with me, banged on the door, but the man didn't answer. So my dad called the cops, and when they came, he took me back to the house with the police, and this time with the police, the man opened the front door, and it was, in fact, the same man. I was too young to be able to tell, but the police and my dad picked up on it right away that he was on something, likely crystal meth, is what my dad says. I remember looking into the house from the doorway and seeing that it was an absolute pigsty. Thinking back now, It would fit the description for the home of a meth head perfectly. All those years living there, we were none the wiser that there was a creepy meth head living in that disheveled house, apparently watching my friends and me as we would play. My wife and I got married in the Church of the Hofskirkja in Iceland in 2015. We invited all of our close friends and family, including the family that neither of us really liked because that's just what you're supposed to do. My wife Mika has this estranged aunt, Lucy, that no one in her family is really close with. She used to have serious drug problems, which spiraled her down a path that led to a rift between her and the rest of the family. Well, Aunt Lucy was invited to the wedding, and when she showed up, she surprisingly came with a date. But unsurprisingly, he didn't look like the kind of guy you want to bring home to mom and dad. Right from the first time I laid eyes on him, I knew he was different, not in a pleasant, quirky way. After the wedding ceremony, of course, came picture time. The bridesmaids, groomsmen, and my wife and I all went to this nice backyard section of the church campus to have pictures taken by the hired photographer. Some close family from both sides came along as well to watch, while most others went to the party hall. Lucy and her boyfriend came to watch us take pictures as well. This was when I first got his name Tom. The two of them were making everyone uncomfortable. Like, everyone in the bridal party would joke around and we genuinely laughed, then either Lucy or Tom would yell out these weird, inappropriate things. They just kept doing it to the point where they created awkward silences, and all of us were just internally cringing, dreading what weird things they'd say next. It got very awkward very quickly, to the point I wanted them to leave altogether. Anyway, we eventually finished with pictures and migrated to the party hall connected to the church where food and drinks were being served. Being the groom, all the attention is on you at all times. You barely have a chance to sit down and gather your thoughts or even eat. Every second, I had someone else coming up to congratulate me, and eventually that person was Tom. He shook my hand again, his breath terrible and his arms scarred up. He wasn't wearing a long-sleeved shirt, rather a stained gray polo. He seemed like a filthy person all around. He started talking to me with this loud, almost demeaning tone. I did my best to just be polite, and eventually, he walked back to Lucy. This was the last time I saw him that day. Eventually, I saw Lucy sitting by herself at the table, so I asked Mika where that Tom guy went. She had no idea either. After a while of Lucy sitting by herself, Mika went up to her to ask her where her date was. Lucy didn't know she hadn't seen him in an hour. Lucy also explained that they met in rehab and that she had only gone out with him 2 times. Mika grew concerned with this man being here after hearing this. We asked our parents and some close family to look around for the man to confirm if he was still there or not. There was some concerning news when one of my relatives said that some of the gifts in the room where the gifts were being stored were missing. We immediately attributed this to Tom and had an employee ask over the microphone for everybody to keep an eye out for Tom. Lucy wanted to call his cell, but she couldn't find her phone. This put a slight damper on things, but we didn't let it ruin our wedding day. Our parents called the police and dealt with them on the side, with the help of Lucy giving information about Tom. After the wedding reception, a few close friends came back to our hotel room for a little after-party of sorts. Lucy texted Mika asking for our home address because she had to drop off her gift that she forgot to give. Mika responded, and then our good time was interrupted by a distressing phone call from Lucy's phone number. Mika turned off the music and put it on speakerphone. There was a male's breathing on the other end, horror movie-like, as if he was trying to creep us out. Mika kept asking where Lucy was to no avail. Eventually, the person on the other end hung up. Mika called her grandma, who was the only one close enough with Lucy to know where she would be, and she confirmed that Lucy was staying with her for the night. Lucy got on the phone and said she lost her phone at the wedding and didn't know her Apple ID or password, so she couldn't even track it with Find My iPhone. Our best guess was that it was that Tom guy. We were now concerned that he knew our address and that we weren't home. We were too drunk to go home, so we asked my dad to stay there for the night and watch the house. He gladly did so, and the next morning, he woke up to texts and missed calls from my dad. He said someone kept tapping on different windows of the house as if to be messing with them. He called the police, but they didn't find anyone. That same day, we went to the police station to see what could be done about pursuing Tom, who we suspected was the one behind all of this. But without video cameras catching the thief in, and given that Lucy's phone had been turned off or destroyed, there was little to nothing the police could do. Lucy told us that she and Tom had gotten into a verbal argument, and that he blamed us for whatever she was saying. He thought we didn't like him and, in his words, we sabotaged him. This just further led us to believe he was responsible for that weird phone call and coming to our house in an attempt to scare or harass us. We never saw or heard from that Tom guy again, and we have only started to further distance ourselves from Lucy after that.
I worked as cleaning staff in a local hospital. I was used to seeing people coming to the hospital in the worst way possible, but this one patient will always be remembered by me. His name was Mark, and he was admitted to the burn unit. I heard one night his house caught fire while he and his wife slept in their bedroom. By the time they figured out the lurking danger, half of the house was on fire. Mark was rescued by his neighbors and brought to the hospital, but his wife Lily died in that fire. People say she was so severely burned that her flesh melted, leaving her body as ashes. Mark's left hand and left leg had serious injuries, but overall he was in a curable condition. Among all the cabins in the hospital, his room was the only place that made my skin crawl. Every time I went there to clean, I could barely stand the smell of burned flesh. And not just that, his room felt extremely cold. Mark was highly sedated with painkillers most of the time. Needless to say, the amount of pain burn victims go through can't be explained in words. Anyways, one time I was assigned to the night shift. Honestly speaking, I preferred the night shifts more. I could work peacefully while all the patients slept. It was around 1:30 a.m. I went to mop the floors of Mark's room. As I entered the room, I saw a vicious-looking figure standing in the middle of the room and sobbing. I recognized it was Mark, seeing his burnt hand and limb. He was looking at the dark corner of the wall and whispering very creepily. "Why? Why are you doing this to me? What more do you want from me? Please, I beg of you, leave me alone. Hey man, is everything all right?" Mark turned at me, and I saw the pain in his face. He then pointed at the dark corner and said, "Tell her to go away. She keeps coming back. Isn't she supposed to stay dead? What are you talking about? Lily, my wife. She keeps coming back for me." He then fainted on the floor. I was in such shock and fear that for a while I didn't realize I had to inform the doctors and nurses. But when I did, they came rushing to his room. Everyone was shocked to see how, with such a painful condition, Mark managed to get out of the bed on his own. Since that night, every time I went to clean Mark's room, I was terrified. I knew there was a logical explanation for all this, but trust me, when I stood inside the dark room in the middle of the night, hearing nothing but Mark's deep breathing, I couldn't help but think, is his dead wife standing in that corner and watching me? A few days passed, and Mark's condition worsened. He started to show signs of trauma and fear in his behavior. Many times, I could hear screams from his cabin and saw doctors and nurses rushing there to control him. I changed my shift just to avoid going to his room. But it seemed like life had different plans for me. One morning, my boss called me. He said they were willing to pay me double if I attended tonight's shift as well. Who doesn't need money in this world? So I agreed. Anyways, I had half the next day off, so I knew I could pull this off. I went home and took a small nap before going back to the night shift. Hence, my head was clear enough to know what I saw that night. Like usual, I began my cleaning. After 5 to 6 rooms, I decided to take a break and then do the rest. I went to the empty cafeteria to get a drink. I was standing in front of the vending machine when I heard footsteps in the distance. I looked and found Mark standing at the end of the corridor. His arm and leg were still covered with burn wounds. Half of his face was scarred. Hey, Mark. What's going on? Are you all right? You should go back to your room, Mark. I was becoming really disturbed seeing Mark this way. He was staring at me like a statue and breathing in a very scary way. Mark, you are scaring me, man. She won't rest until she kills me. Come on, Mark, not again. No, she's telling me right now. She is standing right behind you and telling me to. I turned back and saw no one, but an eerie feeling shivered down my spine. What Mark did next was the scariest thing I saw in my life. He took out a surgical knife and started cutting the flesh off his lips. Blood drops started to cover the white floor beneath him, but he didn't just stop there. He started to chew his lips. The munching sound started to make me nauseous. He screamed in pain while munching his flesh. Are you happy now? Are you? You are angry because I lived, huh? Fine, I am ending this. I am ending everything now. Saying this, Mark started stabbing himself in the chest. It was bloodshed. Doctors and nurses came running, and he was taken to the ICU right at that moment, but he didn't survive. I don't know why, but I feel like he did see his wife's ghost. Sometimes people who die with desires in their heart come back to their loved ones. And in some cases, they haunt them too. What do you think happened to Mark back then?
My group of friends and I went to a local county haunted house attraction. It was by the edge of town and opened every October. Appropriately, it was situated right by the woods and had 3 attractions: the main haunted house, a corn maze, and a haunted trail through the woods. I guess I'll name my friends now: Rod, James, and Bud. That's not his real name, just his nickname. We started with the haunted house, which was decently high quality and had a few good scares, and then we made our way to the corn maze. The corn maze started out kind of slow, with just a lot of turns through the corn we had to make. But then the scary antics began. A guy dressed as a freaky scarecrow emerged from the corn and screamed at us, causing us to scream as well. He started to chase after us, and we ran. I was in the back, of course, and the scarecrow was right behind me. Even knowing it's just a paid actor, you have this innate fear of something chasing after you, where you just feel like you have to run away. Somehow, through the thrill of running away through the corn, I lost all of my friends. It seemed like all of us ran in different directions. I lost the scarecrow man, though, and got back to the trail between the crops. This is where the nightmare began. I called, yelled, and screamed for my friends as I made wrong turn after wrong turn. They never called back. In fact, it seemed there were no other visitors in sight. I had to finish the maze by myself. What choice did I have? I walked and walked for what felt like 20 minutes and heard bustling in the corn in front of me. I slowed my pace and kind of tiptoed past the noise, but it was pointless. Something reached out from the corn and grabbed my wrist and squeezed it tight. I actually cried out in pain and yelled, "Stop, you're hurting me." I was in shock at how hard this paid actor was squeezing my wrist. Then he tried pulling me into the crops. I didn't see who it was. I just saw his hand and arm covered by a black coat sleeve and black glove. I yanked myself out from the grip and backed away as the actor came out from the crops into the path. He was wearing a heavy winter coat, black jeans, and a blank black face mask. I didn't know what the costume was supposed to be, but I literally yelled, "Go yourself, you actually hurt me." He started running at me, and naturally, I turned and ran as fast as I could through the corn to lose him. I yelled back, "I'm reporting you," and I quickly lost him. After 5 minutes of running straight through the corn as opposed to following the maze of trails, I came to the edge of the maze and went to find an employee. I reported the actor to the employee, saying he used way too much force to the point that my wrist actually hurt. The employee said he wasn't sure who was wearing the specific costume I described, but that he'd look into it. I thanked him, and then I looked at my phone. I had a missed call from James. I called him back to ask where the three of them were. He said they tried finding me, then gave up and went to the haunted trail in the woods. I said I'd meet them and hung up. I walked over to the start of the trail, where they had the Halloween ambience blasting through a bunch of speakers placed throughout. I stepped into the woods, feeling like I was the only one around besides my friends. I tried playing catch up to my friends when I stopped in my tracks after spotting him again blocking the path. It was the guy in the coat and black mask. He didn't even give me time to react or say something. Right away, he started legit charging full speed at me. I turned right and ran into the woods, expecting to lose him easier this time. I called back, "I'm calling the police." I wasn't actually, but I thought that might get this guy to just leave me alone. I ran deeper into the woods until I didn't hear him chasing me anymore. Then I sat down on the root of a tree to catch my breath. I had time to think, and one of my thoughts was, did that guy really follow me from the corn maze to here? Then I heard footsteps approaching, and of course, at that exact moment, my iPhone started ringing. I silenced my phone, but now the footsteps had stopped. I pushed myself up off the root quietly and leaned to the side to get a view past the tree. It looked clear. I started to run back towards the path of the attraction and immediately spotted him to my right. I said to myself, "Screw it." I stopped and told him, "I'm suing the place because of you," but he didn't stop running at me. He got to me and pushed me to the floor. I didn't expect it. I was once again in shock. I got back up as fast as I could before he could get on top of me and booked it. He chased me, but when I got back to the path towards the entrance of the attraction, he stopped and turned around. I went straight to the little front office shack and asked for a manager. Some older guy greeted me, and I told him about the guy who was chasing me and attacking me. The man said they didn't have any actors wearing that specific attire. So he called the police. Eventually, I got my friends to meet me where I was. I stayed to describe the incident to the police when they showed up. I didn't have any marks to show them, but they still took a report, and the place was closed for the night. We all went home after that. I haven't been to any haunted attractions ever since. A few months ago, I was driving back to school from visiting my parents. It's about a 2-hour drive, so I usually keep myself entertained with music. I'm a 5 feet 3 inches, 21-year-old female driving my dad's little old pickup truck alone in the leftmost lane of a 3-lane highway, dorking around to the music on the radio. Suddenly, I noticed a semi-truck going the exact same speed as me in the rightmost lane. Embarrassed for getting caught in dork mode, I stopped singing and tried to speed up so he couldn't see me anymore. He matched my speed, which ticked me off a little bit, so I looked at the driver, expecting to see some angry jerk. To my surprise, he was smiling and waving. Thrown off, I kind of chuckled and waved back. Big mistake. He moved over to the middle lane to be closer to me and now wouldn't stop smiling and waving. At first, I played nice, waving back a little because a semi-truck beats a tiny pickup truck any day. But I was mostly focusing on getting out of this guy's field of vision safely. I tried speeding up as fast as my truck would allow and slowing down as suddenly as I could without endangering anyone behind me, but he would just match my speed. If there was someone coming up in his lane, he'd move to the right at the last possible second and pass them before I could slow down and get behind them. He has a lot more practice with reckless maneuvering than I do, so he has me trapped and is using other cars to help him. The whole time, he's smiling, waving, and holding up the number 1 sign for some reason I still don't know. His charm is rapidly fading as this continues for about 5 miles. I got worried and called 911. I gave them a description of the truck: white cargo truck, black cab with Sun Pennsylvania Company logo on it, and the driver was a balding, middle-aged tan guy with a dirty blue t-shirt. They advised me to pull off to the emergency shoulder on the left, but I had never done that and it looked too narrow, so I didn't feel comfortable doing that. At this point, he was passing someone else in the middle lane, and I finally had a chance to slow down and merge 2 lanes over to the rightmost lane. I started speeding past him so he couldn't trap me again. The operator told me to take the closest service plaza about 5 miles away. She said he probably wouldn't follow me, so I could stop there for a few minutes before getting back on the highway. She told me to call if he did follow me, but she was confident he probably wouldn't, so she hung up. Now he's still holding up the sign and smiling this creepy, increasingly perverted grin at me while I avoid eye contact. The service plaza is in a quarter mile, and I'm not using any turn signals, but I guess he knew what I was doing because he braked hard and merged behind me right at the last second to join me in exiting to the service plaza. After I got my heart to start back up from the coronary area just experienced, I called 911 again. The way this service plaza was set up was that semi-trucks had to use a separate lane winding to the right of the plaza that led to a parking lot behind the plaza just for big trucks. The rest of us used a smaller lane to park immediately in front of the plaza. I parked, and as I'm explaining to the new operator what's going on, I watched the semi creep around its path while the driver stared me down, smiling. I freaked out. He knew where I had parked, he knew where to find me. If I just stayed there, I thought maybe I could have floored it to get back on the highway, but I was afraid he would see me and follow me again. So, I drove to a gas station to the left of the plaza, which had a view of the semi-truck parking lot, hoping he wouldn't find me until the police came. The operator transferred me to the woman who was helping me before. She informed me that they had dispatched a couple of police cars but couldn't tell me how long they would be. I saw the trucker had gotten out of his truck and was heading towards me. Even though my windows were closed and my doors were locked, I was panicking on the phone with the operator. She told me the police should be there soon and that I should be safe there, so I should sit tight while I kept her updated. I wanted to at least drive back to the parking lot I was in before, but it was a one-way entrance to the gas station, so I couldn't. I glared at the trucker and showed him my phone when he came close. He finally stopped smiling and made it look like he was going into the service plaza. I looked in my right side view mirror and found him hiding behind a big white pillar in front of the plaza, staring at me again. I freaked out and asked the operator where the cops were and if I could leave because he was being ultra creepy. She told me to sit tight again because they should be there any minute, so I did. Then he came out of hiding and started walking towards my truck. I put it in drive just in case and told the operator what he was doing. I refused to make eye contact with him but kept watching my mirrors to make sure I knew where he was. The smile was back, and he started walking in circles around my truck, looking at it as if looking for a way to get in. I couldn't take it anymore. I waited until he circled back behind me, floored it, and told the operator I wasn't waiting one more second for the police. She apologized and told me the police would look for the man and talk to him if they found him, and that I should focus on getting home safely while keeping an eye out for him. I don't know if they did that or not, but I know none of that would have happened if I had my boyfriend with me. So not only can't I walk alone, but I also can't drive alone as a female. Nice to know. I was home alone one night for a reason I don't remember. All I remember is my entire family was gone. I was 13 or 14 years old. I was a big gamer at the time. I was obsessed with StarCraft, and admittedly sometimes spend a weekend night or two playing StarCraft or some other PC game. This was right before co-lockdown started. I was playing StarCraft on my computer in my bedroom on the first floor. That's when the doorbell rang twice. I hurried to the door, not wanting to be away from the game for too long, in fear of losing. I got to the front door and said, "Who is it?" as I always would if I was alone. A soft and weak voice on the other side said something that I couldn't hear. It sounded like a woman. I opened the door with the storm door still separating me and this older woman standing on the other side with a big smile on her face. She had her hands behind her back. I said through the door, "Can I help you?" She said she needed to use a phone and asked if she could come inside. Ever since I was a little kid, I was always taught not to let a stranger into the house, ever. That included women. I felt so awkward, though. I didn't know how to turn her away. I redirected her to the library a few blocks down because they'd surely have a phone. Deep down, I knew the library was closed at this point, but I was just trying to get this stranger who was trying to get into my house to leave. She was still smiling, but what she said next did not match her smile. She said, "That's very rude to turn away an old lady asking for help." I replied the only way I could think to, and that was that my parents don't allow strangers into the house. It's a house rule. I slowly started closing the door as I was saying sorry, and she just stood there, not moving, but still smiling at me. And though her smile never changed, it suddenly felt much more menacing. I was walking back to my room when the doorbell rang again. There was no way in hell I was opening the door again. That woman radiated weird vibes from the start. Maybe something was wrong with her. Maybe she wasn't all there. These were things I had no way of knowing, and maybe that was selfish of me to send her on her way, but I just wasn't opening the door for anyone when I was home alone. I went back to my game, not too long after I sat back down. I heard something tapping on the window. It was a clinking type sound from something metal. The window was directly in front of my desk. I had the blind pulled down, so I couldn't see what was making the noise, but I already had an idea. My room was the only room with a light on in the house. The horrible thought that it was the old woman from just before, and that she walked over to my window, terrified me. I turned off the sound on my computer at this point. I didn't care about my game anymore. The clanking sound on the window persisted. I basically said, F this and up and left to a different room in the house. I sat in the darkness of the living room for a bit. When the doorbell rang again, this woman was harassing me now. I tried to convince myself she wasn't a threat, just some crazy old woman who's probably clueless as to where she is. When she rang the doorbell a second and third time, I decided to go open the door and ask her if there's someone I could call for her, but when I opened the door there was now a man on the other side. He looked to be about 10 years younger than her. He said through the storm door, "Have you seen my mother?" I replied saying yes, she came to my door just before. He then apologized to me and said she has dementia and got out of the house. I suddenly felt bad, but he asked me if he could come in for a minute. And again, I felt awkward. Why did he need to come inside? I said the same thing that I told to the woman who he claimed to be his mother. I said we could just talk through this door. I then said that I think she went into my backyard because I heard something at my window. I told him he could go around back and check. He thanked me and walked down the walkway, and I thought he went into the backyard, but when I went to the back and looked out the back window expecting to see him searching around, I saw nobody, not him or his mom. This was all too weird for me. I went to bed on the earlier side that night, just falling asleep with the TV on in the background until I heard the clear blinking sound on the window again. Something metal was tapping on the glass. I remembered the concerned man and I decided to try and help. I went to the window, lifted the blind up with my hand, and I saw that woman outside my window with that same creepy smile. She was tapping a kitchen knife on my window. I closed the blind and crawled back into my bed. This didn't feel like it was actually happening. A suspiciously short amount of time later, the doorbell rang like 4 times. The clinking on the window stopped by this point. This was all too suspicious. It felt like some kind of robbery attempt. I ignored the doorbell. I stayed in my bed. I was going to wait this out. I didn't have a cell phone at this time. I wasn't the most social guy growing up. I also didn't want to call the police for some reason. I waited this all out until it finally stopped. The next morning I told my dad what happened. When I called him, he told me I was smart not to open the door. Everyone agreed that everything about it sounded like an attempted robbery. Is there a chance that maybe that woman really did have dementia and that the man was really her concerned son? Maybe. But it all seemed too coordinated. Why did he want to come into the house too? How did he even know she came to my house specifically? Why didn't he ever go into the backyard to look for her when I gave him permission to do so? Too many unanswered questions that lead me to believe I avoided something terrible happening if I opened that door. In our high school class, there was a kid named Jack who moved to our high school during freshman year. I guess he had a hard time breaking into any of the established friend groups. He had a few friends here and there from what I know, but he wasn't part of any particular groups. Then something really awkward happened one day during lunch. I had already asked my date, Eva, to prom, and she said yes. At lunch, we had a table of mixed guys and girls, and Eva was at the table. Here came Jack from whatever table he was sitting at, and like an awkward scene out of a movie, he tapped Eva on the shoulder and asked her to prom. The whole table went silent except for one kid who cheered sarcastically. Eva left in clear discomfort and said she's already going with me. I felt the second-hand embarrassment. Jack looked at me, and I didn't know what to think of the stare he gave me, but I could tell he was humiliated. He left without saying a word, and everyone laughed loudly. It was a horribly uncomfortable scenario all around. While I felt bad, I couldn't help but slightly laugh too. I mean, I have no idea what he thought was going to happen, especially with such a large audience of dudes at the table too. We watched as Jack actually left the cafeteria, and the teacher on lunch duty actually chased after him because you weren't allowed to leave without a pass, but Jack never came back into the lunchroom. I still wonder where he went. From there, on prom night, we had our group of 10 in the back of the limo. The same 10 of us sat at the table together when at the dance. Everything was going as prom should, but then eventually that night, one of my friends told me, "Don't look now," but Josh was at that table eyeballing you. I waited like 10 seconds before looking over, and I saw Jack shooting a dagger at, I guess, Eva and I. I decided I'd go talk to him, but as I walked over to him, he got up and hurried away out of the dance hall. That was super weird, but I wasn't gonna chase after him. I went over to the table he was sitting at and asked a couple of the kids if they came with Jack. And they said no. He kind of just sat there randomly and wasn't saying anything. I went back to my table, and like a typical high schooler, I told the whole table. It was definitely pretty freakish. After prom, Eva and I left with a friend who drove to go to a diner to eat a bunch of breakfast food at like 12 a.m. After that, we went to our friend Tommy's house. He had a massive backyard right next to a nature preserve, and he had a really cool fire pit. So we all circled the fire pit with a speaker playing music and some drinks. There were 6 of us total. Tommy, sitting across from me, pointed out to the woods and said he saw something in the woods. We all looked over, of course. We looked at the woods for a while, but when we didn't see anything, Tommy basically said, "I ate whatever." We continued to hang by the fire pit for a while. Eventually, one couple left, so it was just Eva, Tommy, his date, and myself left. Tommy was mid-sentence when he stopped speaking abruptly. I said, "What?" and I turned around and saw someone walking towards the light of the fire from the woods. It was someone in a tuxedo. He said to us, "Don't get up." As he got closer, we realized it was Jack. He was holding a hatchet or a small axe. He looked like he had been crying, but he also looked angry. Tommy and I told him to please put the axe down and just talk. Jack yelled at us to shut up and made us turn the music off. He began a rant about how soul-crushingly embarrassing what happened during lunch that day was and how he had been too embarrassed to come back to school after that because he thought it had been spread all over the school, but it really hadn't, and we tried to tell him that. Anytime we tried to speak, he'd scream, "Shut the fuck up," louder and louder, and he'd begin to raise the axe kind of. He then directed his attention to Eva and started going on about how he thought she was gorgeous and that she would only make fun of him with her friends, which again, that never happened. All these things only happened in his head. During this time that he was talking to Eva, Tommy was low-key and texted his dad something like, "Bring the gun to the backyard," making it clear we were in danger. Tommy's dad came out to the back door and yelled, "What's going on?" with his gun in his hand. Jack stopped talking, and I could see he was deciding in his head whether to run or not. He dropped the axe and ran back to the woods. Tommy's dad came running over with his gun, and all 4 of us couldn't tell him what happened quick enough. His dad said not to touch the axe, leave the fingerprints on it for the police. That hatchet, axe, whatever, was eventually the key to prosecuting Jack. After a few days, Jack had already been arrested, and so his fingerprints were in the system, and they matched the fingerprints on the axe. But when all 4 of us decided we didn't want to press charges on Jack, it was too late by that point. He got charged criminally. Tommy's friend said it was for menacing in the 2nd degree. He didn't serve any jail time. I found Jack on Facebook shortly after this and reached out to him with a sincere message, not attacking him at all, and he read it. He never replied to it. I saw Jack one other time in the halls that year. He didn't look at me. None of us ever saw him again after graduation. It was a dark, cold night when I got the call for a food delivery. I work as a delivery driver for a small restaurant in town. This call was different. The address was far from the town, near the forest. I had never delivered food to that area before. I put the food in my car and started driving. The road was long and empty. There were no streetlights, only the headlights of my car cutting through the darkness. Trees lined both sides of the road, their branches reaching out like long fingers. The wind blew through the trees, making eerie sounds. As I drove further, the houses became fewer, and the forest became thicker. I checked the address again. It was a house at the edge of the forest. I felt a chill run down my spine, but I told myself it was just another delivery. After driving for what seemed like forever, I saw a small dirt road leading into the forest. The sign had the same name as the address on the order. I turned onto the dirt road. My car bounced over the rough path, and the trees seemed to close in around me. It was so dark that I could barely see a few feet ahead. Finally, I saw a small house at the end of the road. The house looked old and run down. The paint was peeling, and some of the windows were broken. There was a dim light coming from inside. I parked my car and took the food out. As I walked to the door, I noticed how quiet it was. There were no sounds of animals or insects, just the sound of my footsteps on the wooden porch. I knocked on the door. There was no answer. I knocked again, louder this time. Still no answer. I felt uneasy. I looked around and saw no signs of life. I decided to leave the food on the porch and go back to my car. Just as I turned to leave, the door creaked open. A tall, thin man stood in the doorway. He had pale skin and dark, sunken eyes. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. He stared at me for a moment before speaking. I handed him the bag, and he took it without saying anything. I turned to leave, but then he gestured for me to come inside. I didn't want to go inside, but something in his eyes made it hard to refuse. I stepped into the house. The inside was just as old and creepy as the outside. The walls were covered in old wallpaper, and the furniture was covered in dust. The air smelled damp and musty. I sat down in a chair in the corner. The man disappeared into another room. I heard him talking to someone, but I couldn't make out the words. After a few minutes, he came back with another person. It was a woman, just as pale and tired-looking as the man. They watched me closely as I sat there. The silence was heavy, pressing down on me. I wanted to leave, but my legs felt like they were made of lead. They offered me some tea, which I accepted. The tea was bitter, and I struggled to finish it. They kept watching me, their eyes never leaving my face. I asked how long they had lived there. The man started talking about the house in the forest. His voice was low and monotone, and I found it hard to concentrate on his words. The woman just nodded along, her eyes never blinking. The longer I sat there, the more uneasy I felt. I noticed strange things about the room. There were old photographs on the walls, but the faces were blurred and hard to see. The furniture looked like it hadn't been moved in years. There was a heavy, oppressive feeling in the air. I tried to stand up, but my legs wouldn't move. My heart started to race. I looked at the man and the woman, but they just stared back at me with blank expressions. I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. The room started to spin, and the edges of my vision began to blur. Suddenly, everything went black. When I woke up, I was lying on the cold, hard floor. The room was dark, and the only light came from a small flickering candle in the corner. The man and the woman were gone. I struggled to my feet, my head pounding. I felt weak and disoriented. I stumbled towards the door, my heart racing. The door was closed but not locked. I pushed it open and stepped out into the cold night air. The forest was dark and silent. I made my way back to my car, my legs feeling like they could give out at any moment. I got into my car and started the engine. The headlights cut through the darkness, and I drove back down the dirt road. I didn't look back at the house. I just wanted to get as far away from there as possible. As I drove back to town, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the man and the woman following me. The road seemed longer on the way back, and every shadow looked like it was hiding something. When I finally reached town, I parked the car and sat there for a moment, trying to calm my racing heart. I told myself it was just a strange, creepy experience, but deep down, I knew something was very wrong with that house in the forest. I never took another delivery to that area again. The memory of that night still haunts me, and sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I can still feel their eyes watching me. This past October, I was talking to this girl I met at a party a month prior. For the purpose of the story, she'll be named Eva. We had been talking and hanging out like once a week for a few weeks. She wanted to do a bunch of October activities, so I came up with the idea that we go apple picking. She loved it, so we hopped in the car to take a trip to the nearest apple picking orchard, which was about a half-hour drive away, out of the suburbs and into the more rural part of the area. We live in Jersey, so there's an abundance of places to go, but I let her pick where. We were still about 20 minutes away, and we were driving down a scenic road with little to no traffic. We actually passed what appeared to be another apple orchard, so we turned down this dirt road up to a small wooden farm-like house. But there were no cars, no people, not even a little stand where people would go to pay to enter. It seemed it wasn't open for business, or maybe it just wasn't open to the public at all. The house was very poorly kept. It almost looked as though nobody lived there. As we walked around the property, Eva said she felt uncomfortable, so we got back in the car and continued the route to the originally planned destination. However, when we got there, this one was also void of people, though this one at least had a closed sign at the stand. I told her, what if we went back to that first orchard that looked almost abandoned and just go picking there? We'd have the whole place to ourselves. At first, she was hesitant, but I convinced her. So, I drove us back and found a low-key place to park on the grass by the woods. We walked through the crushing leaves on the dirt path. We were trying to be discreet, but that was out the window. There was a little wooden fence we had to hop, but it was easy. Once inside, we were hidden by the symmetrical rows of thick apple trees, but our feet were also covered in tall grass up to our shins. We started walking down the row of trees, filling the plastic bags we brought from my car with the best apples we could find. Though admittedly, there weren't many. There was a certain thrill in doing this, knowing we weren't supposed to. We had some fun with it. I was launching apples up in the air, and then I would start pretending like I was going to throw apples at Eva. She started screaming and running off, telling me to stop. She cut through a couple of trees to another row, and when I got to the other side, I didn't see her. "Where are you?" I said. She called back, "I'm picking my own apples," and she actually sounded like she was a few rows over. I apologized, laughing and telling her I'd stop, but she didn't answer. I spent a few minutes trying to find her, and suddenly, an apple landed right in front of me, which had been tossed from one of the rows nearby, and another one landed close by. I yelled, "Stop," because I was actually afraid of getting hit in the head. I ran through a couple of trees, and each row I'd pass, I'd look left and right, trying to find Eva. I went down this row, went through the first couple of trees I could fit through to get to the next side. I looked left, and I actually felt like my heart jumped up into my throat because there was some guy, a young guy like 18 or 19 years old, with long black hair to his shoulder, standing in the center of the row maybe 5 trees away from me. It looked like he had a slight smirk on his face. He didn't move, so I did. I squeezed through to the next row and then the next. Then Eva called my phone. I picked up in a hurry, whispered, "Where are you?" She sounded like she was in a panic. She said into the phone there was a creepy guy following her around. She tried talking to him, but he wouldn't say anything, and he looked like he wanted to hurt her, and her description of him matched the guy I just saw. I told her to meet me back at the car. I ran the way back, and Eva was already waiting at the car. We stopped to discuss what just happened, but Eva yelled, "There he is," and pointed in front of us. I looked, and I could see him. He was half hidden by an apple tree, could only see his left arm, left leg, and half his face. The way he was just creepily spying on us, I had to get us away. I did a 3-point turn off the grass onto the dirt road. We passed the decrepit barn-like house and got back on the road. We talked over possibilities. Maybe he lived there. We passed by a fruit stand on the side of the road with a few people working on it. Eva and I lost our apple bags, so we figured we'd at least stop here. We picked up some apples and berries, and I just had to ask them about the apple orchard down the road. The 2 ladies working at the fruit stand proclaimed nobody should ever go anywhere near there. The owner's son had killed his girlfriend and then disappeared. The body was found near the orchard in the forest. The dad still owns the orchard to this day, but he hardly ever returns and doesn't keep up with the place. We practically jumped in their faces as we asked them to describe the son, but they had never seen him and didn't know anything about him. We admitted to them that we went apple picking on the property and some creepy young man was following us. The 2 women said that it was best that we got out of there when we did. They also kind of scolded us for not calling the police. However, one of the ladies said she was going to warn the police. On the drive home, as Eva spoke to me about it, everything she said really went in one ear and out the other because I really thought to myself, we actually ran face to face with a missing murderer in an apple orchard. I still get chills wondering if that guy is still out there in that orchard. One day, I was in school for a seemingly average Thursday. I was a senior in high school and in my 3rd-hour history class. This was one of my favorite classes because the teacher was really cool. For the story, I'll just call him Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith was very laid back and would give us a lot of time to do homework in class. We would rarely have any actual homework because we could get it all done before we left. He would teach for a bit in the beginning, and then the end of class would pretty much be like study hall. We could talk and get work done. He would even let us go on our phones or listen to music as we worked. So on this day, it was a normal class period. I often had my headphones in as I studied, and I did on this day. We were working on our assignment, and I got done early. I would joke around with Mr. Smith sometimes, as did other students. I remember that I went up to him to turn in my assignment, and he asked me if I wanted to do him a favor. He said that he had to give back some iPads to another teacher. We had used them the previous day for a group assignment. There were about 10 iPads in this carrying case. I was happy to do this because it was something to do to get out of class. He wrote me a pass, and I took the iPad case. It was supposed to go to a teacher's classroom that was a little ways away. I left the classroom with my headphones still in, and I unpaused my music. Then, I started walking through the empty hallways to the other teacher's classroom. At this point, there were probably about 15 minutes left of class. Soon, I reached the classroom that I was supposed to go to. I tried opening the door, but it was locked. I could see in the window as well that all of the lights were off. I found this a bit odd, but quickly figured that the teacher wasn't there. She probably didn't teach a class during this hour or something. I turned around and started to head back to my classroom. I walked about halfway back when I saw something up ahead. There was a spot where two hallways intersected a ways up. I saw a man up ahead who I didn't recognize. He clearly wasn't a teacher, and I didn't think he worked at the school either. It struck me as suspicious right away. I only saw him for about a second or two because he passed by one hallway and into the other. He didn't look in my direction at all. The problem was that he was walking in the direction that my classroom was in. I kept walking up ahead, and when I got to where the man had walked past, I stopped and looked down the hallway first. When I did, I saw the guy again. He was a long ways down near where my classroom was. It appeared as though he was looking for something. I didn't want to go down there, and I started walking in the opposite direction. I took out my headphones at that point. Everything was silent. I didn't really know where I was going anymore, and I was trying to figure out what exactly was going on. After walking around the empty hallways for like 5 minutes, I thought maybe the man was gone by then, and I started heading back for my class. When I got back to the hallway where I had last seen him, he was gone. I was just glad to see this, and I started walking down the hallway for my class. Just a few steps later, though, I heard footsteps coming from behind me and around the corner. They were going towards me, and there were some bathrooms right there, so I just went inside. I didn't know who the person was, but I really didn't want them to see me. By now, I figured that they weren't supposed to be in the school. After going inside of the bathroom, at first, I just waited inside, but when the footsteps got closer, I moved into one of the stalls. The guy passed by and did not go inside. I waited a little while longer before looking out of the bathroom. When I did, I saw that the person was a ways down the hallway once again near where my class was. I left the bathroom and quickly tried to walk to the other hallway away from this guy. I must have been loud or something when I did, because as I was walking, I heard movement behind me. I looked and saw the guy looking right at me. He turned and started walking in my direction. The guy was really far behind me, at least over 100 feet. I walked as quickly as possible out of that hallway and took another one. By this point, I just wanted to get out of the school or far away from the guy. I walked down that hallway for a while and then took a left to another one. I was going to the stairs to go down to the first floor. As I approached the stairs, though, I heard somebody coming up the stairs. I stopped and didn't know who this person could be. When they came into view, I saw that it was a police officer. He asked me what I was doing, and I asked him what was going on. He told me that the school was under a lockdown, and they were searching for a suspicious man. I pointed him in the direction that I had last seen him. Then I went downstairs and saw several more officers. I showed them my student ID, and we found a nearby classroom, and I had to wait inside there until the lockdown was over. It lasted for probably about 15 more minutes, and then it ended. We were let out, and by then, it was time for the next class period. I'm not sure who that guy was or what he was even doing. I also don't know how he got into our school either. I hadn't been able to hear that we were going into lockdown, though, because my headphones were in and I couldn't hear anything. Looking back, if I would have known, I would have tried to go into any classroom. I don't know what would have happened to me if that guy caught up with me either, but I'm glad I didn't have to find out. When I was 18, I was very immature and naive. I was kind of a jerk when I was on the road, honking whenever I got impatient, borderline cutting people off. Looking back now, it was very stupid. If I ever have kids, I'll be that much more strict with them as far as their driving. That being said, I did drive a lot for someone my age. I went away to school 5 hours away from home. No matter what day of the week, traffic always gets atrocious the closer I get to home. So during breaks, I'll drive home at night to avoid this. What goes from a 4 to 5 hour drive down to a 3-hour drive? It was the beginning of winter break as the fall semester just ended. All my friends left for home on the same day. I just waited till later on in the night to head out because there's nothing I hate more than traffic. I used to drive a Mazda 3 that I would beat the ever-living crap out of, and admittedly, I used to be known for driving my car to a near-empty tank consistently. People would comment on it whenever they'd be in the car with me, and I'd always assure them that the car would still have at least 30 miles to go even after the needle would hit E. I found out the night I was driving home from school that I was wrong. I was only like an hour into my drive on the interstate. The needle was on E, and I was pushing my luck waiting for a gas station sign instead of looking up the nearest one on the map. The car started making these weird sounds suddenly and jolting, and that's when I realized I may have actually run the tank empty this time. I got off the first exit ramp and hoped it would lead right to a gas station. This exit was dark though, with no street lights, and there were just woods on either side. I was scared to slow down and lose my speed because I didn't know if I'd have enough gas to find a gas station. I blew through the stop sign at the end of the ramp and made a sharp left turn on the intersecting road, which was another dark road surrounded by woods. I was screwed. The car eventually came to a stop, and the engine died. Things only got worse when I took out my phone and saw I had no bars. I have T-Mobile, which is the worst possible reception anywhere far from a major city. I tried calling 911 because I was stupid and thought that 911 works even without reception. Of course, it didn't. I was terrified because I didn't know what to do. I turned on my hazard lights and just waited for someone to pass by. It was a long time before I saw headlights approaching. When I did, I flashed my headlights at them, and they passed me, made a U-turn, then pulled up on the grass behind me. I didn't know who was getting out of that car, though, and I was an 18-year-old defenseless girl. I just cracked the window down a little bit as this man approached my car. I told him I needed help. I ran out of gas. He offered to give me a ride to the nearest gas station. He was this bald guy with glasses on. He kind of looked trustworthy. I had no other apparent options but to accept his offer. I got out of the car and followed him to his car, making sure to lock my doors first. His car was a black Honda, year probably a 2010. It smelled funky in his car. I couldn't pin what the smell could be, though. He banged another U-turn and started driving in the direction he was driving before. He made conversation with me, asking where I was from and basic questions. I was honest with him that I was driving home from school. He said he lived in the area and that they don't get too many out-of-towners getting off the interstate for this quiet little town. The route we were taking lacked any buildings anywhere. It was just woods everywhere. I asked if he knew of any gas stations, and he said yeah, just a ways up the road. I started hearing bumping and thumping coming from the back of the vehicle. It sounded like the trunk. At first, I thought it was maybe just bumps in the road or a loose object in the trunk. He seemed to keep talking like he wouldn't stop. Finally, we got to a sort of town-looking area. There were some lights and buildings at last, a diner, and a few small houses. There was a red light at the first intersection since I got in his car. We came to a stop, and for the first time, there was silence. Then I heard the unmistakable sound of someone screaming in the trunk, followed by thumps and bangs. I looked at the man, who looked at me. In a split second, I unbuckled my seatbelt, opened the door, and ran while at the same time, he tried grabbing me and pulling me back into the car. I heard him get out as well, but instead of chasing me, he ran to close his passenger side door. Then I heard him floor it down the street. I ran into the diner and asked for help, making a scene. I used their phone to call 911. I waited there, and it became this whole huge thing with multiple police showing up to the diner to take a report. Given the gravity of the report that I was making, that I heard someone in the trunk of the car, they had to get every last detail from me about the man's car, his appearance, and where he picked me up. I was also given a ride back to my car so that they could also include the pickup location in the report. They also helped me get a hold of AAA, which eventually would come to my location to fill my car with gas. This was overall the scariest experience of my life. I was shaken to the core the whole rest of the ride home. I hope they found that man. I hope whoever was in that trunk is still alive today. For all I know, that man could have been bringing me to his house or somewhere else, and I was just lucky I had a chance to get out at that red light. It was a cold and windy night and I was out working. I used to work as a pizza delivery driver part-time when I first got out of school. I needed money really bad, and delivering pizza was a relatively easy thing to do. At the time, I was actually quite happy with the amount of money I was getting. It wasn't much, but it was more than enough at the time as I still lived with my parents, and the only thing I had to pay for was my phone bill. Anyways, it was getting late, and this was probably going to be my last delivery of the night, depending on how fast I could get it done. When I arrived at the house, I walked up to the front steps and knocked on the door. There was nothing unusual going on just yet. They had the main door wide open with the screen door cracked open as well. I waited for about a solid minute and politely knocked again, this time a little bit louder. I wanted to be sure that they heard me. I heard music playing in the background, so I was thinking that they probably just didn't hear me. I waited for another minute or so, but still, nobody came to the door. I knocked 2 more times with about a minute between each time and still no answer. I was in shock as this wasn't something that happened to me frequently. Usually, when I arrived at the house and knocked on the door, the customer would be there in less than a minute. Just as I was about to knock for the last time, I noticed a piece of paper that had been stuck in between the door. I decided to grab it and read it. The piece of paper said, "Please deliver the pizza to the back door and knock loud and hard," with a smiley face on it. Right away, I picked that up as a red flag, but at the same time, I convinced myself I was overthinking. I almost just left the pizza on their front porch, but I didn't want them calling and complaining to the store about it being cold when they finally found the pizza. What the hell, I'll just do it. At that point, I had been waiting for almost 10 minutes, and I was genuinely starting to get irritated. As I made my way around the house, the closer I got to the back door, the louder the music became, and that's when I noticed they were having a little campfire outside. However, there was nobody outside, so I slowly walked up the back patio steps and knocked on the door sort of hard, just like the paper said to do. So I waited for somebody to come to the door. I was growing more and more impatient. I was just about to say screw it and just leave the pizza on the deck and get the hell out of there, but out of nowhere, I heard a loud noise in the house, and briefly after that, I heard screaming from both a woman and a man. It sounded like they were getting into it with each other pretty bad, and I wasn't sure what to do. I waited for a few minutes, and the screaming continued. It was only getting worse as time went on, and I was really starting to get concerned. It really seemed like someone was getting hurt in there. More than likely, the man was physically assaulting the woman, and that's what it sounded like to me. Right as I was about to call the police, the man came running over to the back door and grabbed the pizza from me. He also apologized to me and said that he was sorry for the wait. I told him it was no big deal and asked him if everything was okay. He was trying his best to act normal, but the way he gave me a response and from what I was hearing a few minutes prior, I knew he was lying to my face right through his teeth. "Look, man, here's $50. Please just accept my money and go. What's going on here is between me and her, and it's none of your concern." I then looked at him with a really unsettling look and told him that I didn't want his money and started walking away, already knowing that in the back of my head, I was going to call the police when I got to my car. When I made it back to my car in the driveway, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the woman came storming outside in my direction and started begging for help. She had been beaten so horribly you would not believe it. Both of her eyes were so swelled up that you could barely even see her left eye at all. She was crying, and she had bruises all over her body, and she was bleeding from her nose and her stomach. She told me that he had sliced her stomach with a knife and that he threatened her with a gun. She said she managed to get away from him by hitting him in the head with a hammer. She then ran to the other side of my car, got in the passenger seat, and told me to drive off. She was freaking out and screaming, telling me that we needed to leave before he came out there and killed us both. She was literally begging and screaming that I help her get out of there. So we drove off, and she called the police using my phone. I took her with me back to my work, and my boss was very understanding after I told him the situation. I ended up quitting the very next day, though, as it was just too much for me to cope with. I thought that I was better off looking for a different job, something that would be safer. You know, the woman who I rescued, Angie, called the police with my phone as soon as she got in the car, like I said. By the time the cops arrived, Thomas was dead. The man killed himself by shooting himself in the head. Thomas had been abusing Angie for years, and she had no way of escaping it. She didn't have a phone or any friends in the area, and he had been keeping complete control over her for the past 2 years. Apparently, she was pregnant, and Thomas didn't want to be a father yet, and that's what started the argument in the first place. He most definitely tried to kill the baby, but to no avail. Angie and I are now good friends, and we have each other on Facebook. I reached out to her recently to ask her how things were going, and she said she couldn't be happier and that she's in a new relationship with someone that truly loves her and cares for her. She even sent me some pictures of her and her daughter, and they seem to be in a much better spot now, which makes me happy. The town I grew up in was pretty country, to put it lightly. Nothing but farms, crops, abandoned churches, and ugly worn-down houses. Everyone around us was pretty broke. Property taxes were like $1,000 a year, if that. With that came a lot of sketchball characters. Hell, even our neighbor was a weirdo, nice but weird. We weren't well off ourselves, but things at least got a little better for my family when my siblings and I were old enough to work too. When this app Hot or Not was still a thing many years back, I matched with this girl Laura, who I started seeing for a while. We matched in late summertime and we were seeing each other through September. Already this was early October, Laura and I were looking for a nice cheap date to go on. Really, there wasn't much to do around there. We've gone on hikes, explored, and gotten food, not much else going on. So we took a new route in the car this day, somewhere neither of us had been, just to find something. We found this little restaurant sitting in a random parking lot on the side of the road. It had outdoor seating, so we went there. It was a warm, cloudy day when we arrived and got seated at a table outside the restaurant. We were there for 45 minutes to an hour, and after leaving, it grew noticeably foggy out. We continued to drive down this route we'd never been down before, a really desolate road with just open fields and farmland on either side with occasional patches of trees and woods. Then we passed something different. It was a sign for a pumpkin patch, only it was a very cheaply made sign. It wasn't some big billboard or anything like that. It was a wooden picket sign that said, "Pumpkin picking this way," and an arrow pointing to the right. Right behind the sign was a dirt driveway cutting through the field. Through the fog, we saw a house that the driveway led to, so in a spur-of-the-moment decision, we both agreed we wanted to check it out because why not, and drove off the road down the driveway. We passed the house into this back area, which was covered by trees in two directions, the left side and the far back side. Tucked between the house and woods was this big pumpkin patch. It was a genuine pumpkin farm, and we saw at least 200 pumpkins scattered all over the place, and that was just what the fog allowed us to see. We parked next to this old jalopy of a pickup truck, the only other vehicle visible on the property. We noticed an older couple sitting on the back deck of the house as we got out. The two of them got up and greeted us. I said we're here for the pumpkin picking, and the old woman said with a smile, "Welcome, pick anything you'd like." I asked her how much it would be for a pumpkin, and the old woman said, "It's free." We were surprised. The fog was acting as a sort of barrier, so we couldn't clearly see the two. It was a little creepy, but I could still tell that it looked like the old man was smiling at Laura. His smile was very gummy, it was kind of gross. We both said thank you and started walking into the pumpkin patch. A lot of the pumpkins were on the smaller side, were mushy, and just not very attractive. The ground was also kind of wet from the fog, I guess, and some of the pumpkins felt wet and muddy too. It was hard to find a really nice one, but eventually, we did find one. I picked up this big, healthy-looking pumpkin. It was heavy. I brought it over to the back deck where the old couple just was. They weren't there anymore. I asked Laura if we should just leave. She said probably. It really felt like we were clear to leave since we already thanked them, and they made it clear they were free. So we got back in the car, and I started doing a three-point turn on the dirt driveway to leave when we heard someone yelling outside. We both got startled and turned to face the house, where we saw a middle-aged man in a cap yelling, "Hey, stop." I lowered the window, and he put his face through the window and yelled, "What the hell are y'all doing?" "I'm calling 911. I said, "What did we do?" And he said, "Put that pumpkin back right now." Laura and I, talking over each other, both tried to explain to the man that the older couple told us to take whatever we wanted. I assumed they were his parents. The man said, "What older couple? What are you talking about?" I replied, "Are your parents also here?" He said, "I ain't got no parents." Laura and I, both equally confused, looked at each other. I said, "Sir, there was an older couple sitting on your back deck 10 minutes ago, and they told us to take whatever we wanted." The man said, "There ain't no older couples here." He asked where the pumpkin is. I told him in the back. I unlocked the door, and he grabbed the pumpkin. He said if we ever came back here, he'd shoot us, and then he spit at the ground and walked back to his house. I drove us out of there. We were as confused as could be. We considered the idea that maybe it was a joke, but that would be a real sick joke. I made a joke saying, "What if they were ghosts?" and Laura said, stop, clearly freaked out. But then I got the chills myself as I thought about what I just said. There was silence in the car for a few seconds, and I know we both pondered that idea. Out of curiosity, one day my two siblings went to that pumpkin farm to go pumpkin picking. They bought a pumpkin from the guy we saw, and they probed him a bit, asking about the farm and if the man lives there with anyone. The man said he lives there alone. This was unsettling to hear. It truly, to this day, doesn't make a lick of sense. Could the man have been lying about the older couple being there? I don't know, possibly, but why? The scarier question is, what if he wasn't lying and he truly does live alone? Then who were those people? I once had 2 job interviews in North Carolina. I lived in New York at the time. I was taking the drive down there instead of flying to save money. My job at the time sucked, and the 2 jobs I was interviewing for could finally be a new start for me. They were corporate office jobs with a lot of benefits and good salaries, plus the weather would be much better than New York. I was driving down there on a Thursday night. I took off from work Friday because that's when the 2 interviews were. Since I had to work Thursday, I had to hit the road as soon as I was off work. I stopped home first to grab my suitcase and other stuff I was bringing, then I said goodbye to my family and set off. It was a long 8+ hour drive ahead of me. My ETA was into the early hours of the morning, like 2 a.m. I was heading to a comfort inn. I drank like 3 cups of coffee my first few hours driving, and for a while, I was good. But if you're already running on fumes, no amount of coffee is going to keep you going. I already didn't get much sleep the night before because I was stressing over these interviews, and after a long busy day at work, the last thing I wanted to be doing was driving close to 9 hours. It was late at night now and I had about 2 hours left in the drive. There were very few other cars on the road this late at night on a weeknight. I was starting to feel really sleepy now, but I knew most of the drive was behind me. Suddenly, on the side of the highway, I saw a man in a suit standing there. Not walking, not moving. He was facing my car, and as I looked at him as I passed, I saw his face turning to follow my car. I said out loud, "What the hell?" It was truly bizarre. I almost contemplated turning around and asking if he needed a ride. He was just in the middle of the highway in a suit at like 12:30 at night. I came up with stories in my head about what may have happened, like maybe his girlfriend kicked him out of the car. I did this to keep my mind away because I felt like I was drifting away. Then something beyond frightening happened. It was only maybe 10 minutes after I had seen that man that I saw another man on the side of the road coming up, also in a suit, also just standing there. What the hell was going on? I slowed down to pull to the side of the road and possibly ask if everything was okay and maybe offer a ride. I don't know what I was thinking, but either way, when I was on the shoulder, almost to a stop, I looked in a rearview mirror and then turned around completely, and that man was gone, as if he just disappeared. I stepped on the gas and got back on the road. I was losing it. I needed to stop for another coffee. I had about an hour and a half to go at this point. I stopped at the first pit stop I could find and bought a medium coffee. I drank a few sips, but as I was sitting in the rest area gas station parking lot, I spotted a man in a suit again standing under a light post. Same man. This time I got a clearer view of his face. He looked like a middle-aged white man. Short dark brown hair, clean-shaven, and a neutral expression. But it was the way he was once again facing my car that freaked me the hell out. I turned the car on and got out of there without looking back. I wanted to complete this drive, but the coffee wasn't doing it. I felt like I was going to pass out behind the wheel. I wasn't gonna make it, so I pulled off the highway and parked in a random parking lot. I angled the seat all the way down, and I attempted to go to sleep. As tired as I was, I couldn't help but be scared in this empty parking lot, scared that if I opened my eyes I would see that man in the suit again. I was drifting into a sleep when something made me wake up again and open my eyes, probably my mind playing tricks on me again. I looked around the outside of my car, scared I was gonna see him. I looked out each window and then the front windshield, and it was clear. Then I looked in the rearview mirror and I felt my soul leave my body for a second, because there I saw for a second a person in the back seat was the man in the suit again. But I didn't look long enough, because I opened the door, screamed, and fell backward out of the car. As I crawled back, I kept screaming until I finally got up, looked inside the car, and saw nobody. The back seat was empty. As I came to my senses, I realized my mind had been playing tricks on me all night. There was no man in a suit, I'm just completely exhausted and need to sleep. I got back in my car, my heart racing. Honestly, now though, I was too awake to go to sleep. I turned the car back on and finished my coffee and banged out the rest of the drive. By the time I checked into the hotel and got to the room, I fell into the bed and passed out right away. The next day, my first interview was at 11 a.m., so I didn't get much sleep, but I definitely felt somewhat recharged. However, the second my interviewer walked out to greet me, I froze up. My interviewer looked identical to the image of that man in the suit I kept hallucinating the night before. I know the interviewer noticed me freeze up. I could see it in his face. I tried to recover from this, but it set the tone for the rest of the interview and I was completely nervous and out of it. I felt like I was in a dream. I left that interview with only an hour to get ready for my next one. My next interviewer was a woman. I did much better with this one because I actually got the job. I still work here and live in North Carolina now. My old therapist told me that she thinks the stress of mentally preparing for the interviews mixed with the lack of sleep caused me to hallucinate. The main cause of my fear and stress was that I hallucinated a man in a suit because that's who I pictured would be interviewing me. I feel like it doesn't sound too far-fetched, but it doesn't change how downright horrific the whole ordeal was. This is something that happened back when I was a 10-year-old kid. During this time, I lived with my parents and sister in a very populated neighborhood. It was a residential area with countless streets, houses, and parks. Every year on the 4th of July, there would be a huge parade. The parade route would go down our street every time, so we would go outside, sit on the edge of the yard, and watch it. Our house was somewhat uphill from the road, so the yard slanted down a little, giving a good view of the parade. The parade would be sometime in the late morning, and I remember on the year of this story, we went outside a while before it started. Some people had already started to gather around and sit on the curbs of the street and such. We went to our usual spot, and I remember that my sister and I would always go really close to the street. Soon, the parade started. I enjoyed it because a lot of the people in the parade would toss candy at the kids, and I would get a bunch every year. The parade was ongoing, and there were tons of people involved. There were a lot of floats as well as people walking. The first strange thing I noticed was a guy dressed in a red, white, and blue jacket with a long beard. He was walking and waving to people, but then, when he went past us, he appeared to walk into our yard. There were these two huge trees at the end of our yard. Well, one of the trees was in our yard, and the other was on our next-door neighbor's property technically. He sort of went between the two trees, and I didn't really know what he was doing there. That area is sort of out of the way because there was also a really big bush nearby. Yet, with all of these people around, I couldn't be the only one who noticed him, but it kind of seemed like I was. He went out of my sight, though, appearing to go into our next-door neighbor's property. I went right back to watching the parade and forgot all about it. As a kid, I didn't really think too much of it. The parade went on for probably another 20 or 30 minutes. And I had forgotten all about the man. When the parade ended, people slowly started to clear out. My family was going to my grandparents' house, who lived only a couple of miles away. We went back inside for maybe an hour and then left. So, we were at my grandparents' until probably around sunset. At that time, I remember we left and headed back home. After the probably 5-minute drive back to our house, we got out of the car and headed inside, but when we got to the front door, we noticed a couple of things that were strange. One was that the screen to our house was open a little. We had a screen door and then an actual door, and the screen door would never shut all the way unless you forced it shut, which we always did. So, it seemed as though somebody had been to our door. Also, there were some flowers planted below a window out front, and some of them appeared to have been trampled. We realized somebody had been in our yard while we were away, and this person had either tried entering our front door or had knocked on it. We figured that with it being the 4th of July, there were probably a lot of people out in the neighborhood. Many people on the street were having barbecues and that sort of stuff. It's possible some people were just messing around and cut through our yard or something. Perhaps some teenagers or drunk young adults did it. Either way, we went inside the house, but were a little bit nervous. However, after turning on all the lights, everything seemed to be just fine. I quickly felt much better and was no longer worried. We were going to go out into the backyard and play with some sparklers. We were also going to have a fire in the small fire pit that we had in the yard and make s'mores. I can't remember what my parents and sister were busy doing inside, but they said that they would be out in a minute. I decided to go out into the backyard first. I went into the dark backyard, which was only lit by a light in the back of the house. When I got back there, almost instantly after closing the back door, I heard a noise. I really wasn't sure what it was, but I knew that a bush had moved. In our neighborhood, with how populated it was, we really didn't get many animals, maybe an occasional rabbit and lots of squirrels, but whatever made this noise was definitely much larger. I looked over in the direction but did not see anything. There were several trees and bushes in the yard all around, and it wasn't well lit. I stayed out there, and after a few moments of nothing, I convinced myself that it was just some sort of an animal. I started to walk around the yard just waiting for my parents and sister. During this time, I was walking near the back of the house when I saw something. There was something blue on the ground underneath a bush. I honestly don't know how I spotted it, but I walked over and looked closer. There was a big blue jacket like the one the man in the parade had been wearing. It was all crumpled up and really small. I noticed that it was also red, white, and blue, and I looked inside the jacket. And there was the fake long white beard that the guy was wearing, too. This probably belonged to the same guy who was walking into our yard at the parade. I then remembered that I was creeped out and wanted to go back inside. Now, when I moved away from the bush, that's when I saw the guy. There was a man standing at the far back of our yard near the fence, and he was walking slowly along the edge of it. I quickly ran to the back door and went in. I locked the door behind me and found my parents. When I told them about the guy, they called the police. Then, we waited inside without hearing or seeing anything from the man. When the police got there, they searched the backyard, but the man was gone. His things that he had hidden in the bushes were also gone. After the police left, I was pretty nervous the guy would return, but he didn't. I think that when he noticed I saw him, he must have decided to leave. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't noticed him. This happened a few years ago. I was hosting a 4th of July party at my house. It wasn't actually the 4th, but it was the weekend of the 4th. I live in a smaller and older house not far outside of the city. A few coworkers had been to my place before, and somehow I got nominated to host the 4th of July party. There would be over 30 people coming, most likely about 20 coworkers, and many were bringing their significant others. My house has 2 stories and a small front yard and a small backyard as well. The entire backyard is basically just a patio. There's a few feet along the west side of it that's grass. The backyard is entirely fenced in aside from my driveway, which leads to an alley and then my garage. The property is pretty closed off from my neighbors. I got ready for the party by getting a bunch of food and drinks and things like that. I set up, and when the day came, a bunch of my coworkers started coming over. It was a nice and sunny day, and people could be outside or inside in the air conditioning. I remember that after the party started, things were going very well at first. Everybody seemed to be having a good time, and I was outside but then went in. I was talking with a few people in my house for a while when I went into the kitchen. One of my coworkers approached me and said that a weird guy was there. She thought that maybe I knew him and said that nobody outside seemed to know who he was. I was very confused, and I asked her to show me the guy. We both went over to the doorway leading out to the backyard. When we got there, a bunch of people were in the yard. At first, she couldn't spot him, but she was telling me that he was saying weird stuff and making some people uncomfortable. Overall, something seemed off about the guy. Finally, she located him and pointed the guy out. I then walked outside and got a better look. The man was somewhat large, had kind of messy hair that went past his ears, and was drinking a beer. I did not recognize this man at all. He was sort of standing by himself in the corner near where the alleyway was. He appeared to just kind of be watching people. I started walking over to approach the guy. I was going to ask him who he was, but when I got about 30 feet away from him, he looked right at me. The man then turned and quickly started walking away back down my narrow driveway, which went from the backyard to past my house in the street. Before making it out of the backyard area, though, he stopped, grabbed another beer out of a cooler, and then kept going. I never got to talk to the man, and he walked at a fast pace back down the driveway and then onto the connecting sidewalk. It was really strange. I figured that some random guy was walking by and must have seen there was a party and just stopped in for whatever reason. The neighborhood was pretty busy and did get quite a few people walking down the sidewalks throughout the day and stuff, but this was still really weird. I went around and asked a few people about the guy. Apparently, he was approaching some people and asking strange questions. I was also told that he was just staring at a few people and did not look away for a really long time. At least he was gone now, though. I was outside most of the rest of the party, and luckily, the man did not return. After people started leaving to go home, there was maybe an hour before it was just me. Then I started to clean everything up. Not a whole lot needed to be done, just take out the garbage, take in a few folding tables and some chairs, as well as the food and drinks. As I was doing this, I walked past my narrow driveway to take some garbage out. When I was on the driveway, I looked down it into the street. I noticed that standing right in the middle of my driveway where the sidewalk intersected was the same man. He was just standing there and staring at me, it appeared. I didn't know what to do, so I sort of waved. The man did not wave back. Then I continued to take out the garbage, which was at the back corner of my backyard. When I was walking back, though, I noticed the man was walking up my driveway towards me. I didn't know what he wanted, but I stayed there to meet him. When the man reached me, I said hi to him. The man asked me if he could use my bathroom quick. I really did not want this guy in my house, and I said no. Then I asked the man if he was at the party earlier. The man denied it and said no. Clearly, this was the same guy. He then asked once more if he could go inside my house really quick. I said no to the guy again, but he still didn't leave. By this point, I was getting kind of nervous. I didn't really know what to do or say. I wasn't quite done cleaning, but I wanted to go inside, so I said, "Well, I'll see you later." Then I turned and started walking back towards the back door of my house, but when I did, the man began to follow me. I knew that I couldn't go inside anymore, and I turned to walk in another direction. I figured that the man would continue to follow me, but he didn't. The guy walked right up to my back door, opened it up, and went inside. When I saw this, I started to follow him. And I yelled at him to stop, but I realized that maybe this guy could be dangerous. Instead, I went back to the end of the alley and went to my car, which was parked in front of the garage. Then I called the police. I waited there until they arrived. When they got there, the man was found hiding in my basement. It really creeped me out when I heard that. I really don't know who the guy was or why he wanted to go inside of my house, but I remembered back to earlier in the party when he walked away from me after I started to approach him. He seemed to know that I was the homeowner. If he was talking to a bunch of other people but then walked away from just me, that was odd. I wondered if he had seen me before or something. I'm really glad that I didn't go back into my house after him. I'm not sure what he was capable of. This is the story of my freshman year in college. I went to a smaller university. There were only a few thousand students that attended it, so the campus wasn't very large. But I liked that about this place. However, my first year I had to live in the dorms to save a little bit of money and maybe make a friend. I chose to have a random roommate. This decision backfired. I didn't know anybody at the college when I got there, and the first person that I met was the roommate. He told me that his name was Dermot. Dermot was a strange guy overall. He was rude, unfriendly, and he never left the room other than to go to class. He was not at all the type of person that I would normally hang out with, and by the second week, I had given up all hope of being friends with him. I had a TV and a PS4 that I brought with me to school, and Dermot said that I could never use it because it bothered him. He also demanded that all lights be off after dark. I tried to reason with him once, but he threatened to report me to the dean of students. I wasn't scared by the threat. I didn't really think they would do anything. But I would rather just try to get along with my roommate instead. I would do my studying in class buildings around campus. I made other friends at college pretty quickly, and when I was talking with them about Dermot one day, they suggested that I get a new room. I hadn't even realized this was an option until they told me, so I put in a request to get my own solo dorm room. I was told that when one came available, they would contact me. About 2 weeks later, so now about a month and a half into the school year, I was contacted. I was told that I could move into a different dorm building that was across the street. This building was a little bit newer and nicer. It had a room that was available, and I accepted it. I decided not to even tell Dermot. I didn't know if he would be happy or sad about it, but I didn't want him thinking that I hated him or something. So one day, when Dermot was gone at his classes at a time that I didn't have class, I packed up all my stuff and just left without saying a word. My entire half of the room was now gone. I moved into my new building and got my new room. It was so nice to finally have a place all to myself. I could watch TV, play PlayStation, and not have any complaints. I could even have my friends over to hang out. However, I did want to be careful not to see my old roommate Dermot. Like I said, it was a small campus, so there was a chance that we would cross paths. If we did, I didn't want him to ask me why I left or something. I was careful to avoid him, and I didn't see him at all for a couple of days. As for my new room, at first it was great, but on probably the second or third night that I was there, something happened. I was playing video games late at night, and I heard somebody try to open my door. It was locked, so it didn't open. After a few seconds, I got up to look out of my peephole. When I was walking towards the door, I heard somebody knock on it. There weren't even that many people that knew I lived here yet, so I found this to be really strange. When I got to the door, I saw Dermot standing there. I did not want to answer it, and I quietly moved away from the door. He knocked one more time, and I didn't answer that either. I was really creeped out. I mean, how did he even know that I lived here? I didn't tell him, and I wasn't friends with him on Snapchat or anything where he could see my location. This was really strange. I went back and looked like 15 minutes later, and he was finally gone. I didn't know why he came here. There was no reason that I could think of. Well, the next morning I got up and had to go to class. When I left my room, I walked down a couple of hallways to get to the front of the building. In one of the hallways was a sort of lounge study area. When I was approaching it, I saw Dermot sitting in one of the chairs there. I couldn't believe that he was in my dorm building. He didn't live here. I didn't know what he was doing. I turned around and left out of another exit. I thought maybe he was following me. It was really, really strange. Later on in that same day, I was walking on campus, and I happened to notice him again. There were a lot of other people walking around, and I saw him a ways behind me. I walked back to my dorm building, and he seemed to almost follow me there. He wasn't walking close enough to follow me inside or anything, but I was very suspicious when I noticed. I got back in my building and was wondering what this guy's problem was. Well, that same night he was back at my room once more. I was up late, and he tried entering. It was locked like always, and he then knocked on the door. This time it was louder than before. I didn't answer, but was watching him through the peephole. He knocked again very loudly, but I still did nothing. When he knocked for a third time, I remember somebody else who lived down the hall opened up their door. They told him to quiet down. Dermot didn't say anything. Then he stood there for probably a minute. After that, he backed up a step and then kicked my door extremely loud and hard. I was honestly afraid that the door might break, but it didn't. Dermot then turned and stormed off. After this, I made up my mind that I was going to report him, and the next day I did. Somebody must have talked to him or something, because I stopped seeing him after that, and he did not return to my room. I was still very suspicious that he would follow me around or show up again or something for like a month, but luckily he didn't. A while after this, I met somebody that used to know him. They weren't really his friend, but had several classes with him. They told me that he had dropped out and also said that his name wasn't even Dermot. None of these things really surprised me. I'm not sure why he gave me a fake name, but he was a weird guy. Looking back, I'm really glad that I moved out when I did. This particular story took place when I was in the Air Force and stationed in Louisiana. This story took place a few years after I had been stationed there. I first arrived at this base in 2005, and upon my arrival, I, along with many other new troops, were greeted with many different stories of horror. There were stories about a man in a top hat who walked a dark, long, and narrow dirt road on the outskirts of a storage facility area. There was another story about a crazy man who was hit by a patrol car and ran off into the woods next to the same place. But my story relates to a separate story that was told to me. It was my second night on shift, as I recall. I was posted with an airman who had been there for several years. He gave a rundown about some little girl who had been visiting her father when the storage area we were working in was being constructed, which was well before any of our time. The story went that the little girl was playing on some of the structures while her father was working but had fallen to her death by slipping off the edge at the top of the structure itself. Most of the story didn't make sense to me at the time, but regardless of the facts, it still scared the out of me. To make matters worse, the airman had taken me to the exact place where the supposed story took place. He would shut off the engine and turn off the music as we just sat there in silence. He startled me a few times, but nothing ever happened. Now skip forward about 3 years. I was scheduled to work that particular spot of the base this night. Keep in mind that I'd been visiting this spot for years now, but at this point, the storage area had been completely closed down except for a few minor areas, which required us to do physical drive-throughs and checks of this area. The shift itself started out rather shitty. Me and my Steven partner had been given a cattle truck to do this patrol, as our normal vehicle was in the shop for maintenance. Yeah, I'm not kidding, a cattle truck. I know this part doesn't seem very important to the story at the moment, but it will tie into the story eventually. So to save on time, let's skip forward a few hours. We were scheduled to do 3 random checks of the storage facility that night, and we had already completed 2 of the 3 prior without any issues. So, come about 4 o'clock in the morning, we decided to do our last check. Seeing as all the main maintenance guys had gone home for the night in this area, the only way to access the area was with 2 very large separate gates, which took forever to open. We piled in, locked the gates behind us, and continued on our way. Steven was driving during this check, and I was the spotter who used the flashlight to check the lock on each structure. An important detail that I left out, which may be necessary here, is that the story of the little girl had taken place on a road within the storage area, which we called Echo Street. By this point, everything was fine, and we had finished our rounds. Steven made the final turn down Echo Street. We had both been pretty talkative during most of the night, and we were just shooting when I got an uneasy feeling. Something felt different, but I couldn't make out what it was. We were about halfway down the road when things became almost completely and frighteningly silent. Even the rumble of our cattle truck and the faint noise of the radio plane seemed to become less audible as we approached the structure from my previous story. And I must stress at this point that even telling or typing this part still brings a chill down my spine and makes my eyes tear up in fear. But as we approached the structure itself, I turned my head to the outside of the window opposite the structure, and out of my left ear, I heard a sound that nearly caused me to piss myself. It was the sound of a person groaning or moaning in distress, sort of like the moan of the girl from The Grudge. Yes, I'm very serious. The faint, creepy moan began to ring inside the cab of the truck between the 2 of us, in between the dark emptiness of the middle seat. I felt my blood turn cold, and I quickly turned to Steven and yelled, "Dude, cut that out." Steven turned to me with a confused look on his face. At this point, he began to take his foot off the accelerator and asked, "Am I going too fast?" I remained silent for a moment, with my hand in a pausing gesture, and I listened. I heard the noise again. My partner interrupted and asked, "What's wrong?" I quickly turned the music off without saying anything at first, and then I whispered to him, "Do you hear that?" He stopped the truck in confusion and listened closely. It was almost dead silent for a second or 2 when we both heard at this time that long, chilling groan of a woman. It echoed in my ears. It sounded like someone was struggling to breathe and taking in a giant breath of air while someone was trying to strangle them. The sound was beyond terrifying, and the fact that I wasn't the only one hearing it only made it more of a horrifying experience. I found myself beginning to ask him my original question again, but he quickly interrupted and said with a strong sound of fear in his voice, "What the is that?" We stupidly waited to see if we could hear it again. The rumble of the gates on the back of the truck was easily heard and recognized as they made a sort of metal-on-metal clatter, and the diesel engine had that typical rumble as well. But in between both the noises, we heard it again for the final time, that groan. It sounded even louder, but this time it sounded like it was coming from both inside and outside of the truck, like we were being surrounded by whatever was making that noise of distress. Without even making a peep, Stephen put the truck in drive, and he hauled our asses off that street quicker than I have ever gone on any other street in that entire base, veered us off the road to speed back. He nearly flipped the truck going around a curve, but it didn't bother us one bit. We were both in an unspoken agreement that we wanted to get out of there quickly. We got to the 2 gates again, and I hopped out of the truck as fast as I could. Stephen watched my back as I quickly opened both gates. He jumped back into the driver's seat, sped out, and waited for me to close both gates as well. Once we completed that task, we quickly returned to the main part of the base, and we requested to meet with our flight chief to tell him what had happened. When we finally met up with him, we expected him to think that we were both full of it or that we had just imagined the entire thing, being as it was so late into our 12-hour shift and we were both tired. But I clearly remember him saying to both of us, "I completely believe you." As a matter of fact, I had something like that happen to me twice, once in that same place and the other in that building behind you, as he pointed at our jailhouse. Again, I know that sounds completely cliché with that grudge-like moan we had heard, but it honestly happened, and it still brings those tears of fright into my eyes every time I tell it. I went back to that storage area only once after that, but I never went down that road again, and I never went after dark. My name is Laura. I'm 20 years old, and I work at a Walmart by a small town called Jackson in Alabama. Since I don't go to school full-time, my boss would oftentimes put me on an overnight shift. Back when the store was open 24 hours a day, given that it was a supercenter, there would still be a number of employees working. My shift this one particular night was 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. I was one of only a couple employees doing stock work. There was 1 or 2 employees at registers up front. Given that our store sits in the countryside of Alabama, we didn't really get much business at these insane hours of the night. However, it was a prime restocking period. I didn't personally know the other employees working that night, but it's not like we'd run into each other in the giant store anyway. I started my night folding pants in the men's department and generally tidying up. I kept headphones in at night because usually there would be no one to tell me to take them out. A customer came to the jeans section, and at that time, it was around 11:30 p.m. So, it wasn't really that weird. People would still come in and close shop till usually around midnight. The customer came up to me and asked me if we had any more of the specific pants he found in a different waist size. I apologized and told him only whatever was on the rack. He thanked me and walked away. I made accidental eye contact with him as soon as he stood by the rack, putting the jeans back. It was kind of awkward. He walked away, and I continued with my work. Some time passed, and the store started to look like a ghost town. No one to be seen as far as the eye could see. I think it was like 1 a.m. I had made my way over to the appliances section. I was doing a lot of back and forth work with boxes from the back section, where we kept all the items that were yet to go out. I brought a wagon full of boxes to one of the aisles and started stocking the shelves. Because the shelves were empty, though, I was able to see someone through the next aisle over. And they were watching me. Well, only up until he noticed me notice him, then he looked away. But his eyes looked really familiar. I stepped closer to get a better view, and I realized it was the same customer from like 2 hours earlier. How in the world could he still be in the store without making it obvious? I took the wagon with me and passed the next aisle over just to get a look and see if the man had any items in his hands. His hands were completely empty. No way could he be shopping for 2 hours and not pick up a single thing. Something wasn't right. I quickly finished up restocking the shelf with coffee machines and other appliances, then brought the empty wagon to the back area. I chilled out in there for a while because, quite frankly, I felt like that guy might have been following or watching me longer than I realized. I played on my phone for a little while in the employee lounge. Then, when I figured it was time to get back to work, I decided I would do grocery work instead, just to be in a different part of the store. I went into the dairy cooler and filled a bunch of crates with dairy products like milk and yogurts. This took a lot of time to do because I had to check the dates on the products and such. Over the loud sound of the giant refrigerators keeping the cooler cold, I heard the door to the dairy cooler burst open. There was conveniently a gap in the boxes sitting on one of the pallets that allowed me to peek through it to the door of the cooler, and I swear, it was that same customer. I ran to cover under one of the shelves and pushed a big box full of eggs in front of me. Didn't have to worry about making noise because the refrigerators were so loud. For anyone wondering why I decided to hide, well, I already assumed this guy was hanging around the store watching me. Seeing him in the employees-only section, never mind that, coming into the dairy cooler, seemingly something bad was definitely about to go down. I hid behind that box with my head down for the longest time, expecting to hear the doors to the cooler open and close. Eventually, after a while of hiding and not looking, I assumed maybe he left after looking for me. I lifted my head from my arms for the first time and looked up in front of the box and screamed. He was right there, smiling at me, standing over the box. But his smile vanished as soon as I started to scream. He tried putting his hand on my lips to muffle my scream, but I didn't allow that to go any further. I pushed the box of eggs over right into him, and the eggs falling to the floor made him step back, looking down at his shoes. I ran right past him, but he didn't grab me, so I continued to run until I found another stock worker and told him to help me. The employee's name was David. I remember from his name tag. Suddenly, the man from the dairy cooler came up to the two of us and apologized, explaining that he was from corporate and was coming to make sure everything was running smoothly. He said he didn't mean to scare me and was simply checking up on me in the dairy cooler to make sure I wasn't slacking off. This David guy seemed to believe it all, but then again, he didn't seem very smart at all. I asked the man why he put his hand on my mouth, and he said he was trying to avoid making a scene. Then, shockingly, he gave me the order to finish up the appliance section, and he disappeared as he was speed walking away down the aisle. I called out, "What's your name?" and he called back, "Jerry," and just like that, he was gone. The next day, I called one of the managers and asked if there was supposed to be a visit from corporate the night before and if a creepy man named Jerry sounded familiar. My manager, Margaret, said it sounded like complete nonsense. There was no record of anyone from corporate named Jerry who was supposed to come visit, nor would anyone from corporate ever be in the store at 2 a.m. They then went ahead and checked the camera footage, and a police report was filed when they realized this was a random man, and the cameras proved this man had been stalking me between the aisles for the better part of the first few hours of my shift. I told Margaret I couldn't do night shifts anymore after that, and she understood. I still work there, but more so as a day stock person or a cashier. One of my best friends from when I was 14 was Michael. His family lived out in the country, on the corner of an intersection adjacent to miles of cornfields. It was right on the edge of going out into the middle of nowhere, They had a wooden fenced-in backyard with a barn they used to store everything for their lawn and garden. However, there was a second story with a balcony that we turned into our hangout spot, and we'd often run power up there and camp out during the summer. It would usually end up being about 6 to 8 of us just hanging out and having a blast. Being out there and not wanting to be holed up in the barn all night, we would usually go out in the yard, walk down the country roads at night, or go through the cornfields and walk the creeks. It sounds boring, but we always had a blast doing it. Exploring at night with nobody around, keeping the flashlights off and adjusting our eyes to the darkness, not having to worry about cars or people being around, we would always feel safe. Being that we would always go out in groups of 6 to 8 of us. That, and the farmers of the area gave us permission to go through the fields. So one fall night, after the 6 of us got bored of playing video games for hours on end, we decided to go walk through the adjacent fields. It was around 11 p.m. when we decided to head out, so we threw a couple of flashlights in the backpack and headed out. It was a nice cool night, the moon was just a sliver, and the sky didn't have a cloud in it. It was perfect. We tricked through the first field, just laughing it up and having a great time, but all of our cheer soon turned to absolute dread. There was a creek in a ravine dividing 2 of the fields that we followed, getting further and further until Michael's house was on the horizon. At this point, we had been walking for about an hour and a half. It was going on 12:30 a.m. We decided we would walk a little further and then turn back, something we all greatly regretted. As we made our way down the creek, we noticed what looked like a stump on the other side, way up ahead in the field, maybe about 20 feet away from the creek. It was odd because we had made this journey dozens of times, and there was never a tree, let alone a stump, in that field. As our curiosity piqued, we decided to check it out. It was still about 100 feet up to the creek. The first 2, Alex and Jack, jumped over the creek, and right as Michael was getting ready to jump, my heart sank. The stump moved. As soon as I blurted out, "Wait, it just moved," it stood up. The silhouette of a man standing in the field, in the middle of nowhere, was now facing us. We were all frozen. Alex and Jack jumped back over to our side of the creek, and we slowly started backing away, not looking away from the figure. It stood there for about a minute, which seemed like an eternity, then started off in a full sprint on the other side of the creek, heading right for us. We instantly turned around and ran as fast as we could away from the creek to the road and went straight for Michael's house. We could vaguely make out glimpses of it from the road, just waiting for it to jump the creek and catch up with us. The adrenaline had my feet moving so fast it felt like I was floating. As we came up on the last 4th-mile stretch of road before making it back, we noticed the figure had stopped, barely making out its silhouette across the field. We ran around the back of Michael's house and went straight to our loft in the barn, locking the doors behind us. A huge sigh of relief filled the air. We were safe. Shaken, we all couldn't wrap our heads around the fact that there was some psycho just crouching in a field in the middle of the night. We finally started to calm down and relax a bit. Being too afraid to leave the barn, we just decided when we had to piss, we'd piss off the balcony. As the night went on, around 2:30, Jack went to go do his business. Not 10 seconds later, he came bursting back in, his face pale white. "He's walking through the neighbor's backyard," he said. At this point, I seriously thought we were going to die. Why is he following us? Why is he so persistent on finding us? What does he want? We quietly made our way down the stairs and got to the door. At this point, we had no idea where he was, so we could either wait it out and hope he didn't see or hear us or make a run for the house. We all agreed that we would be much safer behind the deadbolt of a house versus the small lock that could be kicked in on the barn, so we ran for the house, key in hand, ready, praying it wouldn't get dropped on the way. Shortly after we all piled in the back door, we all stood silent as we heard the gate to the fence creak open. After hearing silence, we slowly crept into the house, trying not to make a noise. Michael made his way to his parents' room as we stood still in the kitchen, peering out the window to the backyard, unfortunately only seeing darkness. We woke his parents, told them everything, and they instantly called the police. As this was going on, we all listened in horror to what sounded like something demolishing the barn. We all hid in the living room, hoping this freak wouldn't break into the house before the police arrived. After what seemed like forever, the police showed up and stormed the backyard. Whoever it was that was after us was now gone. The barn door was kicked in, the hole upstairs looked like a tornado went through it, and creepiest of all, the back door handle to the house had been smashed off. Thank God for the deadbolt, or we might have been hanging on meat hooks by daytime. We never slept up there again, never went on night walks, and never returned to those fields. Michael's family moved a few years later, and I've never gone back to that area. They never caught the guy, and we never saw his face. I think about it all the time. It just gives me a chill every time I think about the fact that he wasn't caught. He could still be out there. I'll never understand why he was crouched in that field in the middle of the night, a good mile at least from the nearest house, and what caused him to snap and want to get us so badly. I really wonder if it was someone drugged up on PCP, but how did he end up there? There are so many questions that I'll never get answers to, and knowing he wasn't caught is the worst part. When I was in university, I would take 7 courses every semester because I was doing a dual degree and I wanted to get it all done in 4 years. This meant a lot of semesters I was up to my neck and ears in homework and studying all the time. My university had a library that was open until midnight. I was also interning that semester, so I really had almost no time to do my work. I still lived on campus at this point, and my suite mates could be very loud and distracting sometimes. This was a Wednesday night. I had 4 classes that day and my internship. I also had 2 exams the following day, so right after I finished up at my internship, I went straight to the library. Our campus library was very big. When I got there at 8:30 p.m., there were still a decent number of people everywhere, but from 9 to 10 o'clock, it quieted down a lot, and I was planning on being there until 12 o'clock, studying for my 2 exams the next day. Around 10 o'clock, most people were gone, but there were still some around. I was sitting at one of the tables sandwiched between 2 bookshelves on either side, so it was a little more private and secluded where I was sitting, with fewer distractions. By 11 o'clock, some guy who looked to be in his upper 20s came into the section past one of the multiple empty tables and came to mine, where he sat down diagonally across from me at the table. I looked up, and he looked back at me and smiled as he was setting his books down. I looked back down and just tried to focus on my studying and not wonder too much why he decided to sit at my table. I was going through the slides to study on my laptop when the guy at my table said, "Excuse me," then asked me if I, by chance, was taking a specific economics course. I politely told him, "No, sorry," hoping that would be the end of it. But then he started explaining why he asked that, because his professor gives pop quizzes every day. I said, "Wow, that really sucks." Then I tried to go back to studying. Mentally, my mind wasn't completely into the material anymore. Now I was distracted by the presence of this man who I had a feeling was going to keep trying to talk to me. I looked up from my laptop screen and saw that man looking at me, smiling with his lips. I looked back down at my laptop, contemplating getting up and moving elsewhere or just leaving. He then asked my name. I made up a name and said, Linda. He said, "You have such blue eyes, Linda." This was when I started to wonder if this man was really here to study or creep on women, and the fact that he looked like he was almost 30 didn't help. I asked him what the name of his economics professor was. He took a second, then said, "Professor Luis." I asked if he knew the first name. He shook his head, no. I went straight to web and looked up any professors with the last name Luis at our school. Only one came up, a calculus professor whose last reviews were left years ago. I decided to get up and go ask the security worker at the front door for help. As I got up, I felt the stare of that man at the table watching me walk over to the security worker and tell him that this man was creeping me out, and I don't think he's a student. The security worker walked back over with me and asked to see the man's student ID. He started looking through his wallet, then his pockets, and then he said he must have left it at his dorm. The security worker then asked what dorm building he's in. The guy was clearly lying because he didn't know what to say and eventually just said, "I honestly don't remember what it's called." The security worker walked him out of the library and came back and told me to just be careful while walking back to my dorm. I thanked him. The whole rest of the time at the library, my mind was so distracted just thinking about what a creep that guy was. I did my best to keep studying, and around 12, I knew it was time to wrap it up so I could get some sleep. I packed up and left through the same way the security guard escorted that man out. He wasn't standing there at that moment. I don't know where he went. I started walking through the basically deserted campus. No one walks around that late on a Monday to Wednesday night. That's why eventually, when I was nearing my dorm building and I heard at least one loud sound of a shoe hitting the concrete behind me, I turned around but saw no one there. I knew for a fact I heard a footstep, though. I started to run now, which may have been a mistake because the second I started to run, which was made more difficult because of my backpack, I heard running footsteps behind me. I turned and saw that man from the library sprinting towards me. I screamed at the top of my lungs, but only for a second before I was tackled to the ground and had a hand over my mouth. He kept threatening me, saying, "You better shut up or I'll kill you." I genuinely thought my life was about to end. I was trying to call out for help still, but it was muffled by his hand. He then got to his feet and started to drag me by the throat out of sight of the main walkways. I saw he was dragging me in the direction of the woods right by the dorms. I managed to remove his hand from my mouth for just long enough to scream again. It was enough to get the attention of these two guys who came running over, yelling, "Hey, stop," at my kidnapper. The man let go of me and started running off towards the woods. The two guys came over to me, and I'm sure they were asking me if I was okay and whatnot, but I blocked all noise out for a few moments as I was in total shock. I completely let my emotions out and started bawling my eyes out. The two guys called university police, and I did my best to keep myself together and explain. We went to the library to ask the security worker for his description of the man as well. It matched my description of the man. The police were also able to use the footage from the library cameras to get a clear picture of the man's face. The picture was sent out to all students' phones, emails, and the school website. That same night, there was an anonymous tip that the man was at a late-night dive bar down the road from the school. The police arrived at the bar and arrested him. The level of trauma this induced on me was incredible. I can't even imagine the trauma for those who weren't as lucky as me in situations like this. I had a really creepy experience the last time I went bowling. It was a couple of years ago. And I went to a bowling alley that's probably like 10 minutes from where I live now. I went with two of my friends, Nellie and Della. I had a really creepy experience the last time I went bowling. It was a couple of years ago, and I went to a bowling alley that's probably like 10 minutes from where I live now. I went with two of my friends, Nellie and Della. I had a really creepy experience the last time I went bowling. It was a couple of years ago, and I went to a bowling alley that's probably like 10 minutes from where I live now. I went with two of my friends, Nellie and Della. I can't remember how, but Lizzie had several games of free bowling at this particular alley, so we were using them. The place was actually pretty nice. There was also an arcade, a bar, and many food options inside as well. It was pretty busy that night, and most of the lanes, if not all of them, were being used. I remember that probably like 30 minutes into bowling, this employee guy came up to us. He asked us how everything was going, and we said good. He came back like 20 minutes later again and asked us once more, and then he said that our lane had had some problems recently. We said everything had been working fine, and it had been. The guy then told us to let him know if anything happened. We thought the place just had good service, and he was friendly. But the guy approached us again not long after that. He asked us if we were having a good time again, specifically me, and by now it seemed kind of weird how he kept coming up to us. This place was not like Top Golf or some bowling alleys where, as you're playing, you have a waiter or a waitress and they get you food and stuff. For this bowling alley, he just ordered food up at the counter, and it was like most of them. So I wasn't really sure why this employee kept going up to us and seemingly nobody else. After we told him that we were still having a good time, he asked us if we had any plans for later. We told him we were just hanging out and maybe we'd get some food. We didn't really know for sure. The guy then asked us if we lived around there, and we said yes. During this time, we were all in college but back home for the summer. This guy appeared to be around our same age, maybe slightly older. After talking briefly about how we were in college and stuff, he left. It just seemed like a friendly employee for the most part, but a little bit off. A short time later, though, I went back to the table behind our bowling lane to get a drink of water. When I did, the man was standing behind it. He told me that I was pretty good at bowling, which also indicated that he had been watching me. He then invited me to come back and bowl with him another time, saying we could bowl for free because he worked there. By this point, it seemed like he was probably interested in me, and that's why he kept going up to us. I was nice, but I told him that I was not much of a bowler and I would not be doing that. He tried convincing me for a moment, but then it was my turn to bowl again, and my friends called me over. I left, and they asked me why the guy was talking to me again. After this, I figured that he wouldn't be back, but only about 10 minutes later, he returned. He just walked up to us like he was part of the friend group. The guy told us that he was getting off very soon, and he was going to this club and asked if we wanted to join him. He then went on to say how the club was supposedly really hard to get into, but he knew the bouncer. We found this an odd thing for an employee to say to us and did not have an interest in joining him, so we declined. He finally left us alone after that. Now, at this point, we did not have much more bowling left and finished within probably 20 minutes after that. When we were at the counter returning our shoes to an employee, a different employee, she asked us how it went. Della told her that an employee of theirs kept bothering us the whole time. The girl working asked us who it was, and we described him to her. She was confused and said she didn't think anybody looking like that worked there. We looked around to see if he was still within sight. The place was really crowded. After looking around for maybe 10 seconds, though, I noticed him. He was sitting at a random table by himself, sipping a drink. When we pointed him out, she said she had no idea who he was but was confident that he did not work there. Then she told us she would be going to ask him who he was. At that point, though, we all just left. We had taken Della's car, and she drove the three of us. After leaving the bowling alley, we went to a local restaurant in town and stayed there for probably almost an hour. Then we continued back, and Della dropped me off back at my house. She pulled into the driveway, and I got out. Then they left. As I was walking up to my house, I remember hearing another car driving down the street. A street was usually very quiet, and I just looked over to see it. When I did, I saw the car come slowing down and appeared to pull over on the side of the road in front of our house. I was still walking towards the front door of my house, but I slowed down to see the person. What I saw next was the car pulling over and the driver's window rolling down. I saw that the same guy from the bowling alley was driving the car. I quickly hurried up to get inside. I got out my keys and tried to unlock the door as quickly as possible. While I was doing this, I actually heard the car door opening and then closing right after. I also heard footsteps and knew that the guy was approaching. Before he was able to get even halfway into the yard, though, I got the door open. I quickly went inside and then locked the door behind me. I hurried to find my parents and let them know of the situation. Maybe 30 seconds to a minute later, we returned to the front of the house and looked out of a window. When we did, the man and his car were gone. He had left, and after that, he didn't come back either. I'm still pretty creeped out by the situation. To go to my house, he must have followed my friends and me the entire rest of the night. I'm not sure what he was planning to do by going to my house. I'm just glad that he didn't come back. This is a fresh story happening pretty recently. My family and I were driving to college to help me move in, as I'm currently a first-year student. Once we arrived, I found out that I would be living in a Jack and Jill, which means you and another room shared the same bathroom. So, essentially, I'd be living with 3 other guys. I already knew one of them in the other room. We met at orientation and got to know each other. His roommate doesn't matter for this story, though. It's my roommate, Walter, who I'm going to talk about. I got his socials beforehand, and we exchanged information prior to moving in. I tried talking to him on Instagram to get to know him better, but his replies seemed dry. On top of that, his profile seemed like one of those Discord mods that you see on Instagram Reels or TikTok. Once we moved in, I met him, and ironically, he looked like a Discord mod, except he had a skinny build around my height. He looked very pale and had a peach fuzz mustache. I tried talking to him again. His talking style matched his texting style and seemed very introverted. He stuttered a lot and always tried to end the conversation as quickly as possible. I tried to lighten him up by asking what kind of music he listens to, but he said he doesn't, as music wouldn't fill his cup of emptiness. To make things more weird, when he set up his PS5, he immediately started gaming. It's not him gaming that's weird, it's what he does when he games. Walter makes these weird grunting noises, violently shakes his body, and laughs when he spams the controller. He puts his feet in his desk cabinet, occasionally grabbing his feet and pulling them towards his body during his shakes. He also whispers to himself as he plays, whether by himself or with his online friends, and he usually repeats what he whispered twice in a giggly manner. He stays in the room 24/7 and almost never does homework. His movements alone freak me out as I'm trying to sleep, but there's more to the story. Sometime around the first week, I went out with some friends that I met in my dorm building, and I came back pretty late to my dorm. Around 1 a.m. Walter looked asleep in his bed, so I nudged it off as I went to my cabinet, which was right next to my bed. I felt my arm hairs get goosebumps and felt the urge to turn around, so I did. Walter was staring right at me with a slight grin on his face. I yelped and said, "Holy, Walter, why are you looking at me like that?" He laughed it off and said, "Dark time," and turned around to face the wall. This creeped me out, and it happened, I want to say, 3 more times. I tried to move out, but my college said they didn't have any dorms open, so I tried to move into the other room, but one of the other roommates didn't want to leave as well. This meant I was stuck with Walter for the semester, and I just had to deal with it. About 3 months passed by, and I came back from my English class. When I opened the door to my dorm, Walter stood up in a panic, asking me why I was back so early. This was weird, as my English class actually ended late, hence me getting back late. I asked him if he needed the room to himself, and he declined, striking some weird pose that looked like it was from some anime. He said that I shouldn't be worried at all. I visibly cringed at him, and his statement only made me more uncomfortable. I noticed he had a box on his desk, and when I brought it up, he told me that it wasn't important. I shrugged it off. At this time, I noticed that my iPhone charger and my scissors were missing. I asked Walter if he had seen them, and he said he had. He handed me the scissors, and as he was handing me the iPhone charger, the cable knocked his box over to me as well. The box opened, and what I saw made my heart sink. A sticky note with my name on it fell out. Alongside this was what looked to be a see-through case. Inside it were eyelashes, a pair of glasses, a pair of my socks, and a disposable photo of me that I took as a joke. He collected all of it up off the floor as he tried explaining the meaning of it. And I yelled at him to get out. He left immediately. I texted my RA about the situation, and he told me that he was out at the moment, but when he came back tomorrow, I should show him the box as evidence so that they would have a reason to kick Walter out. So, I got the box and hid it within my laundry bin. I felt really rattled, and the sight of my roommate disgusted me. However, in an hour, he came back. I just told him to stay on his side and not to talk to me. After that, no words were spoken. I tried to stay awake out of fear that he might try to find the box, but after a long day, I fell asleep around 2 a.m. When I woke up, I saw Walter was gone, and it felt good seeing him out of the room for once. But then I remembered the box. I went to my laundry bin, and it was gone. I panicked, and not long after, my RA was knocking on the door. I let him in and told him the story. While he did believe me, he said he couldn't do anything without that box, otherwise, he'd just be going off my word alone. Which wasn't much. I felt like I was losing my mind. The RA left, and about 5 hours later, Walter came back. I asked him what he did with the box. He played dumb and said, "What box? I don't know what you're talking about." I pressured him to stop playing dumb, but Walter kept denying it. I couldn't stand to look at him or be in the same room with him anymore. It's now the second semester, and yes, I'm still dorming with Walter, unfortunately. He did let me know that he will never do it again, and that if he does, he'll let me know and we'll move out immediately. I took his word, and we're still dorming as of today. However, I stay out of the room as much as I can. He still creeps me out. The worst part is that I can't sleep sometimes nor focus during the day as I keep thinking of what was in the box. Why did he steal my photo? Why did he steal my socks? What were the glasses for? The part that leaves me scared each time is what those eyelashes were doing there, and perhaps weirdest of all, was that he labeled the box with my name. My junior year in college, I had a strange experience. First, a few background details. My dorm room was attached to my roommate's, so I had to go out through hers to get to the bathroom or the hallway. She was a light sleeper, but I wasn't the type to be out late, so it didn't matter. I had 2 normal operations in my life at that time and discovered that while under anesthesia, I would wake up briefly toward the end before I was supposed to. If I got a mosquito bite, I had to deal with it for at least a month. I'm not a fast healer. One night, I had the most vivid dream of my life. I woke up briefly somewhere else and then went right back to sleep. In this dream, I looked left, I looked right, and then I passed back out, just like if I was in surgery. I was on a hospital gurney, slightly inclined, facing the wall. There was ambient noise behind me, and the echo suggested it was a very large room. There was nothing sinister about the noises. On either side of me was a row of empty hospital gurneys. At my feet, just to my right, 2 people were having a conversation sitting on a bench against the wall. One was a person in a dark suit, the other, I don't know what it was. It was small, and I saw its hands, which appeared to have darker, grayish skin. They were speaking together, so animated and excited, like 2 old friends who hadn't seen each other in years, and they didn't notice me wake up. I didn't recognize the dialogue. Though I don't speak German, Mandarin, Russian, etc., I can recognize them when I hear them. This language was wholly unrecognizable, yet the person in the suit was fluent. I went back to sleep. In the morning, I said to myself that that was a messed up dream and went to the shower. As I passed my roommate, who was still in bed, she asked, "Where did you go last night?" I thought that was odd. After my shower, I started to put my makeup on and noticed something on my face. I leaned closer and could not believe what I saw, 2 perfectly parallel lines, impossibly thin and impossibly perfect. There was some clear hard gel on the top, and that's what I felt. There was no blood. My own hair was thicker than the width of the cuts, yet I could see down into my skin a little. This was 1996. I had never seen anything like this. These days, I would say it was a laser cut topped with liquid Band-Aid, but neither of those things seemed prevalent in those days. I said, "Okay, there's an explanation." I slept on a staple or a paper clip. I do homework in my bed all the time. I went and scoured my pillow for anything sharp and found nothing. So, I got my sewing needle, a staple from some homework, and a paper clip. I dunked them in hydrogen peroxide and made cuts on my face similar to what was there. Immediately, blood welled up, and the skin was jagged from all 3 objects, and the width of all cuts was thicker than the laser cuts. I determined that nothing in my room could have made the cuts. I didn't have an X-Acto knife, but I knew the blood would well up the same way if I did. I skipped my first class as I tried to figure out what to do. I kept obsessively feeling my face all day, in awe of the perfection of what was there and how it could have come to be. There were only 2 people on campus rich enough to have a digital camera, which meant I would have to borrow a friend's 35mm because I didn't have my own. That meant I would have to explain myself to my friend and possibly the photo shop when the pictures came back. Who would I even give the photos to? Who would I even contact, and what would I tell them? In those days, if you even said the word alien, you were a pariah. After hours of mental debates sitting on the edge of my bed, I gave up thinking about it and finished my classes for the day. I sat on the edge of my bed into the night, debating, unsure of what to do. In the wee hours of the morning, I woke up. The cuts were gone, completely healed, no trace of even a scar. I was disturbed for a few days, but then I eventually forgot about it. A few years after graduating, I decided I was going to have some dental work done and went to 2 different offices to get quotes. They both took a full facial X-ray. I had long since forgotten my crazy dream and the cuts until I sat down across from the first X-ray technician and pointed to a strange thing showing up above my teeth. I asked if I was looking at a mirror image because it was on the same side as my cuts had been rather than the opposite side. No, I was told the X-ray was actual, not a mirror image, so the right side of the image corresponded with the right side of my face. I pointed to the almost square image above my teeth and asked what that was. "It's just an X-ray anomaly," he said. He didn't seem bothered by it. I figured that meant there was some damage or irregularity with the X-ray plates and let it go. Then I went to the second dentist, an orthodontist, and had another X-ray done. You guessed it, the square was there in the exact same place. This time, I didn't even try to make polite small talk or beat around the bush. I pointed to the square and said, "What is that?" This time, the tech looked at me funny and said, "It's an X-ray anomaly," and she leaned closer and whispered, "We see them all the time," in a way that gave me goosebumps. This was in Spokane, Washington. I didn't know what else to say, so I said nothing. Could it be that whatever negatives or plates or whatever they used for an X-ray were damaged in exactly the same spots and exactly the same shape? Maybe, I guess. I don't know much about X-rays. But after that, I reflected on my situation. I don't feel freaked out, but I think there might be something in my face put there by somebody else. Here's what I know: we do this all the time to other species. We chase them in helicopters, shoot at them with tranquilizer darts, take rectal temperatures, take blood samples, stamp radio tags in their ears with no regard to if it hurts or the trauma of the event, or if their furry buddies will ostracize them later because they have something funky on their ear. In my situation, I was clearly well cared for, if it really happened at all. Someone was there as some kind of representative on my behalf. I was handled in such a way that if I didn't have a weird metabolism, I wouldn't have known what even happened. I never once felt pain. My cut healed instantly. If this is some kind of research-driven radio tag for the purposes of data collection or preservation of habitat or species, like we would do, they did it with far more regard for me than we have for other species on our own planet. I don't know what might happen if I get another X-ray 20 years later. I have tried to look when I go through airport security if anything shows up on the image we see in the booth, but I don't see anything. Surprisingly, I'm okay with this. I think it might just be science and nothing nefarious or evil. I wish my consent to be asked first, but I suppose it's hard to ask for consent when you're not even supposed to exist. I'm currently 25 years old, although at the time of the story, I was 20. I live in Newark, Delaware, a usually small and quiet town that is until college season rolls around in the fall and spring. Newark is home to the University of Delaware, which is a large and widely respected school in the U.S. It also has a reputation for being a big party school, so when the college kids arrive, things get a lot more lively. Anyway, I work as a bicycle delivery guy at Jimmy John's, a job I still work at as of me telling this story. This event took place during a Tuesday or Wednesday night in the spring, either late April or early May, I can't remember exactly. It was my typical 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. shift. The Jimmy John's I work at is open until 2 on weekdays and 3 on weekends. This means we're one of the few places still open in town aside from the bars, so a lot of drunk college kids storm the place wanting to order. Needless to say, it gets pretty hectic. Deliveries would pop up like crazy, which did get very annoying, but it meant a lot of tips, so I always put up with it. This was my last night working the shift, and just as 2 a.m. was about to roll around, one last delivery came in, and I was next in line to take it. This annoyed me, as I just wanted to end my shift and go home to get some sleep. I sucked it up and took the delivery since I didn't have a choice. I knew the street by heart and knew where to go immediately. I should mention that the reason we do bicycle deliveries is that the roads tend to be busy sometimes during college season, so using bicycles sometimes allows us to do deliveries faster. I rode my bike as fast as I could to the house in less than 10 minutes. I knocked on the door loudly, but there was no answer. I knocked again, louder this time, still nothing. I became a little pissed when I remembered if someone didn't come out, I'd have to take the order back to the store, meaning this delivery would seriously be wasting my time. I called the number on the receipt, but no one answered. I was getting ready to call the store when I first heard it, rustling sounds coming from some bushes directly across the street from me. I figured it was probably the wind, but decided to look anyway. When I did, I felt my stomach drop as a strong sense of dread flowed through me. I saw the dark figure of a person directly across the street from me, in someone's yard, crouched behind a few bushes. Even though I couldn't make out any facial features, I knew that I figured it was he was looking right at me. My heart was racing, but it didn't seem like he noticed that I noticed him. I pretended to not notice him and knocked loudly on the door again. Still, there was no answer. I began to grow more and more panicked, wondering whether or not this could be a trap. I did a quick glance, and the person was still crouched behind the bushes, watching me. I just wanted to get the hell out of there, so I decided to just continuously knock on the door as loud as possible until someone answered. It felt like hours that I was knocking, but eventually, someone stumbled out from one of the rooms and sluggishly answered the door, sounding pissed. When I told him about the order, he told me that he didn't order, so it was probably his roommate instead. To my misfortune, the person who actually ordered was upstairs in his room, passed out drunk. How he could have passed out so quickly after he ordered is still beyond me. The guy went upstairs to try and get him. Not even a minute after he went upstairs, I suddenly heard more rustling and did a quick glance back. When I did, I noticed the man had moved a little closer, probably to get a better view of me. I could tell he was still watching me. My fear intensified. I almost wanted to come inside to get away from the man watching me, but I figured he'd steal my bike, meaning I couldn't do my job anymore. Plus, I didn't know if this person was armed and if he would actually try something if I went inside, which would put the two of them in harm's way. Luckily, he was only upstairs for a minute. He said his roommate's door was locked and that he wouldn't answer the door when he knocked. At this point, I really wanted to get out of there, so I told him he could sign for his roommate's order. He hesitated at first since there wasn't a tip charged to the order, but a tip was the last thing I was thinking about at this point. I insisted over and over, and eventually, he signed for his roommate. I handed it to him and gave him a quick thank you. When he shut the door, I hurried to my bike and hopped on, ready to get the hell out of there. But just as I put the kickstand up, I heard the man suddenly lunge out from behind the bushes. I quickly turned to my left and saw that the man was now dashing toward me. I was able to see he was wearing what looked like jeans, boots, and a black hoodie with the hood over his head, and what I think was some sort of mask on his face, as I could only see his eyes. Although I'm not 100% on this, it looked like he was holding a blade in one of his hands. I knew I had to act quickly. I couldn't make a U-turn because he'd probably catch me before I could get away. To make matters worse, all the surrounding streets led to dead ends. My only chance was to head to a bike trail that was nearby. Even though it wasn't lit up and I didn't have a light on my bike, I knew it would be my only chance. I pedaled faster than I ever had before onto the pitch-black trail and rode it, all while looking out for shadows and listening for footsteps. Luckily, the trail wasn't long, and I knew it by heart. Still, I was extremely paranoid by this point and got startled whenever I heard any noise at all. I didn't see the man while I was on the trail, however, and I made it back to the store safely. I was hyperventilating like crazy as I tried to wrap my head around what the hell just happened. I didn't tell my boss or coworkers, nor did I call the police since I didn't get a good look at the man. I simply got my stuff and clocked out and went to my car, putting my bike in the trunk, so thankful I decided to drive that night. I made it home safe without anyone following me, and that was that. I never saw the man again. I don't know what he wanted, whether he wanted to rob me or worse. I haven't worked another midnight shift since then, and now I carry nunchucks on me whenever I do any kind of night shift. New York isn't known for being a dangerous town, so the fact that this happened here truly showed me that anything can happen anywhere to anyone at any time, no matter how safe or dangerous the area may be. And I were 19. At the risk of sounding pretentious, the two of us come from well-off North Jersey families and get to enjoy our summers down the Jersey Shore. My house is in Belmar, New Jersey, and his is in Lavallette. It was a random summer night during the week, and Alex was driving the two of us from my house in Belmar down to Lavallette, about an hour's drive. To be completely honest, I preferred hanging out at Alex's house not only because it was a little nicer, but because the general vibe of Lavallette is more geared towards kids our age. If we weren't scouring the area for a party, we could enjoy some drinks on one of the many private beaches we technically weren't supposed to be on. I could go on and on about things to do down the shore, but for the sake of brevity, I'll try my best to get to the point. As we were driving down, we agreed that we opt for a quieter night. No partying, links, or anything that we might normally do. The two of us agreed to snag a few beers, roll a joint, and chill on one of the private beaches under the stars. Honestly, it sounded great. The two of us had been going pretty hard with some of our other friends. A break from partying was much needed. To anyone unfamiliar with the layout of Lavallette, there's a beach side and a bay side. Most of the beaches feature a really high dune and a steep drop-off as you approach the ocean. If you were to stand at the ocean's edge and look back, you'd see a pretty sizable hill of sand. After drinking a few drinks at Alex's place, we snagged some bikes from his garage and made our way toward the beach of our choice. For whatever reason, Alex insisted on journeying further than I'd ever been, which I didn't quite understand since all the beaches were basically the same. I really didn't mind a longer bike ride, though, so I just went with it. Eventually, Alex decided on a desolate-looking beach at the end of the road with no cars parked on it. Every house on the street had its lights off. I actually preferred this. This was back when weed was illegal in New Jersey, and we weren't too keen on getting caught. Plus, we did have some drinks with us despite the fact that we were only 19. We hid our bikes under some shrubs, then made our way toward the beach. The two of us lit our joint and smoked under the stars, the only sound being the light waves of the ocean and the accompanying wind. The beach stretched on endlessly in both directions, and the sand felt cool underneath our feet. The two of us got progressively drunker while we filled the air with laughter and conversation. Eventually, we just laid back in the sand, watching a sky full of stars in hopes of witnessing a shooting star. That's when we heard it. I heard it first. It was almost undetectable. The sound was like a metallic buzzing, sort of like the sound you'd hear in a massive gymnasium with large overhead lights. I really can't describe the sound any better. It was a faint metallic buzz that couldn't possibly be anything caused by at the beach. I sat up and stared at Alex, and I could tell the moment he started to hear it too. The two of us whipped our heads in every direction, looking into the darkness for the source of the drone. Strangely, it was difficult to pin down exactly where the sound was coming from. It was just too faint to tell. We were beginning to get freaked out, but were too terrified to move. We assumed that whatever was making that noise would go away and we wouldn't have to worry about it. There was literally no way we could be seen from our spot on that beach. It was way too dark, and the sound of the ocean definitely drowned out any sounds we had been making. I know it doesn't exactly sound scary, but I'd be lying if I said my heart wasn't pounding out of my chest. The drone continued on, and after another few minutes, Alex gestured for me to follow him. I nodded my head in agreement. Leaving was definitely the best option. Just like a scene from a movie, the exact second the two of us stood up, the droning went from a 1 to a 5. It took every ounce of self-control I had to resist the urge to yell in fear. It wasn't a gradual shift. The sound literally increased in a split second, and it was definitely coming from our right. I felt the hairs on my neck stand up, and a wave of fear washed over me, tensing my body from head to toe. We stared into the darkness and still didn't see anything, but now the drone sounded so close to us that we instinctively started running toward the sand dune. I didn't even know what we were running from. All I knew was that something was seriously wrong and there was someone or something after us. As we were about halfway to the dune, I felt Alex place a firm hand on my shoulder, abruptly stopping me from continuing to run. At first, I was confused, but then I saw what his gaze was fixated on. I glanced up toward the dune and saw it. There was a dark figure standing motionlessly at the peak of the dune. Its arms were freakishly long, almost reaching its knees. It was ridiculously tall, and I was shocked at how it managed to stand so still. It was truly terrifying. Alex shouted at me, breaking my gaze from the figure, and we continued running, this time parallel to the beach. We ran to the next dune entrance and sprinted up the slope. As we made our way to the peak, we looked back at where we had just come from. I can still remember the terrifying sight that followed. Not only was the dark figure still on the dune, but there were maybe 3 or 4 more standing motionless on the slope. Each one looked like they were facing us. We didn't have time to go back for our bikes, instead opting to run the entire way home. The next morning, we retraced our steps but couldn't, for the lives of us, find those bikes. Maybe they had been stolen, or maybe whoever or whatever was stalking us the night before had something to do with it. Either way, I've never experienced anything scarier on a beach and still have trouble explaining most of these events. The weirdest thing for me is that I was never able to determine what the buzzing drone was, and to this day, have not heard anything even remotely close to it. Beaches have always terrified me, well, not always. My fear is a direct result of what I'm about to tell you. As a kid, I used to love the shore. I remember spending many summers in eager anticipation of the weekend when my family and I would hang out at our beach house, or if I was lucky, they'd let me spend it at my friend Charles's beach house, which was even more fun. I was 16, and this was one of those special summer weekends. This happened way back in 2006. I was 17 and living in Uvalde, Texas, a very low-income neighborhood, the kind you'll find sprawled out all over the place in rural Texas when you're not right outside of a city. The closest city to me was San Antonio. I was going to some local community college because that's all my parents could afford for me. One of my best friends from high school, Bodie, moved to San Antonio to go to San Antonio College. He was living in some small apartment a little outside of the city with a roommate. His girlfriend would also often stay with him. Since the city is only really an hour and a half away, I would visit him all the time. He invited me this one weekend to come crash for the night, so I took my trusty old 1995 Toyota pickup truck. Just kidding, the thing was a piece of crap. The gas gauge didn't even work on it. I'd have to always just keep track of when the last time I filled the tank up was, then reset the trip mileage. I took Route 90, which was a straight shot from Uvalde to San Antonio. I was on the road at like 2:40 p.m. on a Friday, and there was no traffic at all. I got to Bodie at a reasonable time. His girlfriend wouldn't be getting there until tomorrow, so tonight we were going to go out. We stopped at a liquor store and drank in his apartment for a while with his roommate. Then the three of us went to this dive bar that would kind of look the other way with fake IDs. That was basically our night. We got back to their apartment around 2 a.m. after getting food. I slept on the couch. The next day would have almost been the same thing, but Bodhi and his girlfriend were having issues all day. As the two of them got drunker as the night progressed, she started yelling at him in front of me, and it got really awkward and uncomfortable. I didn't really have much to drink that day because I was already iffy about staying the night with her there. I eventually decided I would just head back home. I said goodbye to everyone and started my journey home. It was very late at night. I want to guess midnight, maybe a little earlier. Route 90 was deserted at this time, so I would fly for my pickup standards. But suddenly, the engine started sputtering. I felt my heart completely drop as I realized I forgot to fill up the tank. I slowed down, but it was too late. The engine cut. I pulled to the side of the road and tried starting it a few times, but it did no good. I took out my cell phone, which was equally as shitty as my truck, and tried to get a signal. No shot. I couldn't even call for help. I had to just put my hazards on and hope a good Samaritan would pass. You wouldn't believe how long I sat on the side of the road before seeing headlights. I waved my arms as the car approached, but it zoomed past me, ignoring me. This happened again after another 10 minutes or so. I was starting to feel hopeless, like maybe I should just sleep in my car and wait till sunrise to get help. So that's what I was going to do. I got inside my car, took the key out of the ignition to cut the battery, and just angled my seat back to go to sleep. I would hear the occasional car zooming past, like once every 10 minutes, but it didn't feel worth waving people down in the dark. It seemed sketchy for myself and to the people in the cars. But when I was starting to actually drift away to sleep, a car door closing from behind me woke me up. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw a car pulled up behind me with its headlights off. I turned around now to get a better look. There was some big pickup truck, but I couldn't see anyone inside of it, nor did I see anyone outside of it. Maybe someone pulled over to help. I got out of the car and said, "Excuse me," to no response. I walked closer to the truck just to confirm no one was inside. Then I walked back to my car. This was weird. I looked towards the trees on the side of the road. Maybe someone was pissing in the woods. I went back inside my car and locked the door. This was just too weird. Suddenly, there was a tap at my window. I jumped. I looked to see a man looking down at me into the car, smiling. I didn't do anything yet. He said, "Hey, buddy, need a hand?" I lowered the window a crack and said, "Hey, I ran out of gas." The man said, "That's quite the predicament. Step out and give me a hand with this real quick." When he said this, I thought he meant help him with a gas jug to fill up my tank or something, honestly. So I stepped out of the truck and shut the door, expecting him to lead me to his truck. But he stood there, looked down at me because he was much taller, still smiling, and said, "I need you to empty your pockets, please." It took me a second to process what he meant. I was literally a broke college student driving a piece of pickup truck. I wasn't about to get robbed of the only cash I had in my phone. I ran for it in the direction of the trees. I'm small but fast. I turned around and saw he was chasing after me. Once I made it into the trees, I zigzagged all over the place until I seemed to lose him. Then I crouched behind a big tree to catch my breath. When I heard him approaching closer, I quieted my breath. I heard him say out loud, "I'll kill you, you piece of." I don't know if he was just saying it out loud out of anger or if he wanted me to hear it, but I was too scared to move. Even after I heard his footsteps move away, I didn't move. In fact, I stayed in this position the rest of the night, eventually laying behind this big tree up until dawn. I went back over to the highway to my truck, and the truck behind me was gone, but my truck's doors were both open. I found that my glove box had been gone through and completely emptied of anything somewhat valuable. My flannel hoodie was also taken, which had something in the pocket, I'm sure. I finally managed to wave down a good Samaritan, and he gave me a ride to the closest gas station. I bought a fuel can, filled it with gas, and the man brought me back to my car, where I filled my tank just enough to drive the truck to a gas station to fill up completely. Then I went straight home. This was a real-life learning experience for me, that there are bad people out there who will try to take advantage of you when you're in a vulnerable spot. But there are also good people, like the man who helped me. Throughout my life, I would go through phases of different hobbies. I'd pick something that interests me, obsess over it for a year or so, and then find something new to keep myself entertained. During the summer of 2022, I was big into fishing. About an hour's drive away is a shore house my family has owned for decades that's on the water with a lagoon and a small Boston whaler. My friends and I would take frequent trips there to fish and just chill. It was the following October, after summer, when my two friends, Asher and Victor, decided to hit the shore house for a weekend to try to catch some striper, as they're abundant during the fall months. Asher was an avid fisherman, which was a big reason why I got into the whole fishing craze in the first place. Unfortunately, during this time, our boat was out of the water due to maintenance, so we'd have to fish off the beach and piers. This was no problem, though, as Asher had all the necessary rods and gear to do so. We got together on a Friday afternoon and I drove us all down. When we got there, we fished during the day off of different piers along the inlet. Night rolled by, and only one of us had caught a fish, which was Asher, of course. It was just a small bass though, nothing too exciting. Bummed about our luck, we decided to stay up late to fish off the beach during the night. Asher said he knew a good beach spot about 20 minutes away, which took us down a desolate road with woods on both sides. It opened up into a small gravel parking area, or at least what seemed like one. Asher said since we'd have to walk a little ways to the spot, we should take everything we need now so we wouldn't have to go back to the car to get anything. We planned on staying up to catch the sunrise, so we packed accordingly. We walked about 5 minutes down this path, which opened up into a massive beach. We set up camp, which consisted of beach chairs, a speaker, and 2 coolers, one filled with ice for fish and one filled with snacks, water, and beers. Asher brought these massive fishing rods that were ideal for beach fishing and also rod holders that you would hammer into the sand. He also had these little bells that connect to the tip of the rod to notify you of any movement. We all cast our rods, cracked a couple of beers, and played the waiting game. Within 2 hours, each of us had caught decent-sized fish, which definitely lightened our spirits. We were having a great time, music blasting, knowing that no one was around on this deserted beach. Mid-conversation, Victor stopped talking, lowered the music, and jolted his head to the left. He asked if we heard that, to which we replied, "Heard what?" It looked like he was concentrating on something for a second and then said, "I heard someone yell something." We obviously thought he was hearing things or just joking with us, but he insisted he heard someone yell out something that sounded like a "yo" or a "hey." Either way, it seemed unlikely given that we were on some hidden beach at like 1 a.m., so he quickly forgot about it and our conversation resumed. It definitely made us more aware, though. A couple of minutes later, right after I cast in a fresh hook, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. There was something on the beach in the distance, but I couldn't see what exactly. The others noticed it too. As it got closer, we realized what it was, a person walking towards us. We grew silent and turned off the music. He came up to us. It was a middle-aged white man, maybe 40 or 50. He was wearing a dark blue jacket with a hat and hood up. The way he walked up to us was really sketchy, and he had this intimidating look on his face. We said, "What's up?" kind of awkwardly. He just eyed us down for like 10 seconds and then said in a low voice, "What are you boys up to?" It was pretty apparent what we were up to. Asher said, "We're fishing," and he let out some grunt of acknowledgement and nodded his head. He didn't say a word after that and just stood there, looking at us, then at the rods, and then at the water. We shot each other looks, thinking he was going to try and rob us. There was no way he could have taken on the three of us, though. The bell on one of our rods broke the silence, notifying us that we had potentially hooked a fish. I said, "We got one," kind of directed at everyone, but mostly at that weird guy in hopes that I would get some response out of him like a normal person. I walked over to the rods and reeled in a small striper. When I went back to unhook the fish, that man had turned around and left. We watched as his dark silhouette faded away into the night. We made sure that we had all of our belongings, then sat and just talked about how odd that encounter was. He left without harming us, though, so we concluded that he was just some weird man who was now, thankfully, out of our business. We kept the music off just to be cautious and cracked a few more beers as our conversation transitioned to different topics. At one point, while staring into the horizon, I thought I heard something in the distance. It took me a second to realize what it was, but when I did, my heart dropped. It was a car alarm. I knew it was mine. It was the only car in that lot, and there were no houses out there for probably miles. We started panicking and decided to run back to the car, leaving all of our stuff behind. It took us a couple of minutes to get there, and when we did, I was completely distraught. My tires had been slashed, and my driver's side window had been shattered. I got on my phone with the police immediately and told them my location and situation. The operator asked if I knew who may have done it, and we said some sketchy guy came up to us as we were fishing. She asked if I knew where he went, and I said no. Just as I said this, we heard rustling in the woods around us. My heart rose into my throat. I felt trapped. We frantically ran like 200 yards down the road and hid in the trees. I told the operator this, and she said to stay hidden and keep quiet. Within 10 minutes, we saw 2 cop cars speed up with their lights on. We ran back to the car and saw 3 officers searching the area. Multiple things had been stolen, including my wallet, some cash that was in the glove box, and the remainder of Asher's fishing gear. They found a large knife lying on the ground nearby, which they took for fingerprints and evidence. I told them the whole story, with my adrenaline still pumping. They said we were smart to run away and hide, as it's very likely this man meant us harm. Those words made me appreciate my life so much more. The officers made us feel safe and were nice enough to help us pack up the equipment and carry it back. They took down our information and gave us a ride back to the house. We stayed up all night reflecting on what had just happened. That morning, Victor got us a ride up north, and I picked up my car from the shop a few days later. To this day, this is by far the most frightening experience I've ever had. What was supposed to be a normal fishing trip became a terrifying ordeal that cost me hundreds of dollars worth of damages. I never got a call back from the police, meaning that guy is probably still out there. Needless to say, I gave up fishing as a hobby and haven't touched it since. I used to deliver for Uber Eats. I was having trouble paying off my student loans, so I was hustling to make whatever cash I could. I still lived with my parents at the time. It was late at night, and I was picking up an order from some fast food place in Wilmington, North Carolina, and delivering to a house about 20 minutes away. I often did late-night deliveries in Uber rides because the pay was higher, and I could bang out more deliveries and rides without traffic. I was already en route to the address, leaving the more populated residential area of Wilmington and heading in the direction of the quieter part with all the forest and farms. Most of the roads over there were pitch black and devoid of any other cars at that late hour of the night. I turned off the main road onto a side road with a dead-end sign. This was the road the directions were taking me where the address was. I was brought to the last house on this road. The lights to almost every little house on the stretch were off. It was just pitch black, even the house that I was supposed to be delivering the food to. I had to keep my car headlights on just to see and so I wouldn't trip on anything. I was also using my flashlight on my phone to navigate my way to the porch of this house. I'm not lying when I say there was not a single light on. I even felt the overgrown grass rubbing on my shins as I walked to the front door. This didn't feel right. I pressed the doorbell button but didn't hear a ring, so I knocked. The customer had their delivery preference set to contact delivery, which means I'd have to actually physically hand it off to him or her. I messaged the customer that I was at the front door and asked him if he could confirm the address. He read it right away and responded, "Give me a second." I replied, "Okay." He read it. I waited in the dark, looking at the windows of the house, waiting for a light inside to turn on. I was thinking there's no way this is the right house. I followed up again, asking him if he could type out his address. He started typing. It took a while before he sent a message saying, "I see you. You're at the right house." The next thing I realized was that there were no cars anywhere. This was making no sense. I asked the customer to confirm what kind of car he sees outside. He replied that he sees my light. Well, that pretty much confirmed that I was at the correct address, but it didn't make this any less sketchy. I started to just inch away from the door of the house, just because I didn't want to be on top of it as they opened the door, but the door never opened. No matter how many times I messaged the customer on the Uber Eats app, I was starting to suspect this was some kind of scam to get free food. Then I heard a voice come from outside in the darkness surrounding me. It was a male's voice calling, "Over here." I started to wave my flashlight all over the place, trying to reveal whoever just said that. I said out loud, "I'm leaving the food on the front porch over here." I didn't know who I was talking to, nor could I see them. I was terrified I was about to be attacked, so I walked back to my car, not trying to draw attention by running. When I got to my car, I heard this distinct air leaking sound that I could immediately recognize as the sound of air leaking from a slashed tire. I took a look and saw that both the tires on the left side of the car were slashed and leaking air. I could only assume in the moment that the two tires on the right side had also been slashed. I got into the car and locked the doors. First thing, all four tires showed low tire pressure warnings on the dash. Panic started to set in. I was deciding on whether to call the police and wait in the car or make a run for it into the dark to a nearby house. I was about to pick the second option. I turned off the headlights on my car and was about to get out of the car, but I noticed someone standing outside my window. I screamed my soul out, and then I realized that there were at least 4 people standing outside of my car, one at every window. They all had on masks covering their faces. I was surrounded. One of them yelled at me to get out of the car now. I didn't know if one of them had a gun or not, and I knew that if they did, by the time I turned on the car and attempt to drive away with 4 flats, I'd have been shot dead already. I yelled through the window asking if they were just looking to rob me, and one of them said if I gave them everything on me, they'd let me go. I agreed to do so and unlocked the door. The second I did, the guy outside my door opened it and forcefully pulled me out. At this point, I was beaten and kicked by at least 3 of the guys. They grabbed everything off of me, my smartwatch, my shoes, my wallet, my phone, and even some things out of my glove compartment in my car. I was left on the ground as however many men there actually were ran away into the darkness, and I was alone that I blacked out from here, and the next thing I remember is waking up, probably half an hour later, still lying on the grass next to my car. They'd stolen even my keys. I managed to get up and navigate myself to the nearest source of light I could find in the distance, which was a small house all the way up the street closer to the main road. I rang the bell a few times until someone answered through the closed door. I said I'd been injured and robbed and needed to use a phone. Luckily, the woman was willing to help and allowed me to use a phone to call the police and then to call roadside assistance to have my car towed. Lastly, I called my dad. After the police showed up, I was taken back to my car, and they did a short investigation and took as much information as I could give them. After my car was towed away, my dad came to pick me up and bring me home. We left after my car was towed away. My phone's last location was down the street from the incident, and it hadn't been turned on since the night before, meaning they probably destroyed the phone. The next day, I gave even more information to some detectives regarding my Uber Eats account, and they were rather quickly able to trace the customer account back to a guy named Logan who, long story short, allegedly lost his phone and wallet. Whoever found or stole them was the one to call the Uber Eats delivery with the intention of robbing me. Basically, what I'm saying is whoever did this to me got away with it. The house that they set this up at was a vacant house for sale. My car tires were covered by insurance, but everything else, I ate the loss. This was a painful and expensive but also valuable lesson to not be so naive ever again in a situation like that. I stopped deliveries for a few months, then I went back to doing daytime deliveries. My name is Arthur. I've been a trucker for various companies for the better part of 15 years now. Things have become pretty routine at this point. Pick up the goods and materials, verify them for accuracy, and deliver them as instructed. We're not paid by the hour, so efficiency is the most important thing in this line of work. For someone like me who's been doing this forever, I like to think I can outwork all these young guns that are snapping these jobs up. This isn't always great, though. Usually, I push myself to the absolute limit when it comes to functioning on barely any sleep. 4 years ago, I was working for a warehouse based in North Dakota. For anyone who doesn't know, North Dakota is one of the flattest states, which makes trucking a little easier. This also meant that skipping out on a few hours of sleep could mean the difference between employment and getting the sack. It was a chilly Tuesday morning in May. The beginning of the week meant that more loads needed to be shipped, which meant more work for me. I wanted to knock it all out in one shot, so I traced my route into Montana accordingly, planning on not stopping even once to sleep. I hit the road a few hours after lunch, expecting to reach my destination very early the next morning. I pushed the semi as much as possible, doing maybe a couple over the speed limit. It was getting late, and I remember rubbing the crust from my eyelids as the clock ticked past midnight. I was having trouble keeping my eyes open, but I only had about an hour left in this drive, so I gritted my teeth and kept going. My buddy Tristan, who was also a trucker, introduced me to smelling salts when I first started out. If you don't know, smelling salts are basically some kind of crystals in a little bottle. One sniff and you're wide awake. You had to be careful, though. Too many back-to-back uses could be dangerous, or at least that's what Tristan told me. They burn your nose a little bit, but whenever I needed a boost, I'd reach for the smelling salts first. This was one of those times. I took a big whiff and shot my head back, my reflexes taking over. I felt the adrenaline course through my body and hoped the feeling would last the rest of the drive. A half hour shot by, and I was really struggling. I felt myself start to doze off, and the blare of my truck drifting into the shoulder jolted me awake. This was getting dangerous, I thought. I had to pull off. I was all alone on the highway, but there was nowhere to pull off. There were just woods on either side of me. I slowed the truck down, searching desperately for somewhere to pull over. At this low speed, my headlights pierced through the darkness, and I was able to see a lot more. As I looked around, I saw something that confused me. There was a purple dress lying in the middle of the road. What the hell, I thought, rubbing my eyes. Was I hallucinating? I blinked like 6 times just to make sure I wasn't going crazy. It was real. I approached the dress with my truck and stared at it as I rolled by. In hindsight, this should have been more of a red flag, but I think I was just too exhausted to process what was going on. About 200 or so yards away, I passed a pair of shoes. Now I was starting to freak out. What the hell was going on? I passed the shoes, praying to God there would be a place to pull off soon. My old man Finn was a super religious guy, so I clutched his old cross and hoped he would come through for me. A little further up the road, I saw a bunch more random clothing, some of which looked like little kids' clothing. This time, I stopped the truck. The panic started to set in. Something was very, very wrong. I sat in the driver's seat with the truck at a standstill. I was expecting something to happen, but it never did. So I did what my instincts told me to do. I stepped out of the truck and went to inspect the clothing. I still remember the feeling of the chilly morning air piercing my skin, which definitely helped my exhaustion. I approached the pile as cautiously as I could. It was indeed kids' clothing. It looked like there were both boy and girl pieces of clothing in the pile. I looked around into the woods, but I couldn't see much of anything in the darkness. I had my head on a swivel, worried that this was some kind of trap. I decided it was not my business to figure out what was going on, so I made my way back to my truck. Just then, I heard a crunch from the left. I whipped around, trying to see what was there. I stood there, waiting to hear another sound. After about 30 seconds, there was another crunch, but this time from the opposite side of the road. My survival instincts kicked in, and I sprinted towards the truck. I jumped into the front seat, but just before I slammed the door, I heard a child's scream ring out. I froze, my heart bursting out of my chest. I was caught at a crossroads. I wasn't going to fight some random people in pitch-black woods, but I couldn't just abandon some helpless kids either. Before I could make a decision, another almost identical child's scream rang out. Without thinking, I turned the truck on and pointed its nose toward the spot in the woods where I heard the noise. My headlights lit up about 30 yards into the woods. There were 3 or 4 people, one of whom was holding a massive speaker. They ducked behind a couple of trees as my truck lit them up, but I had exposed them for just enough time to make out what they were doing. They hid from the light before I could really make out any distinctive features, but I swear on my old man Finn's grave, they were holding up a speaker, trying to lure me into the woods with a fake kid screaming. I was just in shock. I just sat there staring at the trees those people had just hidden behind. I reached for my phone to call the police, but before I finished dialing, I heard a thump from the body of the truck. Someone had thrown something from the other direction. I was done. I turned back to face the road and slammed on the gas. As I sped off, I could make out a person on the other side of the road. He shouted something I couldn't understand before launching something at the truck that cracked the glass of my passenger side window. I drove the final hour in silence. I was too scared to process what had just happened, but there was no way in hell I was stopping to sleep in those woods. I completed my delivery and then knocked out. I must have slept for 10 hours straight. When I woke up, the first thing I did was call the police, who told me they'd investigate those woods and give me any updates. I then thought about. I regrettably used to work at a hotel in our town. Our town had gotten hit by a hurricane a few months back, and a lot of houses were badly damaged, so many people vacated the place. The hotel is about a 15-minute walk from my house. The town and hotel name I'll leave out of this, as I really just don't want anything traced back to me. The hotel was a very standard bed and breakfast type place, you know, where they serve wet scrambled eggs, frozen sausages, and assorted cereals. The hotel had a busy month after the hurricane, as some people were out of their houses due to damages. But after a while, things quieted down, if anything, quieter than before the hurricane. I always worked nights from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. Then someone would relieve me at 2 a.m., and they'd work till 10 o'clock or 11 a.m. I could always see how many people were checked into the hotel, and at the time, it was only maybe 9 rooms, which wasn't a lot at all. I could go the whole night sometimes without seeing anyone. There was a back break room for employees with a coffee machine, fridge, table, and a couple of sofa-type chairs. The employee bathroom was also back there. At night, I spent most of my time back there. There was a bell at the front desk that people would ring if they needed anything. I was in the back when I heard a deep voice from the lobby saying, "Hello," repeatedly. I got up and went through the door leading to behind the counter and saw a man on the other side of the glass. There was a glass barrier with an opening underneath about 10 inches high. He said he needed towels. I grabbed him a couple of extra towels and slid them under the glass for him. He grabbed them rather aggressively, shot me this weird look, then walked to the room's hallway. I stayed in the lobby, now sitting in the rolling chair by the monitors, and I just watched that man on the camera walk down the hallway. He was looking around weirdly, then he started rubbing the towels on his face. I said out loud, "What in the world?" Then he got in the elevator, so I went back to the break room. It was maybe 10 minutes later when I heard a voice again from the lobby. It was the same voice. I walked back out, and that man was standing on the other side again. He said very loudly, "My key card is broken." I asked what his room number was. He said it was something random, like 2C something with a letter in it. Our hotel rooms strictly had numbers, no letters, so I knew this man was lying. I told him, "Sir, our rooms don't have letters. Are you sure you're staying here?" His reaction was not something I was expecting, nor was it something I wish I ever had to be a victim to. He threw the towels on the floor, started smiling, and slightly tilting his head as he got closer to the glass. When his face was practically pressed up on the glass, he said, "I'm going to kill you," still with a smile on his face. Then he said it again, louder, and again. Each time he said it, it got louder until it was almost a scream. I screamed back at him, "I'm calling the police," and I did. I picked up the phone and showed him as I dialed 911. He kept his disturbing smile as he now started mocking me, calling the police. As I spoke to the dispatcher on the phone, explaining very loudly what was happening in front of my face, the sick man laughed and headed for the door in a slow walk. I told the dispatcher he was leaving, and when he was gone through the doors and out of sight, I said he was gone. She asked me if I still wanted an officer to show up, and I said no, it's all right. So the next couple of hours of my shift went slow. I decided for obvious reasons to hang around in the lobby now instead of the break room. There was one guest who checked in during this time. At around 2 a.m., my relief came, and I clocked out and was free to go home. I walked outside to the parking lot. It was cold out. I remember wishing I had brought my coat. I walked with my hands in the pockets of my light jacket and my hood up. Then I heard a voice in the parking lot. I turned around. There was a line of bushes that covered the first floor windows of the hotel. It came from the bushes. I don't know what the voice said, I didn't care. I walked faster now. Once I got out of the parking lot, I was on a main road for a brief minute, but there were no cars on the road in this quiet town at this hour. After a minute, I turned left down a residential street that would eventually turn onto my block. It was dead silent out, not even the sound of any distant traffic, just the sound of my shoes hitting the pavement. And then the sound of someone else's shoes hitting the pavement behind me, only it was the sound of someone running as if on their tiptoes, trying to be quiet. By the time I turned around, they stopped. There was a car right behind me, and I almost knew that there was someone hiding behind it. I heard laughing and then a familiar voice saying quietly, "I'm going to kill you." Without even seeing him, I knew it was that man. I looked around, planning out my next move. I couldn't outrun a man, let alone wearing my work shoes. I looked at the nearest house. It had an upstairs light on. Someone was awake. I would go run and ring the doorbell for help. I looked back at the car, and I saw him, that man, peeking his eyes out from behind the car as he inched around it to the front. When he got to the hood, the rest of his face and upper body were exposed, and I could see his disgusting, crazy smile again. I ran for the house.